This piece. Perhaps Master Lingi Ci could go and try his luck with it. The master's mind reeled at the suggestion. Impossible, he roared, as if Qin Nan had uttered the greatest lie. I've already scouted the 10,000 snow mountain range. The land is utterly barren. Even common ore is hard to find there, let alone the mythical divine luck iron. You're definitely trying to deceive me, boy. But our Qin Nan was far from flustered. He countered with a calm certainty. The more ordinary a place appears, the easier it is to overlook its brilliance. I imagine, Master, your search was only a brief glance, wasn't it? This divine luck iron was hidden within the lair of the White Moon Wolf King. That cave has an unbearable stench. A master of your noble status would naturally overlook such a treasure. Qin Nan then stared directly at him, his gaze full of conviction. If Master Lingi Ci could put aside his temper and search the range with care, you might even find a second piece of divine luck iron. Struck by Qin Nan's impeccable logic, Lingi Ci had to stroke his chin in serious contemplation. Humph. The boy actually has a point. I dismissed the 10,000 snow mountain range as ordinary, so I never put much effort into searching for ores. It's entirely possible I truly overlooked it. With that, he pointed a finger at Qin Nan. All right, boy. You may leave. I must prepare to search for the divine luck iron. Hearing this, Qin Nan clasped his hands and bowed deeply in gratitude. Many thanks, Master Lingi Ci, for forging my weapon. Lingi Ci waved his hand generously. No need for such formalities. If you find any more rare minerals in the future, you're welcome to return. Qin Nan was about to turn and leave, but as if remembering something, he turned back. There is one more matter I hope Master Lingi Ci can assist with. The master cleaned out his ear impatiently. What is it? Spit it out. Don't dawdle like a girl. Qin Nan clasped his hands, his eyes firm, and locked on to the blacksmith. I want the furnace flame in your forge. Everyone expected a flat-out refusal, but instead, the man leaned back and asked, the furnace flame. If you take this flame, what will I use for forging? Besides, you're not a blacksmith. What could you possibly want with this furnace flame? The ancestor's voice whispered in Qin Nan's ear. It seems this Lingi Ci is clueless. He doesn't know this furnace flame is the ancient fire attribute bloodline. The pure, azure pool fire. Qin Nan smirked inwardly. I feel it too. If he truly knew this was an ancient fire attribute bloodline, he would have rejected my request on the spot. He wouldn't be filled with so many doubts. Qin Nan stepped forward again, answering Lingi Ci's question with a cunning twist. Oh, I find this furnace flame to be quite wondrous. I wish to take it for alchemy. An excuse like this shouldn't pose any major problems. Lingi Ci was utterly astonished. You also know alchemy, boy. Qin Nan knew his chance had come. Seizing the moment, he gave a thumbs up and declared with confidence, Of course, I am an alchemist. Hearing this, the blacksmith's demeanor turned grave as he began to explain. To be honest with you, every ore in this world contains a small amount of mineral poison. Normal people aren't affected by contact, but for blacksmiths like us, who handle countless ores day after day, the mineral poison accumulates in our bodies over time. A shadow fell over the man's eyes. My own poison is about to flare up. When it does, even a god descending from the heavens would be powerless to save my life. Qin Nan felt a pang of sympathy. He asked, So, what you mean is, you want me to refine a pill that can purge the mineral poison from your body? The man immediately took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Exactly. The poison in my body requires 100 Rivers Waste Rock pill to be neutralized. I have the formula for this pill right here. You can take a look. Qin Nan took the paper and scanned it. Most of these medicinal ingredients aren't hard to find. They can be bought at almost any apothecary in a major city. However, this final ingredient, the frigid rock, bamboo, is a bit tricky. It's incredibly rare. Lingi Ci crossed his arms, ready to seal the deal. So, do we have an agreement? You refine the 100 Rivers Waste Rock pill for me, and I give you the furnace flame. Qin Nan smiled. Of course, I accept. However, would it be possible to give me the furnace flame first? Hearing this, the blacksmith's face filled with displeasure. He roared, "Didn't we just make a deal? You will refine the pill for me first, and then I'll give you my furnace flame." Are you deaf, boy? Qin Nan remained perfectly calm, replying with flawless logic. But Master Ling Yi, you seem to have forgotten a much more important detail. I need this furnace flame to refine the pill. If you don't give me the flame, how can I possibly create the 100 Rivers Waste Rock pill? And how will your poison ever be cured? Hearing Qin Nan's reasoning, the blacksmith fell silent for a moment before admitting, HMPH. The boy has a point. How could I forget such a crucial prerequisite? Finally, Ling Yi reluctantly agreed. Fine. I'll give you this furnace flame. First, I'll just have to find a new one. With that, he collected the azure flame before him and handed it to Qin Nan. But he didn't forget a final warning, crossing his arms and threatening, "Take it. But if you dare break your promise, boy, I will personally hunt you down and throw you into this volcano's lava for a swim." Qin Nan broke out in a cold sweat, chuckling nervously. "Please, Master Ling Yi, you can rest assured 10,000 times over. As long as I have this flame, I will definitely succeed in refining the 100 Rivers Waste Rock pill and deliver it to you personally." With his piece said, he didn't hesitate, flying straight out of the volcanic crater. In truth, he had no clue where to find the frigid rock bamboo, but a promise made was a promise he had to keep. At that very moment, the ancestor appeared. "I know of this frigid rock bamboo. It grows in lands of extreme cold, absorbing the icy energy to mature. It takes 1,000 years for a single node to grow. The more nodes the bamboo has, the rarer it is." Qin Nan immediately asked, "A land of frigid ice. This snow mountain is already cold, but the land of frigid ice is a place even colder than a snow mountain. The coldest place in this northern region is the land of frigid ice." An idea suddenly sparked in Qin Nan's mind. He decided to go back and ask Li Yu. After all, she was born and raised in the northern region. She must know the way to the extreme frosty lands. With that thought, they raced back to the vast moon sect, ... But upon arrival, Qin Nan was met with a scene of utter chaos. A rogue group was launching a relentless assault on the vast moon sect, setting off massive explosions. Their leader, the Zhuan, pointed directly at the main gate, screaming, "Li, you, shameless harlot, get out here, this instant. Are you going to cower in there like a turtle in its shell forever?" Qin Nan observed from above, a thought crossing his mind. Li Yu had taken a direct hit from Zhu Yu before. Her absence now could only mean one thing. She must still be recovering from her injuries. With that realization, Qin Nan descended right into their midst, boldly declaring, "Two elders from the Netherworld sect, ... double quotes, ... with strength barely at the first level of the mortal severing realm, daring to challenge sect master Li Yu, who is at the second level. Where does this laughable confidence come from?" The Zhuan spun around, her face twisted in a sneer. "And who the hell are you, little brat, to run your mouth in my presence?" Planting himself between them and the sect, Qin Nan put his hands on his hips. "If you want to see Sect Master Li Yu today, you'll have to get through me first." The Zhuan erupted in derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! How utterly ridiculous! I am at the very peak of the first-level mortal severing realm, on the verge of breaking through to the second. You, some piece of trash, who just barely reached this realm, you're not even worthy of my personal attention." She then gestured to her lackeys. "All of you, go! Finish him!" At her command, the disciples swarmed forward. The old ancestor, watching from the side, scoffed. "These underlings are only at the 8th or 9th level of the Spirit Division realm, ... They can barely maintain flight, let alone fight Qin Nan." Qin Nan let out a cold snort, raising his sword high. Humph. A swarm of insignificant ants. A single wave of sword aura erupted from his blade, sending the entire mob of disciples flying. The Zhuan shielded herself, reeling in shock. The power behind that single strike. It's at the second level of the mortal severing realm. Just who is this kid? Qin Nan leveled his blade directly at the Juan. Done hiding behind your lackeys like a coward. Why don't you face me yourself? Enraged, the Juan charged with her own sword, screaming, "Insolent fool." She swung her blade, unleashing a wave of energy, and bellowed, "You dare look down on me?" Qin Nan watched the attack rush towards him with a simple scoff as he drew his own sword to meet it. He effortlessly parried the Juan's attack. She was utterly stunned. How is that possible? With just one move. ... He completely neutralized a strike containing 50% of my power. The old ancestor clapped in approval. Well done. Your technique may be simple. ... But its destructive force is absolutely astonishing. Qin Nan gestured tauntingly. Is that all you've got? Bring it on. Realizing she was outmatched, the Juan prepared to make a run for it. But trying to save face, she cleared her throat and declared, "We'll call it a day, for now. I'll graciously spare your vast moon sect. This time, we will return to settle this another day." She turned to her followers. "We're leaving." Qin Nan raised his blade, his eyes filled with contempt for the arrogant group. "Leaving? It won't be that simple." He spun, leaping into the air, and brought down a thunderous strike upon the Juan. She hastily raised her sword to block, sneering, "I was being merciful and sparing your life. ... Double quotes. ... And you throw yourself at death's door." But as Qin Nan's blade descended, the Juan's sword shattered into 1,000 pieces. The smug look on her face from just a moment ago was replaced by a mask of pure terror. She immediately dropped to her knees, crying out, I surrender. Please, don't kill me." The Netherworld sect disciples cried out in alarm. Elder Qin Nan slammed the tip of his sword into the ground, his voice booming. "Go back and tell your sect master, double quotes, ... to wash his neck and prepare for my burning heaven's sword." At his command, the disciples scrambled away in terror. Fear was etched onto every one of their faces. The Juan looked up at Qin Nan and stammered, What are you going to do?" A chilling smile spread across Qin Nan's face. "Why, I'm taking you prisoner, of course." Back at the vast moon sect, disciples escorted the Juan away, shouting, "Move it! Behave yourself!" Li Yu turned to Qin Nan. "I witnessed your battle. In the few short days you were gone, your power has grown exponentially. It seems you're about to break through to the second level of the mortal severing realm, aren't you?" Qin Nan just grinned. "Hey, getting close. Getting close." She placed a hand on his shoulder, teasing him, "With your heaven-defying growth rate, you'll probably catch up to me in no time." Hearing this, Qin Nan could only cough twice to hide his embarrassment. Eyeing. He then remembered his true purpose for returning. "Sect, Master Li. Do you know of a place called the Extreme Frosty Lands?" Li Yu raised an eyebrow. "The Extreme Frosty Lands. Why are you suddenly asking about that place?" Qin Nan felt a bit flustered and scratched his head. "Well, I have a very important reason for needing to know." She rubbed her temples. "It's not that I can't tell you. It's just that the Extreme Frosty Lands are far too dangerous for you at your current level." Qin Nan was intrigued. "Sect Master Li Yu, could you please elaborate? What kind of danger are we talking about?" Li Yu crossed her arms and began to explain. "The place is called the Extreme Frosty Lands for a reason. It's actually the ancestral burial grounds of the Netherworld sect, and its defenses are impenetrable. Rumor has it that incredibly powerful spirit beasts guard the area. Not only would you have to deal with Zhu Yu's interference, double quotes, ... but you'd also have to overcome the guardian beasts to even set foot inside." Far from being afraid, Qin Nan found this revelation fascinating. "So that's how it is. So the Extreme Frosty Lands are the Netherworld sect's tomb, huh? How very interesting!" Li Yu looked at him sternly. You reckless boy. I don't know where you get this confidence. But with your first-level mortal severing realm strength, ... you have absolutely no chance against you. Not even if I were to fight by your side. Qin Nan simply turned and waved dismissively over his shoulder. Don't worry, Sect Master. I have my own methods. Liu could only put her hands on her hips, watching his figure disappear into the distance, muttering to herself, "That boy is truly one of a kind." Later, in a private chamber within the sect, Qin Nan began to meditate. A single thought consumed his mind. It is time to absorb the bloodline ... The ancient power of the pure azure flame. Gazing at the azure flame dancing in his palm, Qin Nan marveled. The pure azure flame truly lives up to its legend as one of the 10 great ancient bloodlines. I can already feel the immense spiritual power radiating from it. Qin Nan clenched his fist, and the azure flame instantly enveloped his entire body. But moments later, a cry of agony escaped his lips. It's burning! So intense. Gazing at the blue light emanating from Qin Nan's room, Liu fell into deep thought. She wondered, just how many secrets was this boy hiding? Back with Qin Nan, he had just finished absorbing the power of the pure green flame. A look of relief washed over his face as he thought, excellent. I've finally succeeded in absorbing this pure green flame. The old ancestor at his side was just as delighted. My boy, you've also broken through to the second level of the mortal shattering realm. Not bad. Not bad at all. Although his strength was only at the second level of the mortal shattering realm, with the sword finger realm he'd mastered, plus the ancient bloodline he just absorbed, he now had enough power to fight even a cultivator at the 4th level of the mortal shattering realm. Hearing this, a wave of elation washed over Qin Nan. He clenched his fists. Ju, prepare to die. Meanwhile, at the Nether Sect, Elder Hong Yang was loudly discussing that boy, Qin Nan. Before, he had clearly only just broken through to the 1st level of the mortal shattering realm. How could his strength have surged so dramatically? Ju Yu, however, appeared utterly confident. Within this northern region, my strength at the very least ranks among the top 10. For Qin Nan, to come knocking is nothing more than a death wish. A foolish attempt to gift me his very own bloodline. Hong Yang respectfully clasped his hands. There's no need to trouble the sect master. I am willing to go and sever that boy Qin Nan's head as an offering. A smug smile spread across Ju Yu's face. Very well. I know the Grand Elder broke through to the 2nd level of the mortal shattering realm just a few days ago. Your vast sky palm technique has also reached the stage of great completion. With your current power, taking Qin Nan's head should be simple. The old man declared boldly, I will go and return in a flash. Not long after Hong Yang departed, another person rushed in, frantically, shouting, Sect Master, the Grand Elder has been killed by that Qin Nan. The news struck Ju Yu like a thunderbolt, and he shot to his feet. What? He ground his teeth, his face darkening. The Grand Elder was a veteran of 100 battles. How could he possibly fall to a mere boy? That Qin Nan had captured 2 of his elders, killed his Grand Elder, and brought ruin to his sect. This was a blood feud that could never be forgiven. With that thought, he gave an order to his subordinates. All of you, leave me. He stood up, trembling as he walked towards a strange beacon of light. Radiating a sky-high demonic aura, he knelt. My lord, please grant me your instructions. From within the light, a man with crimson hair, a demonic mask, and lips as black as the void gradually appeared. Seeing him, Ju, you called out in fear. Master! The figure let out a terrifying laugh. That boy, Qin Nan, has absorbed 4 ancient bloodlines. He has become the perfect vessel. Capture him alive and bring him before me. Also, there's Ning Ru Yun. Bring her forth. I need to absorb her bloodline as well. Ju Yu bowed his head in obedience. Understood. The man turned back and added, Furthermore, you may unleash the full extent of your demonic power. There's no need to restrain it any longer. Hearing this, Zhu Yu's face lit up with joy as he stammered, "Thank you, my lord." After giving his orders, the man turned back into the light and vanished. Zhu Yu stepped out, his heart filled with wicked delight. If I don't need to suppress my demonic power, my strength can reach the 4th level of the mortal-shattering realm. Qin Nan, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. He calmly stepped outside to face Qin Nan. The wind whipped through Zhu Yu's long, white hair. Qin Nan stared directly at Zhu Yi, his voice booming with a demand. "Hand over Ningru." The man just scoffed. "That woman! Her bloodline was absorbed by me long ago. She has already turned to ash and vanished from this world." Hearing those words, Qin Nan's expression grew dark, his eyes blazing with fury. He instantly erupted with a colossal amount of power. A golden aura enveloped his body, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. The white-haired man simply sneered at the sight. Not a bad display of power. With no more words to say, Qin Nan immediately drew the sword from his back, aimed it squarely at his foe, and roared, "Die for me!" Seeing the massive wave of sword energy hurling towards him, the long-haired man didn't dare underestimate it and hastily dodged, causing Qin Nan's strike to miss. The attack slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent rock and debris flying everywhere. The man thought to himself, "If I hadn't dodged that, I'd be meeting my ancestors." Cold sweat trickled down his brow at the thought, giving him no time to rest. Qin Nan unleashed another slash with his enormous heaven sword. His opponent swiftly dodged again without a moment's hesitation. He thought he had completely evaded the attack, but a single drop of blood suddenly trickled down his face. When he looked again, a fresh scar marred his cheek from the last slash. That had grazed him. The flowing blood made him gasp in horror, sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing his handsome face ruined, he erupted in rage, unleashing a violent purple aura that sent Qin Nan flying several meters back as he screamed, "Arg!" Then, a strange transformation began on his forehead as 2 long, black horns sprouted forth. He had finally unleashed his full demonic power. He now looked no different from a true, vicious demon. Seeing this, Qin Nan remained strangely calm. He looked at him and said, "A body corrupted by demonic power, ... and an ancient gold attribute bloodline. You are a clone of the evil sovereign. There's no doubt about it." By now, his opponent had completely lost control, his eyes glowing red, his head crowned with horns, laughing like a madman. "I will make you, Qin Nan, suffer a fate worse than death." With those words, he unleashed his thunderous lightning of a myriad army technique, aimed straight at Qin Nan. From the sky, countless streaks of purple lightning descended with terrifying speed. Qin Nan moved swiftly, simultaneously activating his defensive shield, the earth element protective shield, to defend himself. But even with the shield, the lightning struck with such force that it shattered instantly, forcing Qin Nan to use his heaven sword to struggle against the onslaught, gritting his teeth with great difficulty. Seeing Qin Nan in such a desperate state, his opponent laughed maniacally. "Haha, I told you. Metal conquers wood, and earth gives birth to metal. Your 2 bloodlines are useless. ... Against my gold attribute bloodline, have you forgotten already?" Qin Nan. After the dust settled, Qin Nan looked a little worse for wear, with a few scratches on his face, but he was still unnervingly calm. He spat out some dust and said, "Whatever else you have, bring it all out." Hearing this, his opponent summoned a long spear wreathed in lightning, roaring in fury. "You arrogant brat!" He immediately charged forward, thrusting the spear, crackling with purple energy, straight towards Qin Nan. But Qin Nan didn't even flinch. He held his colossal heaven sword firmly, bringing it forward to block his opponent's attack. Then, he launched himself off the ground, leaping directly towards his foe. Fixing his gaze on the hovering opponent, the enemy warrior raised his spear, preparing for a battle that would shake the very heavens. In the next instant, they both lunged at each other. Spear and sword clashed, creating a terrifying explosion of lightning and fire. Yet their relentless assault on one another never ceased. The enemy then leaped high into the air, raising his spear for a finishing blow. In a flash, he soared upwards before launching the colossal weapon down on Qin Nan. That attack descended like a meteor, blasting a massive crater in the ground. But one strike wasn't enough, as dust and debris filled the air. Before Qin Nan could even reappear, his foe launched another assault. With a wicked grin, he sneered. With your insignificant power at the second level of the mortal breaking realm, ... What right do you have to act so arrogant before me? Had you surrendered earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation. But as soon as he finished speaking, ... A voice echoed out that froze him in place. Is that what you think? From out of nowhere, Qin Nan had already appeared directly behind him. His massive sword was now pressed against the enemy's murderous, stunned face. You've always relied on your elemental attribute, ... to suppress and mock me. Now, I'll return the favor, with the pure azure flame in my hands. ... I will teach you the meaning of humility. Wasting no more words, Qin Nan gathered his power, unleashing spiraling flames that coiled like serpents. They shot towards his foe, ready to burn him to cinders. Watching the flames rush toward him, the man's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Impossible! How could you possess an ancient fire attribute bloodline? This cannot be! But no matter how much he denied it, the flames descended with blinding speed. They erupted in a massive explosion, giving him no time to counter ... sending him to meet his ancestors. Qin Nan watched and muttered, "That single attack has completely drained my body." The old ancestor then appeared at his side. "Young man, take your time with your cultivation. The path ahead is long, and the challenges you face will only grow." Hearing this, Qin Nan smiled and clenched his fists, saying, "I know. I am a man, and I must ascend to the divine realm." The old ancestor then reminded him, "The metalatrable bloodline has appeared. Young man, are you not going to absorb it?" And so, Qin Nan flew straight towards the remains. The enemy's body had been incinerated by the flames, leaving only a single object behind. He looked at it and said, "This is the metal attribute bloodline. The myriad forces gold of the 10 great ancient bloodlines, isn't it?" Then, he reached his hand toward it. Feeling the immense lightning power circulating within, he immediately began absorbing it, causing lightning to strike his body relentlessly and forcing him to scream in agony. After a few moments, the absorption was complete. Seeing this, the old ancestor hovered in the air, crossing his arms with a pleased smile. Hey, well done. After devouring this bloodline ... Your realm is about to have another breakthrough, I'm afraid. And just as he said, Qin Nan broke through. Purple lightning arced from his hands. A breakthrough. Energy then flooded his entire body. He looked at the old ancestor with a joyful grin. Third level of the mortal breaking realm. The old ancestor added, "You now possess 5 of the ancient bloodlines. When facing an opponent, ... At the 5th level of the mortal breaking realm, you might just have a fighting chance." As he celebrated with the old ancestor, a sinister red aura suddenly appeared, startling him. He glared at it and roared with fury. "Evil Venerable!" From within the red mist, the evil Venerable emerged. Not bad at all. He parted his pitch-black lips in a wicked laugh. "To kill you so easily... It seems your strength has improved." Not allowing him to say more, Qin Nan charged forward, bringing his colossal heaven sword down upon him. It seemed the sword had pierced the evil Venerable, but no, he vanished in an instant. And reappeared from a crimson-black portal behind Qin Nan, who spun around in shock. The villain turned to him with a vile smirk. "Oh, Qin Nan! You're still so naive. How could my true body possibly appear before you? Of course, I am hidden away in a dark place, slowly observing you. Unable to land a blow, Qin Nan gripped his sword and stared him down. Your clone in the northern domain has already been killed by me. What other tricks do you have? The evil venerable crossed his arms with an arrogant laugh. You have gathered 5 of the 10 great ancient bloodlines. ... You have worked so hard for me. Once I collect the remaining 5, I will come for the ones you possess, he continued, baring his fangs. For that, I should even thank you. Thank you, Qin Nan, for gathering the 10 bloodlines for me. Furthermore, I need a perfect body for my revival. And you, Qin Nan, are the perfect vessel. Then, a purple aura emanated from his body, as he pointed at Qin Nan. When I have obtained all 10 great ancient bloodlines and use your body for my resurrection, ... At that time, I will ascend to the divine realm and stand among the gods. Hearing this, the hidden old ancestor raged and materialized. Evil venerable, you are truly delusional. Even if I am only a spirit, I will stop your revival. The evil venerable merely laughed with contempt. HMPH, little divine sword, spirit. You want to stop me? You should first consider how to get a new body for yourself. With that, he began to depart, offering Qin Nan one last statement. Qin Nan, continue to grow. The stronger you become, the more powerful I will be when you become my vessel. And with that, he slowly faded away with a triumphant laugh. Ha 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 ha! Ha! At this moment, Qin Nan gripped his heaven sword tightly and said, So he never killed me before, because he wanted to possess my body for his resurrection. Hearing this, the old ancestor placed a hand on his shoulder. Rest assured, it will take him time to collect the other 5 bloodlines. During this period, you can still strive to cultivate. When he is truly ready to deal with you, you will absolutely be able to defeat him. Qin Nan replied, Understood. I need to keep a close watch on Ningru. After all, when the evil venerable spoke of the 5 remaining bloodlines, that surely ... includes the Heaven-Slayen bloodline within Ningruin's body. He then looked up to the sky, just as someone flew over. Li Yu ... must have already rescued Ningru. Seeing a crimson streak fly by, he immediately followed it with his eyes. Then, he leaped high into the air. He arrived at Ningruin's side. Seeing him, she ran towards him, tears streaming down her face as she called out, Qin Nan. And, in an instant, the two of them embraced tightly. Seeing her crying, he asked, Sister Rune, are you all right? She looked at him and said, I'm fine. They only imprisoned me, saying they wanted to personally hand me over to the evil venerable. Hearing this, Qin Nan was filled with rage, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. Evil venerable, ever since the great flame sect. He has been plotting against me from the shadows. My father's death is directly connected to him. This is a blood feud that cannot be reconciled. I must destroy him with my own hands. Hearing this, Ruyun's face filled with self-blame. It's all my fault. My cultivation is worthless. I've been training forever, and I still can't break through the mortal transcension realm. If I had just reached it sooner, I wouldn't be holding you back anymore. He then placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled warmly. You have to believe in yourself. When I first met you, you were only at the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. But when we reunited at the Great Flame Sect, you advanced 10 stages in a single day, leaping directly from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 3rd level of the Tao entry realm. You astonished the entire sect, he continued. It's not that you aren't trying. You're simply accumulating a deep foundation. When your breakthrough finally comes, you'll shock the world. You might even surpass me directly. Hearing this, her spirits lifted. Hearing you say that has cleared my mind. I'll keep training as hard as I can. Thank you. He then stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, before remembering, right, let's get down to business. He looked at her and began his explanation. Of the 10 great ancient bloodlines, only the pure water attribute bloodline and the great freedom bloodline remain unaccounted for, along with the Asura bloodline and the heaven-burning bloodline. These 4 ancient godlike powers have yet to surface. They are the heretic lord's next targets. Just then, the old ancestor appeared. The water attribute bloodline should be in the east domain. But just like the fire attribute bloodline ... which appeared in the north domain instead of the god's domain, it's very possible the water bloodline isn't where we think it is. The other 3 ancient bloodlines are even harder to pinpoint. Finding the remaining 4 will be an almost impossible task. Hearing this, she frowned. If it's that difficult for us to find the 4 remaining ancient bloodlines, then it must be just as difficult for the heretic lord, right? Suddenly, the old pill ancestor also appeared to join the discussion. There is another possibility. The heretic lord may have already collected some of them. He could be searching for only the final 1 or 2. Then, the main character spoke, drawing the focused, glowing eyes of the other 3. Actually, there's something I need to tell you all. After I absorbed the fire attribute bloodline, I gained the ability to sense the locations of the other ancient bloodlines. Upon hearing this, all 3 of them, young and old, were stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "What did you say?" Seeing their reaction, he scratched his head thoughtfully. Perhaps because I now possess more than half of the ancient bloodlines, this ability has awakened within me. He then unrolled a map. Right now, I can faintly sense the water attribute bloodline and the heaven-burning bloodline. They are both in the east domain. Meanwhile, the Great Freedom and Asura bloodlines are in the west domain. He pointed to a spot on the map. The pill ancestor spoke up. The heretic lord's lair is in the boundless mountain of the west domain. Could it be that he has already obtained the Asura and Great Freedom bloodlines? The ancestor nodded in agreement. It's highly likely. If our theory is correct, then his next target will be the east domain. He's coming for the water and heaven-burning bloodlines. The main character gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. Yes, ... The heretic lord, without a doubt, has already sent his avatars to the east domain. I must get there immediately. After giving instructions to Ruyun, he turned to say his goodbyes. But before I go to the east domain, there is a promise I must fulfill. Ruyun, you should return to the vast moon sect and meet with sect master Li Yu. I still owe Ling Yezi a batch of pills, but I'm missing one ingredient. The froststone bamboo. It grows in the burial grounds of the Netherworld sect. I cannot break my word. The young woman nodded obediently. Okay. I will head back to the vast moon sect. After a long journey, night had fallen by the time he set foot in the burial grounds of the Netherworld sect. Glancing around, he murmured to himself, "This Netherworld sect burial ground is quite vast, but this gloomy aura is incredibly unsettling." He continued deeper into the grounds. Liu's prior warning echoed in his mind. Liu once said that a powerful spirit beast guards this very place. It seems I must be careful. Lost in thought, he suddenly stopped before a rather imposing tombstone. It seems the owner of this tomb held some status. Could this be the founding ancestor of the Netherworld sect? Suddenly, a voice, dripping with annoyance, echoed from within the tomb. "Do not disturb my peace. Leave this place at once." The young man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, that voice alone can shake my spiritual core. Whatever is in there possesses immense power, but his reckless spirit was stronger than his fear. He tightened his grip on the celestial sword, his expression hardening. "HMPH, I must see the true face of whoever you are." Another voice replied with a challenge. "You insect. I will warn you one last time. If you do not leave, I will tear you limb from limb." Hearing this, the young man hoisted his massive sword onto his shoulder. With a taunting look, he unleashed a powerful technique, striking the tomb and shattering it to pieces. Behind the rubble, a doorway was revealed. It radiated a chilling white frost. He stepped closer with a sly look. Such a powerful frosty aura. This must be a land of extreme cold. I was right. The froststone bamboo has to be in here. The moment he stepped inside, he was startled by the sight of a massive coffin. What is going on? Ice began to form all around him. And then a giant white wolf with blazing red eyes filled with killing intent roared. You ant, take one more step, and I will obliterate your very soul. Despite the threat, the young man was unfazed. In fact, he let out a confident laugh. If I'm not mistaken, this place is merely an illusory space you've created. You keep threatening to kill me, but you never make a move. Even now that I've entered this crypt, all you do is issue empty warnings. If you were truly so powerful, you would have struck me down already. Why waste so many words? Isn't that right? His bluff had been called. The white wolf snarled, gathering energy. You, ant. I was kind enough to offer you a path to survival, but you are a fool. Now, you will die. Yet, the young man stood tall, smirking defiantly. A mere illusion. Even if your attacks were stronger, they could never harm me. My state of mind is unshakable. Your tricks cannot possibly damage my spirit. As he finished speaking, a wave of purple energy shot directly at him. It caused a massive explosion. Yet he stood firm without a single scratch, gripping his Celestia sword and smiling. Now, it's my turn. He immediately unleashed his technique. Asura Blade Draw. The white wolf's eyes widened at the sight of his attack, but before the blow could land, the wolf's illusion vanished, leaving him stunned. In the next instant, a wolf of flesh and bone appeared. Without a word, it lunged straight for him. But he was more than ready. With a ferocious roar, he swung his sword. You court death. With a single slash, the wolf was sent to the afterlife. He looked at it with disdain. A mere beast, not even at the mortal realm, dared to act so fierce, pathetic. Suddenly, the old ancestor materialized, pointing towards a plant in the corner. That is the coldstone bamboo. With a flash of his blade, Qin Nan sliced through the stalk. Holding it in his hand, he marveled. A 5-segmented coldstone bamboo. It must be at least 5,000 years old. Truly a rare find. Suddenly, his eyes caught something. He pushed against the wall, revealing a hidden door. As the door creaked open, an arctic chill that pierced to the bone blasted out, making him shudder uncontrollably. He hugged himself, his face pale. So cold! The old ancestor cried out in alarm. This is a heaven-tier treasure, the Coldwater Pearl. Quick, look! He turned his head and saw it. A shimmering azure pearl, surrounded by illusions of soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes. A true heaven-tier treasure. He gasped in awe. This might be the highest-grade artifact in the entire Tianyan continent. The old ancestor nodded gravely. Indeed, Saint and God-tier treasures, which are above the heaven tier, have never appeared here. They likely only exist in the God Realm, but he wasn't listening. Like a child with a new toy, our main character eagerly rushed towards the treasure, leaving the old ancestor to shake his head in defeat. This Coldwater Pearl was an absolute masterpiece. This time, I've hit the jackpot! The pearl contained an immense amount of glacial spiritual energy. The old ancestor stroked his beard and advised, You can use this! It will surely elevate your cultivation realm. But if you swallow it directly, it will freeze you solid. You must refine it into a pill first. Only then can you absorb its spiritual energy. He grinned at the treasure in his hand. Perfect. I also need to refine the Baikuan Fisher Stone pill for Ling Yezi. I'll head to the great city in the north region to buy the ingredients. The scene shifts to Bingdong City in the north region, where he sat meditating inside a wooden pagoda. This alchemy workshop actually has a private refinement room. What a score! He raised his hands and began the delicate process. He had barely started when a massive explosion rocked the building. The room disintegrated, sending rubble raining down on the terrified pedestrians below. Amidst the ruins, our hero stood up, clenching his fist with a triumphant grin. The Baikuan Fisher Stone pill is complete. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surge through his body. After consuming the pill refined from the Coldwater Pearl, my realm has broken through directly. 2. The third level of the mortal realm-breaking stage. But his moment of triumph was cut short as an old man erupted from the ground. his face a mask of fury. You destroyed my refinement room. You will compensate me. Without a word, our hero tossed down a small bottle and turned to leave. This is a golden immortal pill, crafted from leftover materials. It's enough for you to build 2 new alchemy workshops. Farewell. The old man snatched the bottle from the air. Opening it, he saw a radiant golden pill. Tears welled up in his eyes. A real golden immortal pill. Forget the workshops. This is enough to build 10. His demeanor changed in a flash. He looked up at the departing figure and yelled, "Great, Master! You're welcome to come back and blow up my workshop anytime." Meanwhile, our hero had arrived at Ling Yezi's mountain. As he stepped inside, a red-haired man sharpening his sword looked up. "Well, did you find the cold stone bamboo?" He proudly presented the pill bottle. "Not only did I find the bamboo, I've already refined the Baikuan Fisher stone pill you desperately needed." The old master was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "What? You truly refined the Baikun Fisher stone pill?" Before he could say more, our hero tossed the bottle to him. "Hurry! Take it!" The master caught it and, without hesitation, downed its contents. Instantly, sweat poured down his face like rain. His face contorted in agony. He trembled violently as purple veins bulged across his skin, and he let out a guttural scream of pain. Witnessing this, our hero's face paled. Could this be the poison's backlash? A moment later, the old master suppressed the toxic energy, weeping with joy. This Baikuan Fisher stone pill not only cleansed the poison I've suffered from for years, but it also pushed my realm to the 6th level of mortal realm breaking. Our hero clasped his hands. "Congratulations, great master." The old man shook his head. "This is all thanks to you, Qin Nan. Otherwise, I would have just been waiting for death, let alone advancing my cultivation." He gave a wry smile. "Master Ling Yezi, you're too kind. We had an agreement. You give me a furnace, I give you a pill. No thanks are needed," the old master replied with a serious tone. "I gave you something insignificant, but you saved my life. How can that possibly be an equal trade?" He placed a hand on his shoulder. "From now on, we are brothers. If you ever face trouble, you come find me. My 6th level realm... May not be the strongest on the Tianyan continent, but I can defeat the vast majority of foes." Our hero smiled brightly. "Then I humbly accept. Thank you, Brother Ling Yezi." The scene shifts to the Hao Yu Sect's main pavilion. He was looking around. Where is Yuru Yun? Why haven't I seen her?" A silver-haired woman spoke from her high seat. "To avoid bringing you trouble, she broke through to the mortal realm-breaking stage this morning. She has entered secluded cultivation in the sect's mystic realm." She continued, "I find your relationship... strange. She could clearly live under your protection. So why must she strive so hard to grow stronger? Wouldn't a more peaceful life be better?" He replied with a stern expression. "She has her own ambitions and her own goals. I respect her choices. More importantly, regardless of her power, she will always have my respect." The silver-haired woman sighed. "It seems I am getting old. I no longer understand the minds of you young people." He turned to leave. "Please, tell her for me that I have left for the eastern region. She can cultivate in peace." The woman nodded. "Understood. Your message will be delivered. Rest assured." And with that, he took to the skies. A few days later, he reached the eastern region, a land of breathtaking beauty. I can already smell the salt of the sea breeze. It turned out, he and the old ancestor were hovering high above the ocean. The old ancestor asked, "Well, my boy, have you pinpointed the ancient bloodline's location?" He pointed towards the horizon. "My senses tell me. The ancient water retribute bloodline is over there." The two flew towards a distant island. "I think it's somewhere below. I'm sure of it." Moments later, he touched down on the island. Finding it completely deserted, he wondered, "Strange. There isn't a single person here." Suddenly, the water's surface began to churn, and he spun around in alarm. Suddenly, the old ancestor materialized, pulling him into the shadows of the bushes. Below them, a stunning figure with flowing pink hair emerged from the water's surface. Her flawless physique rose gracefully from the depths. The sight was so breathtaking, both he and the old ancestor were stunned speechless, nearly getting a nosebleed. What kind of breathtaking creature was this? So this was the legendary Jiao clan of the eastern region. The rumors of their beauty were true. But just then, several figures appeared on the shore. One of them sneered, "Jiu Lingyu, let's see you run now." In an instant, she drew upon the spiritual energy of the water around her. Blades of pure water materialized, launching toward her enemies. But a young man with white and violet hair simply waved his hand dismissively. Her water blades shattered into mist. The air crackled with tension as they faced off. The old ancestor whispered, "A fifth-level breaking mortal realm expert against a second-level. Looks like that girl, Jiu Lingyu, is done for." She pointed a trembling finger, her voice filled with rage. "Your father corrupted my entire clan with demonic arts. This is a blood feud that cannot be forgiven." The violet-haired man let out a sinister chuckle. Hey, just agree to become my slave, and I might ask my father to let you live." Her fury intensified. "HMPH, you beast, I'll kill you myself." The man signaled his lackeys. "Humph? You asked for this. Go, take her alive." Though startled, she quickly molded her spiritual energy into a weapon, ready for a fight to the death. The two sides clashed in an instant. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, the men were no match for her. She struck them down with ease, leaving them defeated on the water's surface. The old ancestor stroked his beard, impressed to defeat 3 opponents of the same realm. Her talent is extraordinary, but the girl remained vigilant, her guard still up. From his hiding spot, our hero murmured, "I can sense it. The aura of an ancient water attribute bloodline within her. That must be the source of her power. It explains her immense talent." With the minions dispatched, only the violet-haired leader remained. He clapped, slowly. "Not bad. Not bad at all. For a second-level cultivator. To think you could defeat 3 of my men at the same level. You truly live up to your title as the Jia clan's saintess." A wicked grin spread across his face. "But what a shame. Now, you face me, a 5th-level breaking mortal realm expert. You're injured. You can't run, and you can't win. Doesn't it feel hopeless?" Hearing this, she gripped her blade tighter. She raised her sword, her eyes blazing with defiance. "Ji Lingyu would rather die than surrender to a monster like you." Seeing the dire situation, our hero knew he couldn't hide any longer. "This is bad." He burst from the shadows like a guardian spirit. He held out his hand to stop her. "Young lady, hold on." She stared in confusion. "You are... ... The violet-haired man was enraged by the interruption, pointing a finger in his face. "Who in the hell are you? Are you looking for death?" Our hero crossed his arms, standing protectively before her. "I happened to overhear what this young lady was saying. She said your father corrupted her entire clan with demonic arts." The man's face turned crimson with rage. He clenched his fists, growling. "And so what if he did? What does it have to do with you?" Our hero placed a hand on his chest, declaring boldly, "When it comes to demonic arts, it has everything to do with me, Qin Nan." Enraged by his audacity, the man attacked. "You're courting death." He gathered his spiritual power and lunged forward, rushing thunder palm. Seeing this, Qin Nan just smirked, unleashing a palm of raging fire. "A metal attribute attack, the perfect test for my ancient fire attribute technique. Let's see how it fares against my 4th-level breaking mortal realm power." The 2 palms, one violet and one orange, collided in a world-shaking explosion. When the dust settled, the violet-haired man had been blown back several meters. He lay there coughing up blood, struggling to rise. He stared in utter disbelief. "Impossible! Impossible. You're clearly a level below me. How could you defeat me in a single blow? He pointed a shaking finger at them both, his voice full of venom. Jiuling, you, ... and you. Just you wait. The Ling clan, ... are the undisputed rulers of the eastern region. You can't afford to make an enemy of us. With that, he fled, but not before screaming a final threat over his shoulder. My father, ... is unmatched in power. He will take both of your pathetic lives with ease. The hero had saved the damsel in distress. The young woman bowed her head gratefully. Thank you for saving me, young master. Flustered by her thanks, he just scratched his head and laughed. Ah, ha ha. There's no need for such formalities. Seeing injustice and not acting isn't my way. It was the right thing to do. He said this coolly, but inside he was thinking if she knew he was secretly watching her, ... she'd definitely call him a creep. He extended a hand and asked, earlier, you said your entire clan was corrupted by demonic arts. What happened? She began her tragic tale. My Jiao clan. We were once the masters of the eastern region. The Ling clan was merely one of the human families who served under us. But then, the head of the Ling clan, Ling Zhongyang, had a fateful encounter. He obtained an ancient bloodline and led his clan to rise above all others. They became the strongest human clan in the eastern region, rivaling my own people. Her expression darkened. Then, a few days ago, ... The Ling clan suddenly acquired a terrifyingly evil power. They used it to corrupt nearly my entire Jia clan, turning them into puppets. Now, the eastern region belongs entirely to the Ling clan. The words struck him like a bolt of lightning. They suddenly acquired this power a few days ago. Could it be that the head of the Ling clan has gained the power of the evil sovereign? She was shocked. The evil sovereign? You mean the one who plunged the world into chaos 10,000 years ago? He clenched his fist. Yes. And his power is growing stronger every day. I suspect Ling Jinggang has fallen under his influence. He corrupted the Jiao clan of the eastern region. ... So the evil sovereign could absorb that demonic energy and grow even stronger. He continued his analysis. What's more, the evil sovereign is hunting for ancient bloodlines. And you possess an ancient water retributable bloodline. That puts you in incredible danger. Once the evil sovereign learns of your existence, he will send everyone he has to capture you. Hearing this, her face filled with worry. But I'm only at the second level of the breaking mortal realm. I can't possibly protect myself. He puffed out his chest confidently. Then stay with me. I'll guarantee your safety. She looked at him, half believing. Can you really? Seeing her doubt, he just smiled and decided to put on a little show. He unleashed the full power of his bloodlines. First, the phantom of an Asura appeared behind him. Then, the auras of 4 ancient bloodlines: metal, wood, water, and earth. After his display, he asked her smugly, So, what do you think? The girl was utterly speechless with awe. 5 ancient bloodlines, all residing in one person. You are the chosen one of heaven. He just scratched his head, confused. The chosen one of heaven. What do you mean? She began to explain. According to the legends of the Jiao clan, we had a saying. If the evil sovereign ever returned, the clan's ultimate treasure could be entrusted to the true son of heaven, and that destined one would be the person who gathered more than 5 ancient bloodlines. Hearing this, our hero froze for 5 whole seconds, his jaw on the floor. When he finally came to, it all made sense. It seems the Jiao clan's history spans at least 10,000 years, and they've upheld the prophecy of the evil sovereign's return. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand and pulled him along. We can't delay. I'll take you to get the Jiao clan's treasure. But after a few steps, she abruptly let go, leaving him confused. What's wrong? She stopped, making him freeze for another 5 seconds before turning to explain. The clan's treasure is inside our Luoshui Divine Palace. But that place has been overrun by the Ling clan. He smiled confidently. Don't worry. I believe my strength is more than enough to handle them. It turned out she had paused to scout the situation before leading the way once more. Together, they took to the skies. At the Ling clan's estate, the purple-haired thug was kneeling before his father. He bowed his head. Father, some kid appeared out of nowhere, injured me with a single palm strike, and even took Jiu Ling. Behind his father, the evil sovereign sat with his legs crossed, a sinister grin on his face. It seems this Qin Nan has finally arrived in the eastern domain. The father, a man with white and purple-streaked hair, stepped forward. Rest assured, evil sovereign, this Qin Nan is merely at the 4th level of the breaking the mortal realm. He's not even worthy of a single slash from my blade. The old man chuckled. Furthermore, as you instructed, my lord, I have already sent my eldest son, Ling Zhao, to retrieve the Jia clan's treasure from the Luoshui Divine Palace. With that treasure's help, my lord, your power will surely skyrocket. The evil sovereign was pleased. Excellent. Continue corrupting the Jiao clan. The more people fall to darkness, the stronger my own evil energy becomes. The day I reconstruct my body is close at hand. Once I have a physical form and obtain the 10 great ancient bloodlines, I can forge a divine body and ascend to the God Realm. Then, forget the Eastern Domain. The entire Tianyan continent will be yours, Ling Zhangjiang. The father quickly bowed. Understood. I will do everything in my power to clear the way for you, my lord, so that you may reform your body as soon as possible. He then turned to his kneeling son, his eyes blazing with fury. You useless whelp, take our clan's elite and capture Julingyu and Qin Nan. This eastern domain is no place for them to act so insolently. Though bitter, the purple-haired thug had to obey. Yes, father, I will take our elites and capture them immediately. Watching his son's departing figure, the old man muttered to himself, once the evil sovereign reforms his body and returns to this world, I will be the king of the entire eastern domain, perhaps even the whole Tianyan continent. Meanwhile, our hero and Jiu Lingyu had reached the Luoshui Divine Palace. She pointed ahead. That's the Luoshui Divine Palace. Our Jiao clan's ultimate treasure is hidden inside. She then turned to look at him. If you obtain the Jiao clan's treasure, your strength will increase dramatically. But in return, you must help me destroy the Ling clan and avenge my people. Eh? Replied with a solemn vow. The Ling clan has fallen to become the claws of the evil sovereign, committing countless evil deeds. I will most certainly annihilate them. A relieved smile appeared on her face. Good. Let's go. The two flew towards the Divine Palace, with her leading the way. Inside, they hid behind some bushes to observe. He turned to her and asked, the main gate is heavily guarded. If we try to force our way in, we'll face significant resistance. She smiled brightly. I know a hidden path. I'll lead you in. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Let's go. The two approached an unguarded statue. She explained, I can request its protection to open a path into the Divine Palace for us. With that, she placed her hand on the statue. A green light emanated from her hand as Jiu Lingyu gathered her spiritual energy. She had activated the formation, causing the statue to glow in response. He watched in amazement as a spatial gate materialized before them. She grabbed his hand, pulling him inside. Quickly, let's go. The moment they entered, the gate vanished. Inside the Luoshui Divine Palace, several people stood beneath 3 massive, frozen statues. These were the members of the Jiao clan who had been corrupted by evil. They were furiously hacking at the ice with axes. After getting nowhere, one of them lost his patience. Why isn't it broken yet? What kind of work is this? An old, white-haired man hurriedly bowed and reporting to the eldest young master. The ice on these statues is incredibly hard. These useless Jiao clan members have been hacking at it for 3 days without making a single crack. Hearing this, The eldest young master grew even more enraged, shouting right in the old man's face, "If these GI clan weaklings are useless, then you go. Or are you all useless trash as well?" The old man broke into a cold sweat. We've all tried, young master. It's no use." Ling Zhao shoved the old man to the ground. Utterly useless. He gritted his teeth, thinking, the Jiao clan's treasure is inside the central statue. How can I fail when the prize is right in front of me? He looked at his fist and grinned sinisterly. With the power of my 5th level breaking the mortal realm fist, how could I not shatter this pathetic piece of ice? With that thought, he targeted the middle statue, leaping into the air and unleashing a monstrous punch. The impact sent shockwaves that staggered everyone nearby. And yet, the ice encasing the statue remained without a single scratch, sending him into a blind rage. Damn it. How is this possible? He glared at the statue, his teeth grinding. If this drags on, the evil sovereign will surely blame me. And if I mess up my father's grand plan, my punishment will be severe. Just then, our hero and Zhu Lingyu made their entrance. She whispered, "That's Ling Lei's older brother, Ling Zhao, the eldest son of the Ling clan. His power is at the 5th level of the breaking the mortal realm." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A punch from a 5th-leveled expert can't even break this ice. It seems this is no ordinary material." She explained, "This ice, combined with the ancestral seal of my clan, cannot be broken by a normal attack." He wondered aloud, "If a normal attack won't work, could I break it using my ancient earth attribute?" She hesitated. "Well, it might be worth a try." And with that, our hero stepped forward. "All right then! I'll test this Ling Zhao myself, and see if he's as useless as his little brother." He appeared before Ling Zhao with a taunt. "Can't even break a block of ice. Is that patheticist all you have? You'd be better off practicing on pillows at home." Hearing the mockery, Ling Zhao's face twisted with rage. "Who the hell are you to laugh at me? Are you courting death?" The young man just smirked, arms crossed defiantly. "If you kneel and call me father, I might teach you how to shatter this block of ice." By now, Ling Zhao was seeing red as he clenched his fists and charged forward. "You insolent brat. You've asked for this." He unleashed a ferocious punch, but our hero parried it with his colossal azure sky sword, prepared to be turned into mist. With his superior weapon in hand, the taunts continued. "Put some effort into it. Did you skip breakfast?" Ling Zhao was so furious he could do nothing but roar in frustration. He unleashed another technique, the heaven-shattering triple combo fist. Countless punches, too fast for the naked eye, flew towards our hero. But he was no ordinary martial artist. He swung his sword, deflecting every single blow without fail. After his barrage missed completely, Ling Zhao stopped, gasping for breath. Seeing his chance, our hero spoke again. "If you didn't eat, I have some rations here." With that, he pulled a cake out of thin air, smirking. "Need some." This time, Ling Zhao looked like he was about to have a heart attack from pure rage. His face flushed crimson as he pointed and screamed. But our hero enjoyed the game, tossing the cake as if to a dog. "Here you go, boy. Catch!" Witnessing this ultimate humiliation, Ling Zhao froze as if struck by lightning, coughing up a mouthful of blood. With that, he collapsed, motionless. The first young master to die from being too easily triggered. Our hero walked closer, tut-tutting. The mental fortitude of today's youth is so poor, to think he'd get angered to death. Seeing their leader fall, his underlings screamed in terror. "The young master is dead." "He's dead!" "The young master is dead." After dealing with the ringleader, he turned to the pale-faced lackeys with a menacing glare. "Run now, and I might just spare your pathetic lives." Hearing this, the entire group fled for the hills, screaming, "Run for it!" He watched them go. He thought to himself, "These corrupted members of the Jiao clan are truly pitiful, all turned into mindless evil beings." Zhu Lingyu then walked to his side. She watched them flee and said, "If Ling Zhang hadn't colluded with the evil sovereign, my Jia clan would never have faced this catastrophe." He then asked, "If I kill the evil sovereign, Double quotes dot dot dot. Can these clansmen of yours, who have lost their minds, return to normal? She replied, if you can slay the evil sovereign, double quotes, dot dot dot. Not just my clansmen, but every corrupted person in this world could be restored to their former self. The ancestor's spirit reappeared. This young lady speaks the truth. 10,000 years ago, the evil sovereign used this very corruption to control the world. But after the Dawn ancestor and I sealed him with our combined power, double quotes, dot dot dot, all the corrupted people in the world returned to normal. Hearing this, our hero beat his chest with resolve. Rest assured, I will absolutely destroy him. He spoke with conviction, but his mind was already calculating. By destroying the evil sovereign and saving the world, I can also obtain the 10 great ancient bloodlines. With that power, I can finally ascend to the God Realm. The two turned back to the 3 statues. Zhu Lingyu explained, the beryl condensate pearl held by this statue is the supreme treasure of my Jia clan. Absorbing it can grant a martial artist an immense increase in both strength and cultivation realm. He then asked, you said before, dot dot dot, that the stone of the statue is a seal from your ancestor. So, how do we break it now? She answered, by combining the power of my Geo clan bloodline with the earth attribute ancient bloodline that you possess. Dot dot dot. We can shatter this seal and retrieve the beryl condensate pearl. Hearing this, he gripped his azure sky sword tightly. Then, let's begin. Immediately, he swung his massive blade straight toward the statue. Zhu Lingyu also channeled her spiritual energy, using her bloodline to help break the formation. At the same time, as Zhu Lingyu poured in her power, he leaped into the air, preparing a devastating slash to cleave right through the ice. The majestic sword key-struck, shattering the ice into a million fragments. As the frozen shell exploded, it revealed the statue of a Jiao clan matriarch holding a luminous green orb. Seeing it, he instantly flew forward. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out and claimed the treasure. As soon as he held it, Zhu Lingyu spoke. You can consume it now. Looking at the massive pearl, he was bewildered. Consume it. Surely, there's another way to absorb it. She pointed at the orb. Clench your fist and crush it. The power within the beryl condensate pearl will flow from your palm throughout your entire body. He was still curious. This is your clan's ultimate treasure. Why don't you use it yourself? She replied instantly. I am well aware of my own strength and talent. She then elaborated, without having at least 5 ancient bloodlines. Double quotes, dot dot dot, to support the immense power. Even if I absorb this beryl condensate pearl, my body would simply explode from the energy, and I would die. As if enlightened, he held the treasure and grinned. Very well. In that case, I'll accept it. After that, he tightened his grip on the sacred pearl. Without a second thought, he crushed it. A torrent of golden spiritual energy erupted from within. It coiled around his body like a divine dragon. This immense spiritual force poured ceaselessly into him. He could feel his power surging. His cultivation realm. My strength. I've broken through to the 5th level of the mortal-shattering realm. The ancestor watched from the side. The remnant spiritual energy of a single deceased Geo clan member. Dot 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 is small, but over 10,000 years. The gathered power of countless souls is enough to shake the entire eastern domain. Our hero smiled, which in turn pleased the ancestor. My boy, you're already on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of this mortal-shattering realm. The ancestor stroked his beard and mused. This beryl condensate pearl is truly domineering. If I had possessed such a treasure in my past life, why would I have worried about failing to ascend to the God Realm? Hearing this, our hero looked at the ancestor in surprise. Oh, ancestor. Dot dot dot. You were close to ascending to the God Realm in your past life. The ancestor sighed with regret. 10,000 years ago, during the Great War with the evil sovereign, my strength was already at the 7th level of the mortal-shattering realm. If that vile evil sovereign hadn't caused chaos and disrupted my cultivation, I would have ascended to the God Realm Long ago, our hero felt a pang of sympathy for the old spirit. That, is truly a great pity. The ancestor's expression turned stern as he clenched his fists. Therefore, to prevent you from repeating my regrets, you must eliminate the evil sovereign quickly. If our Qin clan can have someone like you ascend to the God Realm, it would bring unimaginable glory to our ancestors. I could then die with no regrets. He chuckled at that. Ancestor, don't speak such disheartening words. Whether you die or not is far from certain. If this evil sovereign could find a way to reform his physical body, then so can you. When that time comes, and you've recovered your strength, you can still ascend to the God Realm. Hearing Qin Nan's confidence. The ancestor gazed towards the heavens, lost in thought. Recover my strength. Ascend to the God Realm. Then he let out a long sigh, stroking his white beard. Aja, in the end, that is still a distant dream. Let's focus on the matters at hand. As for Qin Nan, he clenched his fists, his gaze filled with unshakable determination. HMPH. The next step was reclaiming Ling Gang's ancient bloodline. But as they discussed their grand plans, a purple-haired youth stormed in, his face dark with rage. He roared Qin Nan's name. Sensing danger, Qin Nan instinctively threw an arm out to shield Juling. The young man didn't waste words, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Nan and yelling, "It was you. You murdered my brother." Qin Nan immediately put on an innocent face. Shaking his head in mock confusion, he held out his hands and explained, No. He clearly died of frustration because he couldn't break the stone on that statue. What does that have to do with me? Hearing such a ridiculous excuse for death, the purple-haired youth's blood boiled. Impossible, he shrieked. You were the one who killed him? I will avenge him. With that roar, he unleashed his Thunder Dragon palm, aiming it directly at Qin Nan. Qin Nan simply tightened his grip on the Azure Sky Sword, a smirk playing on his lips. Another poor soul seduced by the evil lord. I'll send you to the afterlife on behalf of the living. True to his word, he unleashed his own Asura blade-drawing slash in response. His sword technique shot forward like a raging tempest. It crashed into his opponent's attack and effortlessly overpowered it. A truly clean and decisive counter. Qin Nan just stood still, observing. He waited for the purple-haired youth to take the full impact. As expected, a single move from Qin Nan was enough to send the boy flying several meters. He landed in a heap, looking no better than a dirty rag. Qin Nan struck a victorious pose, thinking to himself, the power of the 5th level mortal severing realm is truly leagues beyond the 4th. He then slowly approached the motionless body, which seemed to have already met its ancestors. With a wave of his hand, he drew a floating blue orb toward him, murmuring, absorbing this high-grade bloodline should significantly increase my power. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the dragon transformation bloodline orb. Instantly, he crushed it, letting streams of blue light envelop his entire body. After absorbing the energy, Qin Nan couldn't hide a smile of satisfaction. The feeling of breaking through to the 6th level of the mortal severing realm is even stronger now, but his moment of triumph was cut short. Suddenly, Julin Yu's Jiao clansman cried out in agony. Seeing this, her face filled with panic. What's happening to you all? Qin Nan immediately turned, his expression serious as he warned her. Be careful, milady. These corrupted clansmen of yours could transform into evil soldiers just like Ling Jiao. Once they change, their offensive power will be immense. But as he looked back at the clansmen, streams of white energy began to radiate from them. In a flash, they completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. All that remained were wisps of floating white energy. The ancestor frowned deeply. This isn't demonic energy. It's life force. The life force of these Jiao clan members is being absorbed. Hearing this, Qin Nan turned to the stunned girl beside him and yelled, We have to get out of here. With that, the three of them scrambled out of the hall. Qin Nan stopped, watching as the streams of white energy began converging in one direction. Sweat poured down Jilingyi's face as her voice trembled. What da? What is this? The ancestor stood behind them, his own brows slick with sweat. He explained with a grimace. It's the evil lord. He's absorbing the life force from the corrupted to reconstruct his physical body. Zhu Lingyu's face paled as she added, after being corrupted, there might be a chance of recovery, but once their life force is absorbed, death is certain. Qin Nan ground his teeth, his eyes burning with a cold fire. So this was the evil lord's true purpose all along, to absorb the life force of his pawns. Double quotes, ... all to rebuild his own body. The number of corrupted people in this world is countless. The northern domain alone has nearly 80% of its people afflicted. To say nothing of the other 4 domains, how many lives has this evil lord destroyed? The ancestor's head was now drenched in sweat. Once he reconstructs his body, we are all doomed. Hearing this, Qin Nan didn't waste another second. He leaped into the air, roaring, then we'll kill him before he can finish his reconstruction. Seeing Qin Nan take action, Zhu Lingyu immediately flew after him, her heart set. To save my Jiao clan, I must help. When they arrived, they found an army of people standing in formation, swords in hand. Their eyes were completely lifeless as their life force continuously streamed out. Converging on a single point, the soldiers raised their swords before them. They stared at Qin Nan, showing no fear of death. High above, the evil lord sat in meditation, calmly absorbing the life force. Seeing Qin Nan arrive, he simply broke into a monstrous laugh. The ancestor pointed upward and shouted, the evil lord is on top of that high tower. The old man with the purple-striped hair, who had lost both his sons to Qin Nan, locked eyes on his nemesis and roared, Qin Nan, you murdered my 2 sons. Today, I will take your wretched life. With a final word, he waved his hand, and the entire army surged forward. Charge! Get him, for me! The soldiers rushed ahead with their blades, but Qin Nan was completely unfazed, hefting his massive azure sky sword as he charged right into the center of the horde. Ready to take them all on by himself, he swung his blade a few times, sending several soldiers to meet their end. But a quick glance showed, ... There was still a sea of enemies blocking his path. The crowd swarmed him, forming a tight, impenetrable circle. In response, Qin Nan summoned a colossal Asura phantom with countless arms. The soldiers' jaws dropped in utter shock, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Seeing his minions frozen in place, the purple-striped old man snapped. What are you staring at? Kill him! Spurred by the command, the soldiers gritted their teeth and charged forward. Despite their terror, seeing their foolishness, Qin Nan frowned and raised his sword. You're courting death. He then swung his massive weapon, creating a devastating circle of fire. The attack sent the entire wave of soldiers collapsing like wheat in a storm. The old patriarch frowned, thinking, so he had another trick like this. He didn't hesitate. Sword in hand, he shot directly toward Qin Nan, shouting, let me be the one to send you to the afterlife. As he closed the distance, he roared, die! Qin Nan didn't bother to block. He simply dodged, letting the powerful strike cut through empty air. The force of the blow shattered the ground, sending dust and debris flying. When the smoke cleared, ... Qin Nan was still standing there with a mocking smile. Patriarch Ling, your methods are truly vicious. You'd even sacrifice your own clansmen. The old man's face twisted in rage as he pointed his sword at Qin Nan. How insolent. Their lives were a worthy sacrifice for the Ling family's grand destiny. But you dare obstruct the evil lord's salvation and our family's rise. You must die. Qin Nan burst into laughter at those words. The evil lord's salvation. He raised his azure sky sword, his aura blazing, as he declared, That is the greatest joke I have ever heard. The purple-striped elder just sneered back, one hand on his sword, the other raised. The people of this forsaken continent, every last one of them is pathetically weak. Once the evil lord forges his new body and absorbs the 10 great ancient bloodlines, he will ascend to the God Realm. Then, he will reshape this entire continent, granting immense power to all its people. Qin Nan smirked in return. Your body contains the heaven-burning bloodline, doesn't it? One of the 10 great ancient bloodlines. Are you truly willing to sacrifice 15 years of cultivation just to empower your evil lord? Hearing his true intentions exposed, the old man's brow furrowed. The common folk are weak and suffering. If my power can save them, then I, Ling Zheng, Yang, ... have no regrets. The ancestor, standing aside, could only shake his head. It seems the evil lord has been busy brainwashing more followers. He then turned to Qin Nan with a grave expression. The evil lord's true goal is the same as it was 10,000 years ago. He wants to control every soul on this continent, using their very life force as his own personal wellspring of power. With it, he will achieve the strength to ascend to the God Realm. Upon hearing this, disgust filled Qin Nan's face. To use the people of this world as mere fuel. What absolute evil! The purple-striped elder had heard enough. He lunged forward, sword in hand. Enough talk. Today, you become a stepping stone on the evil lord's path to divinity. Qin Nan stood his ground, gripping his azure sky sword tightly and roaring, "Then let's fight!" The old man leaped, his blade wreathed in a violet spiritual energy, slashing a deadly arc towards Qin Nan. Our hero merely glanced at him before launching himself forward, his own massive blade ready for action. He soared into the air, charging directly at the elder. One orange blade, one purple blade. The two weapons collided, creating a blinding, high-tension spectacle. The elder mocked him as they fought. Qin Nan, every cultivation level is a mountain of difference. Your 5th-level mortal-shattering realm is no match for my 6th. But Qin Nan was far from ordinary. Even in the heat of this fierce clash, he retorted, "If you don't unleash your demonic power soon, you'll become another soul, claimed by my blade." Enraged, the old man's face twisted into a furious snarl. "Arrogant brat!" he screamed. "Die for me!" Seeing this, Qin Nan didn't hesitate. With a wicked grin, he unleashed the full might of his ancient bloodlines. Asura, Holy Spirit Wood, pure azure fire, and original earth. The elder's eyes went wide at the sight, sweat pouring down his face. His advantage vanished in an instant, and he was completely overwhelmed by Qin Nan's relentless assault. Qin Nan looked at him and smiled. "Aren't you going to use your demonic power?" The old man's face turned crimson, and he gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn you! ... Damn you!" With a roar, he began his demonic transformation. His eyes glowed blood-red. 2 black horns erupted from his head, and his body started to swell. He became a hulking giant standing before Qin Nan. Our hero was startled by the sudden change, and before he could even react, the giant launched a devastating kick right into his jaw. The impact sent him flying backwards. He was thrown several meters, and as he struggled to his feet, he saw the giant pointing his sword at him. "Well now, little brat, to force me into my demonic state, you have some skill." The giant's eyes were glowing crimson as he bared his fangs in a monstrous grin, looking like a true demon. "But for that, you will pay with your life." Then, his arm morphed into a razor-sharp blade. With a blade in one hand and a sword in the other, he roared, "I will tear you to pieces." With that, he flew straight towards Qin Nan. Our hero hurriedly raised his sword to defend. The giant unleashed a vicious slash, sending a wave of dark purple sword energy hurtling forward. Qin Nan quickly leaped aside to dodge the energy blast, carving a deep trench in the ground. He then charged back towards the beast with his own massive weapon. Impressive. When he goes berserk, he doesn't even care about his own home. The ancestor appeared again to explain, after a demonic transformation, ... a person either becomes a mindless walking corpse or a bloodthirsty killing machine. Like a rabid dog, there's no humanity or reason left. Hearing this, Qin Nan declared, "If he's just a rabid dog, then I have no reason to waste any more time on him." He glanced up at the evil lord, who was still absorbing spiritual energy. He had to act now while the evil lord's body was still forming. Severing his connection to that power was the only priority. With that thought, he shot into the sky, aiming directly for the evil lord. The purple-striped demon saw him and immediately turned, roaring, "Don't you dare!" The creature flew up like a winged nightmare, blocking Qin Nan's path. He unleashed another ferocious slash. But Qin Nan swiftly dodged, sending more rock and debris flying. He glanced back at the demon with a triumphant smile. Too late. In a flash, he zipped past the wooden platform. With a single leap, he gripped the azure sky sword, appearing behind the evil lord, ready to strike down. But suddenly, the purple-striped elder reappeared, startling Qin Nan. The man now looked like a true demon. Red eyes, fangs, horns on. He bellowed, "You will not harm the evil lord." Before Qin Nan could react, the giant landed a brutal kick squarely in his stomach. The blow sent him flying several meters, knocking the azure sky sword from his grasp. Just then, within the swirling spiritual energy, a blood-red mist began to coalesce. Slowly, the evil lord's form took shape. His heart materialized and began to beat. The evil lord could feel his body being reborn. Seeing this, the purple-striped elder grinned from ear to ear. My lord, your resurrection is finally at hand. A new body, at last." But as he celebrated, a hand suddenly clamped around his throat, choking him. It was the evil lord himself, hovering in the air, holding the elder aloft with one hand. The elder's joy turned to sheer terror as he trembled and stammered, My lord, ... Why?" The evil lord turned to him with an ice-cold voice. "My reincarnation is just shy of a little power, so I'll just take the bloodline energy from your body." With that, he gave a sinister smile. He began to absorb the elder's power. In moments, the old man's face became gaunt and pale. His use fulfilled, the evil lord released his grip, letting him fall. He licked his lips. This is the power I've missed for so long." The old man trembled, desperately reaching out. My lord, ... He grabbed onto the evil lord's leg. "I have given you my bloodline. What about the promise you made to me?" Before he could finish, the evil lord kicked him away, sending him crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. The old master coughed up a pool of blood, yet somehow he clung to life, struggling to rise. At that moment, the evil sovereign descended, his eyes filled with contempt. "You've lost your bloodline. You're nothing more than trash." The old man clutched his chest in agony. "But you clearly promised me. You said I would rule the Eastern Domain and the entire Tianyan continent." The evil sovereign strode forward and slammed his boot directly into the old man's face. "Do you really think I would hand such a vital position over to a worthless cripple?" Pinned beneath the foot, the old man desperately tried to push it away, pleading, "Evil sovereign, I personally led the Geo clan and most of the Eastern Domain tribes into corruption for my dedicated service. Give me a chance." Hearing this, he let out a vile laugh. "Let me be honest with you. This entire Tianyan continent is nothing more than a fish on my chopping block. You will become a source of my power. Whether I give you a chance or not, you will die just like all the other countless beings." The old man turned his head away and roared, "You beast, you're a demon." His foe just bared his teeth in a maniacal grin. Then he laughed wildly in the old man's face. "That's right, I am the evil spirit, the demon reborn into this world." With his final words, he stomped down hard on the old man's head, causing it to explode in a shower of blood. Qin Nan, who had been watching, clapped in mock appreciation. A brilliant performance of the farmer and the snake. Truly captivating. Seeing Qin Nan, the evil sovereign turned to face him. "Long time no see, Qin Nan. The ancestor suddenly appeared behind him, his voice grave. You must be careful. The evil sovereign's current strength is at least at the 8th level of the mortal-breaking realm, at your current 5th level. Stopping him will be incredibly difficult. But hearing the ancestor's words, he felt no fear, gripping his massive blade tightly. What's so scary about a difficult fight? It's better than letting him kill Ning Ruyun. Yang Lai, the Asking Sword Sect, the Great Yan Sect, the Great Zhou Kingdom, ... and every living soul on this continent. Seeing this, the evil sovereign just grinned at the boy's defiance. Are you looking to have a match with me? Qin Nan's brow furrowed in response. No. With that, he charged forward without hesitation, slashing at the evil sovereign. I'm here to kill you. The sovereign didn't even bother to dodge, casually raising a hand to catch the tip of his blade. Qin Nan was stunned and horrified, sweat pouring down his face, while his enemy just kept on smiling. A mere firefly daring to shine against the sun. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Qin Nan was sent flying several meters before he could even steady himself. His enemy appeared behind him with terrifying speed. He unleashed a devastating kick that sent agony through Qin Nan's back, forcing out a scream. The blow made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Lingyu stood nearby, her face pale with terror. Thrown by the kick, Qin Nan tumbled several times in a cloud of dust. But luckily, after a moment, he managed to flip over and land successfully on his feet. Then said, I'm all right. The evil sovereign stood there, sneering. Trying to act tough in front of a woman is always the behavior of the weak. Qin Nan, you truly disappoint me. Qin Nan activated his Asura bloodline, creating a phantom image, and roared at him. Just what are you? He then raised his blade and soared upwards to strike. Now, die. Seeing him unleash his technique, his enemy merely said, This move has a bit of power. Wanting no more talk, Qin Nan immediately unleashed his Asura blade drawing slash. His attack collided with his foe, creating a massive explosion. But Qin Nan saw him standing perfectly still, completely unharmed, and thought, he didn't even dodge. After the dust settled, the evil sovereign appeared, his body without a single scratch. Is this the source of your confidence? Qin Nan, brushing off the dust, he laughed and said, It felt like you were just scratching an itch. Then he raised his hand with a sinister smile. Next, it's my turn. The ancestor watched, breaking out in a cold sweat, and shouted, Qin Nan, be careful. The moment he spoke, the evil sovereign flashed right up to Qin Nan, thrusting his grinning face close, causing Qin Nan to sweat, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. Before he could even do anything, he took a knee straight to the gut, which sent him flying up into the sky, soaring for a whole 10 meters. Before he could even fall, the evil sovereign appeared behind him again, 2 hands clasped, preparing to strike once more. The ancestor below saw this and panicked. Qin Nan, counter-attack. Now, Zhu Lingyu also worriedly shouted his name, Qin Nan. His foe clasped his hands together, about to strike him down. Die! A devastating blow slammed straight into his body, sending him hurtling down like a rocket, creating a blinding explosion and a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, Qin Nan was lying broken, covered in blood, with only enough strength to say, Ji Ling Yu, run. Seeing him smashed into a deep crater in the earth, she screamed, No! You have to get up. You promised you would help my clansmen get revenge. The evil sovereign stood high above, seeing that he still wasn't dead after so many blows. Qin Nan, you are just like a disgusting little cockroach. You're surprisingly hard to kill. He then raised his hand, gathering energy. Let's see just how long you can hold out. He created a massive sphere of energy and threw it straight down at Qin Nan. He looked up at the giant sphere that blotted out the entire sky, his face pale. After taking so many hits, he couldn't possibly dodge. Taking the full force of the sphere created a massive explosion. At this time, in the northern domain, The 10,000 Blade Mountain range was also affected. As volcanoes began to erupt, a red-haired old man saw this, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What kind of terrifying power from the eastern domain could cause the heavens and earth to shake? Like this. After a while, the dust cleared, revealing a colossal, deep pit. He approached the edge of the crater and said, "Qin Nan, have you been turned to ash yet?" Hearing this, Qin Nan's hand reached up, grabbing the edge of the pit as he began to climb out. Seeing that he still wasn't dead, his enemy ground his teeth. "You filthy ant! You're still alive after that." Qin Nan's clothes were in tatters, but he spoke with confidence. Hey, what's wrong? Did I disappoint you?" Seeing him survive a massive ball of power without joining his ancestors, the evil sovereign was getting annoyed, clenching his fist as he charged. "You piece of trash." His fist shot forward with blinding speed, aimed directly at Qin Nan. Unable to react in time, he took the full force of the blow to his face, blood erupting from his mouth. The sheer pressure of the strike sent him flying back several meters, tumbling violently through the air. Seeing this, the ancestor cried out Qin Nan's name in alarm. He rushed to his side, and seeing him on the brink of death, he began to speak. "Within your body, you have now gathered 4 types of bloodlines: metal, wood, fire, and earth. You just need to absorb the water attribute bloodline from Lingyu's body. Then you can fuse the 5 elements bloodline." Then, the ancestor continued, "Once this 5 elements bloodline fuses into one, you will obtain immense power." Hearing this, Qin Nan turned his head towards Zhu Lingyu and raised his hand. "Ancestor, you just saw the fate of Ling Zhengyang. Once a bloodline is absorbed, so is the spiritual power. At best, their cultivation realm will plummet. At worst, they will lose their life." His eyes fluttered as he struggled to speak. "How could I, Qin Nan, do such a thing?" He reached his hand out towards Zhu Lingyu, his consciousness slowly fading. Then he closed his eyes tightly and went still. Zhu Lingyu saw this and screamed in horror. Qin Nan, the evil sovereign on the side, just said, "So noisy." He showed not a hint of mercy. A single palm strike pierced right through her body. Zhu Lingyu couldn't even process what happened, as the evil sovereign tore a hole straight through her stomach, her eyes frozen open in death. Seeing this, he simply grinned. "Hayampiha, in this world, no one can stand in my way." With that, he raised both his hands and issued a command. "My grand army of the demonic path, all those who have not yet submitted, convert them to our glorious dark ways." Instantly, within Wenjin City, the possessed began a rampage of slaughter. "Kill them all!" Their eyes glowed red. Horns sprouted from their heads as they strangled and cut down innocent civilians. The city echoed with cries of anguish. "Help us!" The city guards raised their blades to fight back. "Protect the people!" The old city lord's face was grim as he roared. "Charge!" He led a group of warriors, ready to rush into the fray. "In life, we are the people of Wenjin City. In death, we are its guardian spirits. Follow me and slay the enemy." He and his soldiers clashed with the demonic horde, turning the streets into rivers of blood. The scene shifts to the western region, where Lai Lai was also in the middle of cutting down those who had been corrupted. As he fought, he declared with conviction, "Qin Nan will definitely destroy the evil sovereign." Meanwhile, just outside the city, the Black Dragon and Zhao Cheng were tearing through the demonic ranks. They devoured the possessed, limbs flying everywhere, slash amidst their agonizing screams. "Arr!" As Zhao Cheng annihilated the corrupted insects, he thought, "Boss Qin Nan, you have to hold on." The scene shifts again to the northern region, where a figure tightly gripped a sharp sword. It was Liu. She had already slain countless corrupted white wolves, and now stood with her, sword drawn. These demonic beasts. Suddenly, someone rushed toward her. "Sectmaster, we have terrible news." A golden-haired girl reported before her. Senior Sister Ning Ruyun was taken by the evil sovereign during her seclusion. Hearing this, Liu was stunned. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she shouted, "What did you say?" At the same time, Ling Yexi stood high above, watching volcanoes erupt, his hands clasped behind him. This Tianyan continent... Is it truly entering the era of demonic chaos? Just as the legends foretold? As he spoke, a blood dragon suddenly burst forth from a volcano. Seeing it, Ling Yexi immediately took a battle stance. A thrill in his laughter. HMPH. So even a beast like you has fallen to the demonic path. He stood before the blood dragon, which towered dozens of times his size. No matter. Let's see what you're made of. The scene changes back to Qin Nan, who was lost in a haze of unconsciousness. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling his name. Qin Nan. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing the faint silhouette of Ning Ruyun. Who was that? Who's calling me? He wondered. When his vision cleared, he saw it was Ning Ruyun, trapped inside a cage, her voice filled with fear. Qin Nan, wake up! Hearing her desperate calls, Qin Nan's eyes shot open. He found himself locked in an identical cage. Seeing him awake, she exclaimed with relief. Qin Nan, you're finally awake. It turned out Julingyu wasn't dead either, but imprisoned in another cage nearby. She saw him and asked, Qin Nan, are you all right? All three of them were trapped. He heard their questions and answered with a faint smile, Yes, I'm fine. Don't you worry! But the evil sovereign was sitting on a massive stone hand, watching over them all. He descended, clapping his hands slowly. TSK, TSK, TSK. How utterly touching. Seeing him, Qin Nan roared, Evil sovereign, let them go. The fiend leaned in close, crossing his arms. You're about to die, yet you're still begging for others. Qin Nan's brow furrowed as he yelled again, Let them go. The evil sovereign just laughed, raising his hands. How ridiculous. They both possess ancient bloodlines. Do you really think I would let them leave? He stared at Qin Nan in his cage and continued, Let me tell you something. Qin Nan, I'm going to drain both of their bloodlines right in front of you. And then I will kill them. Without another word, he reached out his hand and began to forcefully absorb their bloodlines. As Ning Ruyun felt her power being drained, she screamed in defiance. You despicable, shameless fiend. The evil sovereign merely smirked as he absorbed her power. The Shishan bloodline. I'll take that. After that, he seized Ning Ruyun by the throat, squeezing so hard she broke into a sweat and coughed up blood. URK... Ooh. Seeing this, Qin Nan roared in fury. You beast! Unhand her. The villain tightened his grip relentlessly, forcing the Shishan bloodline out of Ning Ruyun's body. Once the bloodline was fully extracted, he shamelessly began absorbing it into himself. Laughing maniacally, he released his grip, letting her fall limply to the ground. An ancient bloodline. Is truly magnificent. Seeing her collapse, Qin Nan could do nothing but scream her name in anguish. Ning Ruyun. After absorbing the power, the evil sovereign laughed triumphantly. With this, I now possess 4 ancient bloodlines. His gaze then shifted to Ji. Ando next. It's your turn, Ju, Ling Yu, and your Wateray tribute bloodline. At that moment, Ning Ruyun, drained of her power, lay weakly on the ground. She reached out to grab his leg. You won't get away with this. He turned back, a sword of energy forming in his hand. HN noisy insect. He plunged the blade straight into her, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Just die, she cried out in pain, her eyes losing their light as she fell motionless. Witnessing this, pure rage surged through Qin Nan, his eyes glowing white as he screamed her name, Ning Ruyun. The evil sovereign looked at him with disdain. It's useless. You're gravely injured. You can't escape that cage. Beside him, Gu Lingyu shouted desperately, Qin Nan, absorb my bloodline. Hearing this, his expression darkened, and he began to sweat. To do that, I'd have to kill you first. I could never do such a thing. But her brow was set with determination. Instead of letting him take it, let's risk it all. Take my bloodline and use it. It's our only hope. He was speechless at her words, only able to lower his head as sweat dripped from his chin. She had already made her decision, gathering spiritual power in her hand to end her own life. But just as she was about to strike, she cried out in pain. Ah! The spiritual power twisted into dark purple chains, binding her tightly. The evil sovereign stood there, laughing arrogantly. What a heroic scene. I didn't expect this woman of yours to have such spirit. But what a pity. This Qin Nan is far too sentimental. Filled with sorrow, she looked at him. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. Blood trickled from her lips. Tears welled in her eyes, but she still managed a faint smile. Qin. I hope you won't let my power go to waste. With those words, she ended her own life, blood gushing from the wound. No! Qin Nan screamed in horror. Even the evil sovereign broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! The ancient bloodline. The water attribute power slowly began to float out of Lingyu's body. Qin Nan's face became a dark mask as he stood there, completely still. The ancestor's voice echoed behind him. Qin Nan. That is the ancient rootless water bloodline. Absorb it now. Seeing him hesitate, the evil lord unleashed a vicious palm strike. Qin Nan raised his hand, beginning to absorb the bloodline. Zhu Lingyu, I won't let you down. The ancestor declared loudly, the 5 elemental bloodlines now coexist within your body. You can now attempt to fuse them. Hearing this, Qin Nan asked, what happens if the fusion fails? The ancestor's reply was chilling. Your Tao will shatter, and you will perish. His expression hardened. Then let's begin. With that, the ancestor initiated the fusion. Qin Nan merged the power of the 5 bloodlines, sending the energy surging through his entire being. This process would reshape his very essence, granting him immense bloodline power. But the evil lord wouldn't allow them the time. He swung his sword in a brutal slash. You won't get your wish. Qin Nan instantly activated a protective barrier, deflecting the blow as the cage around him vanished. The evil lord stared in disbelief. A protective shield. Then, with a jolt of panic, impossible. An attack from my 8th level of the mortal shattering realm couldn't break this brat's shield. Before he could process it, Qin Nan erupted with power, blasting him several meters away. The evil lord staggered to his feet, stunned. What is this? Just then, Qin Nan's eyes turned pure white, as the explosive power of the 5 elements raged around him. As the energy surged, he spoke. I can feel a power I've never known before. The ancestor appeared nearby. He actually succeeded. The 5 elemental bloodlines have merged, forging the 5 elements physique, and your cultivation has reached the 8th level of the mortal shattering realm. To think that the fusion of these bloodlines would create an innate celestial physique. Hearing this, Qin Nan turned, puzzled. Ancestor, what is an innate celestial physique? The ancestor pointed at him, explaining, according to legend, only warriors from the God Realm can awaken an innate celestial physique. But you, Qin Nan, right here on the Tianyan continent, have gained one by absorbing the 5 elemental bloodlines. This is an act that defies the heavens. As he spoke, a pair of colossal eyes appeared in the sky, staring down at them. The ancestor murmured, this is the spiritual gaze of someone from the God Realm. Qin Nan, possessing an innate celestial physique, has undoubtedly drawn their attention. Hearing this, Qin Nan's brow furrowed, and he grit his teeth. Seeing the eyes staring intently, he pointed defiantly, unleashing a bolt of lightning. If you wish to scrutinize me, why hide? Come down and face me. The eyes slowly faded away, and in their place stood the evil lord. An innate celestial physique. Not bad. Not bad at all. He raised his sword with a sinister grin. But soon, it will be mine. Qin Nan refused to be intimidated, grasping his sword as golden aura flared to life. Evil Lord, today, on this summit, only one of us will leave alive. The evil lord simply bared his teeth in a wicked smile. This reminds me of that scene from 10,000 years ago. Qin Zheng and Yi Ju, they were willing to destroy their own cultivation just to take me down with them. How utterly absurd. His eyes began to glow with a crimson light. But things are different now. I, the evil lord, will achieve godhood. He then unleashed an overwhelming wave of power. In a flash, he teleported and slashed with his sword, forcing Qin Nan to cry out so fast. The two warriors, Qin Nan and the evil lord, clashed once more. Their swords met purple energy against gold. Qin Nan shouted, "But your 9 principles are incomplete." The evil lord was taken aback. What? Before the evil lord could comprehend, Qin Nan unleashed another burst of power, forcing him back. "Get away from me!" He then gripped his heaven sword and aimed it straight at his foe. Die! The evil lord couldn't react in time and was impaled through the stomach, lifted clean off his feet by the force of the strike. He grit his teeth, coughing up blood. But then, he grabbed the blade lodged in his gut and began to laugh like a madman. In the middle of a life-or-death battle, the evil lord was laughing hysterically. It sent a chill down Qin Nan's spine. What is he laughing about? Just then, the evil lord began to transform, entering a giant state. His body swelled to a monstrous size, blotting out the very sky. Our hero, still stunned by the turn of events, suddenly found himself as small as a grain of sand compared to his opponent. But he didn't forget to flare his own power. The colossal evil lord, relying on his sheer size, swung his arm, bringing down a cataclysmic blow upon Qin Nan. Qin Nan was slammed face first into the ground. Literally, the impact was so powerful that the entire mountain trembled and cracked apart. Meanwhile, the sword wound on the evil lord's body began to heal at an impossible rate after being smashed by that single blow. Qin Nan lay sprawled out in the bottom of a massive crater. The ancestor could only shake his head. Incredible. His wound has already healed, and his cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the mortal shattering realm. But our hero wasn't finished yet. He slowly pulled himself from the crater, a smirk on his face. So, this is his true power. Interesting. With a gesture, he recalled the heaven sword still embedded in his enemy. Gripping his weapon, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from him. Now, show me everything you've got. The evil lord had now sprouted a pair of enormous black wings, looking down at the two tiny figures below him and roaring arrogantly. I will show you the true power of the 9th level of the mortal shattering realm. With that, he took a stance, ready to send Qin Nan to his grave. Seeing this, Qin Nan showed no fear. He gripped his heaven sword and charged straight toward the giant. And so, a battle between a man and a monster began. The collision between them created a terrifying shockwave, splitting the mountain in two and obliterating every tree in sight. Qin Nan taunted him. "Is that the best you can do with a full power strike? Frankly, I'm disappointed." Hearing this, the evil lord snarled in response. "Brat, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Instantly, Qin Nan teleported forward, unleashing a powerful slash that forced the evil lord to hastily block. But Qin Nan's blade was unexpectedly strong, glowing with a brilliant golden light that shattered the evil lord's sword to pieces. Through the dust and debris, the evil lord stared in shock as his weapon was destroyed. He screamed, "How?" Before he could recover, Qin Nan was at his side, sword in hand, with a mocking tone. "Next time, find a more suitable weapon." With that, he plunged directly into the evil lord's body, wreaking havoc from the inside and forcing him to scream in agony. He roared madly, his mouth wide open, revealing razor-sharp teeth. "Damn you! Damn you!" Purple and black energy radiated from him as he howled. If I cannot reach the God Realm today, then neither will you, Qin Nan. I will drag you down to death with me. Seeing the dire situation, the ancestor shouted, Qin Nan, you have to stop him. He's trying to use the same method the Dawn ancestor and I used 10,000 years ago, to perish along with you. Knowing this was his last resort, the evil lord went all in. With a final, desperate act, the evil venerable roared, in 10,000 years, I shall return to plague this world. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, leveling the entire mountain in an instant. Far in the distance, his comrades watched in horror. They believed he had been annihilated, crying out Qin Nan's name in despair. But as the smoke and dust cleared, he stood defiant amidst the devastation, shielded by a shimmering barrier. The moment the barrier faded, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping his lips, he muttered, I never expected the evil venerable's final attack to pack such a punch. The old ancestor appeared behind him, his voice laced with concern. Qin Nan, are you all right? He turned, giving a confident thumbs up. I'm fine. With the current strength of my 5 elements body, an attack of that level is hardly enough to scratch me. The old ancestor pointed towards the epicenter of the blast. Qin Nan, look over there. Before him floated 4 distinct ancient bloodlines. He wasted no time, stepping forward to absorb all 4. As the power settled within him, he asked, What is this? He examined it closely. It's a white spiritual key. It's just like the life force the evil venerable absorbed in the eastern region. The old ancestor explained, This is life source essence. Formed from the very life energy the evil venerable stole. Hearing this, Qin Nan looked at his mentor. I see ... but what good is it now? All those who were corrupted by evil perished along with their master. This life source has nowhere to return. The old ancestor stroked his beard. An essence, this pure and dense, could be used to revive the 2 young women who fought by your side. It might even be enough to save your father. Joy erupted on Qin Nan's face. Really? He immediately took one of the orbs to Ning Ruyun's lifeless body. Ruo Lu Un. Even if this life source fails, I swear I will ascend to the God Realm and find an elixir to revive you. With that vow, he placed the orb upon her chest. Instantly, her wounds glowed with a golden light and began to heal. But when she didn't awaken, his hope faltered. Is it still useless after all? But the moment he spoke, she coughed and her eyes fluttered open. Overjoyed, he helped her sit up. Ro Yun. She saw him and whispered his name. Qin Nan. He couldn't hold back, pulling her into a tight embrace. Ning Royun, you're alive. The old ancestor watched this touching reunion with a wry smile, before pointing towards Gulinyu. Brat, you still have 1 more to save. A bit embarrassed, Qin Nan cleared his throat. Ahem. My apologies. He quickly placed another orb on Gulinyu, and she, too, immediately opened her eyes. She looked at her hands in astonishment. I'm not dead. Qin Nan confirmed. You're not dead. You've been brought back. A brilliant smile spread across her face. Thank you. Thank you, brother Qin Nan. He smiled in return. No. If you hadn't sacrificed yourself for the greater good, the entire Divine Abyss continent would now belong to the evil venerable. I am the one who should be thanking you. And with that, he bowed his head in gratitude. The old ancestor urged them on. The most pressing matter now is to return to South City and see if this life source essence will work on your father. Qin Nan and Ning Ruyun then turned to Gulinyu. We must return to South City. What are your plans? She replied. I will return to East City and search for any survivors from the Jiao clan. If there are any, I will stay with them and help rebuild the eastern region. Qin Nan smiled warmly. All right. I wish you a safe journey. With their farewells said, they parted ways. Sometime later, he and Ning Ruyun arrived at the Qin family estate. Sitting before the bodies of his father and the old city lord, he held up an orb of life, source essence. Everything hinges on this one chance. It has To work. He immediately placed it on his father. A moment passed, but there was no change. The old city lord grew anxious. Old Qin, your son Qin Nan, went through hell to get this medicine for you. You have to hang on, Eldahai chimed in with a scowl. Old man, if you don't fight, I'll lose all respect for you. Suddenly, his father sat bolt upright, coughing. Ahem. Old man, who are you talking to? Seeing him awake, the city lord burst into tears of joy. He's alive. He's alive. Qin Nan rushed to his father's side and took his hand. He smiled. Father, his father replied, You've worked hard, my son. Later, in the Qin family's rear courtyard, she asked him, Do you really think the life source essence can restore the two seniors' bodies? Qin Nan answered with determination, No matter what, we have to try. They have helped us immensely. We must repay their kindness. Out of nowhere, the old Don ancestor appeared. Qin Nan, I feel the odds are slim. The old ancestor materialized beside him. I also feel the chances are not great. Qin Nan looked at the two spirits. This life source essence was absorbed by the evil venerable. If he could make use of it, then perhaps you two seniors can as well. Saying this, he took out the last two orbs. These are the final two life source essences. He handed one to Ningru Yun. She took it, and together, they placed the orbs on the old ancestor and Dan ancestor. A moment later, the two old spirits were ecstatic. It worked. It actually worked. The Don ancestor laughed heartily. Not only did it work, but I've returned to the form I had 10,000 years ago. The old ancestor examined his new body. The only unfortunate thing is that my cultivation realm has dropped significantly. He clenched his fist. 10,000 years ago, I was at the 7th level of the mortal shattering realm. Now, I'm merely at the 1st level. The Don ancestor patted his back comfortingly. Come on, old friend. Just having a body again is a blessing. We can't ask for more than that. Besides, our current strength at the 1st level of the mortal shattering realm is a height others might never reach in their entire lives. The old ancestor stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. Indeed, regaining our bodies is a stroke of incredible fortune. What more could we ask for? He then patted Qin Nan's shoulder. Qin Nan, cultivate well. As long as you reach the 10th level of the mortal shattering realm, the path to the God realm will open for you. Qin Nan clenched his fist, a determined fire in his eyes. I will definitely reach the God realm. The Dawn ancestor turned to his old friend. Don't just talk about Qin Nan. Our dream is also to reach the God realm. We must also work hard. Ning Ruyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. My current strength is nearly on par with you two seniors. We can all cultivate together. The old ancestor laughed cheerfully. Excellent. Let us strive for the God realm together. All four of them shared a happy laugh. Qin Nan suddenly said, That's right. I can transfer the excess bloodlines in my body to you. With their help, your strength will increase much faster. Ning Ruyun immediately asked, But if the bloodlines leave your body, won't your own cultivation realm drop as a result? He explained with a smile. My current realm is sustained by the Asura bloodline and my 5 elements body. It has nothing to do with the Da's, Zishan, Fenshin, and Luosha bloodlines. Besides, these bloodlines originally belonged to you all anyway. They were just absorbed by me. It is only right that they are returned to their true owners. With that, he transferred a bloodline to her. This is the Zishan bloodline, Ning Ru. It belongs to you. Then he turned to the old ancestor. Old ancestor. The Asura bloodline has already fused with my very being. It cannot be separated, but I can bestow upon you the great freedom bloodline. The ancestor smiled warmly. Your heart is in the right place. Next, he turned to Danzu, presenting the Fenshin bloodline. Senior, Danzu, this Fenshin bloodline is for you. After sharing these divine gifts, he gazed towards the heavens. There is one last gift to give. The original Asura bloodline. With that, he shot into the sky, heading for a remote island. He knew she would be there. Moments later, his feet touched the ground. He stood before Ling Yu, offering her the Rakshasa bloodline. Your original water attribute bloodline was absorbed by me. This is the Rakshasa bloodline, one of the 10 great ancient powers. Please, accept this as repayment. She smiled gently. Qin Nan, you truly are a fascinating man. Why not absorb this power for yourself? Why go out of your way to repay me with another ancient bloodline? He replied calmly. I already possess 6 ancient bloodlines. 5 of them have fused to form the 5 elements body. This power is more than enough to support my journey to the God Realm. If I were to become endlessly greedy, how would I be any different from the evil lord? She accepted the bloodline. You speak with reason. I will take it. Then, she asked another question. Now that peace has returned to this world, and with your current strength, you are undoubtedly number 1 on the Tianyan continent. What is your next goal? He hesitated for only a moment, then looked to the sky and declared, to ascend to the God Realm. A full year passed in the blink of an eye, within a quiet room of the Qin family estate. Suddenly, a multicolored pillar of light shot into the heavens. It was a hero, deep in cultivation, his entire body enveloped in brilliant flames. The old Danzu's jaw dropped in disbelief. The 10th level of the mortal-breaking realm. His 3 powerful patrons were all there to witness it. A proud smile graced each of their faces as the ancestor spoke. In just 1 year, the boy broke through from the 9th to the 10th level. He is truly a worthy descendant of our Qin family. His father gave a thumbs up, as expected of my son. Truly incredible. Ning Ruyun appeared out of nowhere, applauding him. Her praise made the already proud hero feel a little bashful. Scratching his head, she continued, Qin Nan, having reached the 10th mortal-breaking level, you now have the qualifications to ascend. He nodded. Everyone, I can feel the God Realm calling to me. The ancestor nodded. Yes. We will meet you in the God Realm. Danzu raised a hand. Qin Nan, we will catch up to you. Tears welled up in his father's eyes. I will take good care of the Qin family. Go without worry, my son. Ning Ruyun rushed forward, pulling him into a tight embrace. Qin Nan. She looked at him with longing. I promise I will follow in your footsteps and find you in the God Realm. He gently patted her head with one hand, waving to the others with his other. Yes. Everyone, we will meet again in the God Realm. With that, he departed, flying towards a floating island. This was the central god domain, the Ascension God Hall. Before long, he arrived at its grand entrance. He peered inside. So this is the Ascension God Hall, the gateway to the God Realm. He gazed at the formation within. If I activate this array, will it truly take me there? Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the array. He looked around, noticing the runes and the energy radiating from the formation. It was a power completely unlike that of the Tianyan continent. The formation activated, his body dissolved into crimson streaks of light, and then vanished completely. He reappeared in a strange, unfamiliar place. Before him was a staircase that stretched on for eternity. He murmured to himself, this bridge connecting to the God Realm. There isn't just one. Suddenly, a wisp of white smoke drifted by, and from it emerged a man with orange-brown hair and a cat on his shoulder. The sight startled our hero. The man opened his jade-green eyes, speaking a name he shouldn't have known. Qin Nan, welcome to the Boundary Bridge space. I am your guide. The cat-shouldered guide then led him along the stone bridge, beginning a lecture on the very structure of the universe. This bridge is called a boundary bridge. All 3 boundary bridges connect to lower realm continents, and the bridge beneath your feet, Qin Nan, is the one connected to the Tianyan continent. In this space, there are tens of thousands of boundary bridges, all forming a massive circle. Ultimately, they all lead to the gates of the God Realm. After hearing this, Qin Nan was puzzled. Tens of thousands of boundary bridges. Does that mean there are tens of thousands of lower realm continents? The guide clarified. To be precise, Those tens of thousands of lower realms are merely the number managed by a single region, the Yuanyang domain. The God Realm is divided into 9 domains and 10 lands. The Yuanjiang domain is just one of them. Therefore, the total number of lower realms managed by the entire God Realm exceeds 100,000. Qin Nan's eyes widened as he absorbed this information. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. 100,000 lower realms. So the Tianyan continent is just one of many. It seems this world of martial arts is far more vast than I ever imagined. After walking for a while, the guide pointed towards a colossal blue gate. Pass through this gate, and you will arrive in the God Realm. The gate was so immense that the two of them were like grains of sand before it. Qin Nan looked up, his mind reeling. Incredible! It looked massive from a distance. But up close, its scale is simply breathtaking. Suddenly, both the guide and the cat on his shoulder looked horrified. As if they had seen a ghost, the guide dropped to his knees, prostrating himself on the ground. Qin Nan was completely confused. His face was a question mark as he wondered why the sudden, grand ceremony. Seeing Qin Nan still standing there dumbfounded, the guide turned and hissed, "Are you a fool? Boy, kneel down, now. The Domain Lord has arrived." Instantly, everyone in the vicinity fell to their knees. Only Qin Nan remained standing, his gaze fixed on a pair of familiar eyes ahead of him. He stared intently, murmuring, "Those eyes. They're exactly the same as the ones I saw at Mount Wu Wang." From the gate, an old man emerged, dressed in brown robes with a glittering golden crown. Everyone shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Domain Lord. We pay our respects to the Domain Lord." The old man's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on the one man who did not kneel. Without a word, he unleashed a palm strike directly at Qin Nan. He managed to dodge, but the bridge behind him disintegrated into dust. Then the Lord spoke, his voice like thunder. "For the next 10,000 years, no one from the Tianyan continent shall ascend to the God Realm." Hearing this decree, the kneeling guide trembled. "As you command. We humbly obey the Domain Lord's will." Qin Nan stared at the shattered bridge, his mind reeling in shock. 10,000 years. He thought of Ningru Yun, Danzu, the ancestor. For 10,000 years, they would be barred from the God Realm. A furious rage ignited within him. He pointed directly at the Lord and roared, "Old man, why would you do this?" Hearing him dare to defy the Domain Lord, the guide broke out in a cold sweat. "Qin Nan, how dare you curse the Domain Lord? Do you have a death wish?" The Domain Lord himself merely frowned, sizing up the defiant youth. "This boy's talent is special, and his constitution is impressive. But his arrogance is boundless. He must be taught a lesson. I'll make an example of him. No more words." The Domain Lord gathered his power into a single, devastating palm strike. With a snarl of contempt, he unleashed the blast of energy. Our hero had no time to dodge, forced to watch as it hurtled towards him. The Lord's attack sent him flying 4 meters, blood spewing from his mouth. He raised the hand to block, but when he lowered it, it was already stained crimson. From above, the Domain Lord's voice boomed with disdain. "Let this frigid poison be a lesson. The rules of the God Realm are absolute." The onlookers paled, their faces draining of all color. They quickly bowed their heads. "The Domain Lord is wise." With that, the Lord vanished through the portal, leaving our hero shivering from the poison and the pain. A man with pink hair and another with green began to whisper, to provoke the Domain Lord right after arriving. "This kid's got guts. Arrogance like that never ends well." Just then, the man with a cat on his shoulder approached him. Watching him writhe in agony, the man thought to himself, "To think this kid would lose his life the moment he entered the God Realm. This must be a new record for the fastest death. ... The fastest I've ever seen in all my years as a guide." Gritting his teeth through the pain, our hero resolved, "I have to find a way to neutralize this frigid poison. If this poison isn't purged, death is only a matter of time." He immediately sat down and closed his eyes to begin healing. Seeing this, The cat-shouldered man scoffed. Kid, stop struggling. Isn't it better to just embrace death peacefully? Ignoring the useless chatter, he focused on healing, thinking. If the frigid poison in my body is essentially ice attribute spirit energy ... that the old man forced into my system, then if I can expel that energy, I should be able to cure myself of this poison. He clenched his jaw, sweat pouring down his face from the immense pain. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. The cat-shouldered man continued his taunts. It's useless. Do you have any idea what level the Domain Lord is at? You're just a newcomer. How could you possibly neutralize his poison? Just give up. The crowd chimed in with their own mockery. Why is this kid still struggling? He took a direct hit from the Domain Lord ... and didn't die instantly. Isn't that lucky enough? The fact that the Lord didn't kill him on the spot was an act of mercy. But ignoring them all, he persisted in his healing. And finally, he managed to force the frigid key out of his body. He then unleashed his fire attribute power, incinerating the toxic energy completely. The very people who had just been mocking him stared, their jaws agape. He actually dispelled the poison. Our hero gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the portal. To think the Lord of a single domain in the God Realm already holds the power of absolute life and death. Domain Lord, I will kill you for this. The cat-shouldered man behind him crossed his arms and smirked. Kid, you've got some serious luck to be able to neutralize the Domain Lord's frigid poison. But as a man of experience, let me give you a friendly warning. I don't care what methods you just used to dispel that poison ... but if you ever dare to challenge the Domain Lord and the rules of this origin medicine domain again ... you'll end up just like you did today, on the brink of death. Hearing this, our hero propped himself up and reluctantly offered his thanks. Right. Thanks for the warning. Then he sighed and casually cleaned his ear. He was so quick to kick me when I was down, and now he's acting all high and mighty, lecturing me. The two of them then stepped through the portal. The cat-shouldered man declared, "This is the God Realm." An incredible vista opened up before them. Countless grand pavilions and islands floating impossibly in the sky. Spreading his arms wide, the guide proclaimed, "Welcome to the God Realm. As long as you follow the rules, you can do anything you want here. Merchant, martial artist, commoner, ... the choice is yours." The guide then moved closer, pointing a finger at him and making him flinch. But let me give you another friendly reminder. The God Realm is just like any other world. The law of the jungle, where the strong devour the weak, remains unchanged. If you have higher ambitions, then continuing on the path of a martial artist is your best choice. Our hero pushed the man's hand away. I came to the God Realm precisely to become stronger. Of course, I'll continue my path as a martial artist. Hearing this, the man and his cat both closed their eyes and nodded. Very good. But even the path of a martial artist has its divisions. The cheapest, and also the most difficult, is to cultivate on your own. The world is vast, yours to explore. The man opened his eyes again. The simplest way, which also consumes the most resources, is to join one of the major powers, divine palaces, divine sects, and so on. These powers will provide you with cultivation resources based on your strength, helping you to advance. Our hero answered without hesitation. Of course, I'll choose to join a power. He frowned, thinking to himself, this is just like the Tianyan continent. A lone martial artist rarely makes a name for themselves. Only by joining a power can one obtain more resources and better opportunities. The cat-shouldered man continued. There are over 100 powers in the origin medicine domain, and they are all divided into different ranks and tiers. The stalls set up in this plaza are all powers recruiting new talent from the God Realms. Newcomers, you can go and try your luck. The man then circled behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder with a grin. Of course, if you're interested, I can help introduce you to a powerful faction. Our hero cut straight to the point, his question striking a nerve and making the guide's face turn awkward. What you're saying is, you Want a bribe? The cat-shouldered man waved his hands frantically. Hey, we can't call it that. At most, it's an introduction fee. But our hero had no patience for word games, raising a hand to stop him. Save your breath. I don't have money for people like you. He then turned and walked away, leaving the guide clenching his fists in frustration. HMPHA. Broke commoner from the lower realms. You should know your place. Meanwhile, the plaza was bustling with activity. The Cloud Extreme Taoist Temple is recruiting. Those from the top 300 lower realms may apply. The heaven-devouring divine sect is recruiting. Only those from the top 100 lower realms may apply. The Luojiao Divine Palace is recruiting disciples. Seeing him looking lost, a long-bearded old man called out to him. Hey kid, wanna join the Luojiao Divine Palace? Which continent are you from? Our hero didn't hesitate. The Tianyin continent. He stared intently at the old man. I can feel an incredibly strong spiritual energy radiating from him. His cultivation realm is definitely above the mortal shattering realm. But upon hearing his answer, the old man looked surprised. The Tianyin continent. Then, he immediately waved his hand dismissively. Get lost! Get lost! Don't be an eyesore in front of my stall. Elsewhere in the market, another white-haired elder called out, Young friend, the Cloud Extreme Taoist Temple, ... treats newcomers from the lower realms very well. Why not? Take a look. Which continent are you from? A young man with parted hair spoke up. I'm from the Sky Martial continent. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Someone from the third-rank Sky Martial continent. Not bad. Not bad at all. The Cloud Extreme Taoist Temple welcomes you. He then turned to our hero. And you, young friend. He smiled and replied, the Tianyin continent. The moment he heard that, the old man's face changed completely. He waved his hand just like the previous recruiter. TCH, from the lowly Tianyin continent. You get lost immediately. Seeing this, our hero could only mutter to himself, Is everyone here insane? As he walked, he spotted a large notice board and went over to see what it was. It was a ranking of the continents. The Divine Martial Continent ranked 60-2... The Crimson Sky Continent ranked 3rd, and the Heavenly Martial Continent 430. But then his eyes found his home, the Heavenly Ian Continent, dead last at 1,300. A jolt ran through him. He never imagined his home would be at the very bottom. No wonder, he thought bitterly, that everyone here despises me. Just as his anger flared, 2 guards appeared from nowhere. You're from the Heavenly Eon Continent, one sneered. He met their gaze. I am Izutere e pro Brem. The words had barely left his lips before they seized him, dragging him away like an animal. You're not welcome here. In response, his power erupted in a blinding flash of light, forcing the guards to shield their eyes. The old man from earlier watched with a heavy sigh. This boy clearly has strength. But to come from the Heavenly Ian Continent, ... What a pity. Realizing he wasn't a pushover, the guards changed their tone. We advise you not to resist us, city guards, one said formally. Leave peaceably, or we will be forced to call for reinforcements. He decided to walk away, thinking to himself, the strength of one of them is nearly equal to my own. I could handle 2, but an entire army is another story. Seething with frustration, he was suddenly called out to by another old man. Young man, interested in learning about the Dark Gleam Divine Palace, the man thought to himself. After so many days wasted here, IVE finally found a real treasure. Our hero was taken aback. Wait, you're not going to ask what continent I'm from? The old man simply replied, Nope, the Dark Gleam Divine Palace has never cared about one's origins. We're not stuffy like those other fossils. As long as you seek power, you are welcome here. The old man schemed internally. To recruit a gem like this, I'll say whatever it takes. Our hero smirked. Just like that? No strings attached? That's right. Just like that. Seeing that this gold-eyed elder was the only one willing to accept him, he declared, "All right, I'll join." The man slammed his hand on the table in delight. "Welcome to the Dark Gleam Divine Palace." He was ecstatic inside. Hey, I got him." And with that, the old man led him to their base of operations. This is the Dark Gleam Divine Palace, located in the northern part of the Yuanyang domain. We're currently in Qinmeng City, which we use to recruit new disciples. He looked around, surprised to see the place was quite large. The old man chuckled at his reaction. "Oh, did you think the Dark Gleam Divine Palace was some tiny sect?" our hero explained. "Well, you were recruiting out in the main square. Seemingly targeting outcasts like me. It led me to believe the Dark Gleam Divine Palace's ranking among all the powers in this domain wasn't very high. In fact, I assumed it was probably abysmally low. So I pictured this place as nothing more than a small, desolate faction." Hearing this, the old man crossed his arms. "If you knew our rank was near the bottom, why did you still join?" He answered, "A man from the lowest-ranked continent, joining a low-ranked sect. You could call it fate." The old man's eyes crinkled as he roared with laughter. "Ha! Bleep. Interesting. Very interesting indeed." He laughed while thinking, not only is this boy's talent special, his mindset is also impressive. Then he puffed out his chest. "Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am the master of the Dark Gleam Divine Palace, Ren Tian Shu." Our hero quickly cupped his fist. "So it is, the palace master. Forgive my disrespect, senior." But in his mind, he was reeling. "Hold on. The palace master himself has to recruit people off the street. It seems this place is even more pathetic than I imagined." The palace master launched into a grand speech. "Young man, though we may be ranked near the bottom, the Dark Gleam Divine Palace is filled with exceptionally talented individuals. Unfortunately, they are like scattered grains of sand, unable to unify their power. That is why the Dark Gleam Divine Palace always remains at the bottom of the 100 sects ranking. If someone could lead them, I am certain we could achieve a top rank in the grand tournament." A sly grin crept across his face. "Therefore, as long as you dedicate yourself to cultivation, this palace will not let you down." All the while, he thought, "I have to lock this kid in. I can't let him doubt the power of my sect." Hearing this, our hero just grinned and scratched his head. "Well, if you put it that way, it sounds like I've stumbled upon a powerful, hidden faction by sheer luck." The master boomed. "Of course, but I must warn you about the reality of the Dark Gleam Divine Palace. Just like any other sect, life among the disciples is riddled with injustice and challenges. The palace only provides a relatively stable environment. Double quotes, for you to cultivate and compete. If you want to rise to the top, you must rely on yourself." He cupped his fist. "Thank you for the warning." The master placed a hand on his shoulder. "Young man, you have great potential. I hope to see your name on the Dark Gleam rankings." His face filled with question marks. "The Dark Gleam rankings? What is that?" Not bothering to explain, the master sent him flying with a swift kick. "Enough with the questions. Get down there for me!" That single kick sent him plummeting headfirst toward the ground. He crashed into the earth, creating a massive explosion. As the dust cleared, he rose, furious and ready to fight, only to see two objects floating before him. The master's voice echoed from above. "The bottle contains a vast essence pill. Consider it a small welcome gift from me." He took both items as the master continued. "The other item is your dormitory token. Find your assigned room. Your official training begins tomorrow." He looked at the token, which read, "4th class, number 360. The scene shifts to the dormitory of the Dark Gleam Divine Palace. He sat in his room, reading a book. According to this encyclopedia, life in the God Realm isn't so different from my old world. The spiritual energy is just far denser here, allowing one to cultivate two much more powerful realms." His mind raced with the possibilities. It seems above the mortal transcendence realm, there are 3 more stages: Half-God and God King. The Half-God realm is the stage of reforging the body, and it's divided into 12 layers. And these 12 layers are divided into 4 smaller stages. Forging skin into armor, refining blood into essence, tempering bones into steel, and expanding the all to reforge the body. His eyes were glued to the pages as a simple truth dawned on him. To reach the half-god realm, you essentially have to level up a mortal body to its maximum potential. Simple as that. He stood up, curious. I wonder what this vast essence pill does. Without a second thought, he opened the vial and poured out a single spirit pill. It radiated power. It had to be a premium item from the god realm. Its effects couldn't possibly be weak. Yet, as he was still lost in thought, the pill in his hand suddenly vaporized right before his eyes. He was left with a dumbfounded expression, his jaw hanging wide open. What in the world just happened? In the blink of an eye, it had vanished without a trace. Staring at his empty palm, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wait a minute. Did my vast essence pill just get absorbed into my hand? The very next second, a massive surge of power erupted from his body, causing him to let out a thunderous roar. Another breakthrough. Feeling the raw power coursing through his muscles, he smirked and declared with supreme confidence, I've reached the first stage of the Demigod Realm. Shimmering scales suddenly materialized on his hand. It seems the first stage of the Demigod Realm, skin forged into armor, is already showing its power. So my unique 5 elements constitution can directly absorb spiritual energy from heavenly treasures. This is basically a cheat code. His expression hardened with resolve. And this Haoran pill. Its power is incredible. I have to find a way to get more. With them, my strength will skyrocket. He clenched his fist, a new goal burning in his mind. A flicker of fury ignited in his eyes. Domain Lord, you old dog, just you wait. The next morning, a command thundered across the Dark Light Divine Palace. New disciples, assemble. Instantly, Qin Nan and the other newcomers gathered, surrounded by the curious whispers of the crowd. 2 of them were deep in discussion. If we can just get our hands on cultivation resources, our strength will soar. I heard the Divine Palace is handing them out today. Overhearing them, Qin Nan thought to himself, so they're distributing cultivation resources. It would be perfect if they're like the Haoran pills I can absorb. Just then, a deacon in green robes walked over with a smile, carrying several vials of spiritual elixirs. This is a benefit provided by the Dark Light Divine Palace for every new disciple. Haoran pills. Hearing this, Qin Nan couldn't help but grin. It really is them. This is my lucky day. The man in green began his distribution. With a wide smile, he handed a vial to a blonde disciple. Lin Jiao, Haoran pills. 6 of them. But when he turned to the next person, his expression instantly soured. Faster than flipping a pancake. Chun Wu, Haoran pills. 3 pills. Then, smiling once more at the next disciple, Ning Chun, Haoran pills. 6 pills. This blatant discrimination made the disciple named Chun Wu grind his teeth in fury. Unable to hold back any longer, he pointed at the deacon's face, his voice thick with anger. On what grounds do they get 6 pills while I only get 3? This isn't fair. The green-robed deacon didn't even bother to argue. He simply clenched his fist. A devastating blow slammed into Chun Wu's stomach, sending him flying and coughing up blood. Sprawled on the ground, all he could do was groan in agony, clutching his stomach. The deacon simply crossed his arms, looking down with utter contempt. Fairness? What a joke. A lowly peasant from the lower realm dares to speak of fairness to me. But he wasn't finished. He declared arrogantly, his benefits are hereby revoked. Now, get lost. And then, it was finally Qin Nan's turn. The deacon scowled as he read the name. Qin Nan, Haoran pills. 2 of them. Hearing this, Qin Nan immediately spoke up. Hold on! Having just silenced one dissenter, the deacon was surprised to see Qin Nan showed no fear. The deacon spun around and snapped. What is it? Do you have a problem? 2. Qin Nan calmly held up the vial. What's the meaning of me only getting 2 pills? His question was like pouring oil on a fire. The deacon's face contorted with rage. Disciples from the God Realm are born noble. How could trash from the lower realms possibly compare? Of course they receive 6 pills. Are you an idiot? But Qin Nan didn't flinch. He pointed towards the disciple, who had just been beaten. We both came from the lower realms. ... So why do I only get to... The deacon let out a foul, condescending smirk. Even among the lower realms, there's a hierarchy, and the Tianyan continent you hail from is at the very bottom. You should be grateful you're getting anything at all. Understand? Hearing these scornful words, Qin Nan said nothing. He simply took a silent step forward, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Noticing his gaze, the deacon sneered. What are you looking at? You got a problem with that? He reached out to snatch the vial back. If you're not satisfied, then you can have none at all. This mutt from the lower realm. The crowd around them began to whisper and mock. Yeah, a dog is still a dog, no matter where it's from. No skill, no power. He's just asking for trouble. Deacon Liu Wen is at the first stage of the Demigod Realm, while most of us are only at the 10th stage of the mortal-shattering realm. He'll learn his place after a good beating. Another disciple from the lower realms behind Qin Nan panicked and shouted, Apologize now. Don't make things worse for all of us from the lower realms. The deacon pointed to the panicked disciple, then turned back to Qin Nan. See that? That's the attitude your kind should have. Hearing this incessant nagging, Qin Nan decided he had heard enough. He sent a fist, flying straight into the deacon's face. The devastating impact sent the man reeling, his face a bloody mess. But for Qin Nan, this was just the beginning. Without enough resources, my cultivation will stagnate. I have no choice but to fight back. The green-robed deacon lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his face in agony amidst the scattered resources. Qin Nan walked closer, his voice cold as ice. If this were yesterday, I might not have dared to touch you. But today, ... is a different story. The onlookers couldn't help but taunt him. TSK, to dare strike a deacon of the Divine Palace. He must have a death wish. But isn't this Qin Nan under Shen Lai's protection? Attacking a deacon is a direct slap in the face to Shen Lai. And Shen Lai is a direct disciple. Qin Nan is a dead man walking. The deacon struggled to his feet, sweating bullets. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Qin Nan simply picked up a vial from the ground and answered nonchalantly. I don't want much. Just what everyone else got. 6. How? Ran pills. The deacon clutched his bruised face and roared. You dare challenge the authority of a divine palace deacon. You'll die for this. Meanwhile, high up in the VIP stands, 2 powerful figures were observing the drama. What do you make of this little skirmish? A stout man asked with an all-knowing air. Although Liu Wen hasn't mastered skin forged into armor yet, with his strength at the first stage of the Demigod Realm, teaching a lesson to a newcomer to the God Realm. ... Who sangled as only at the 10th stage of the mortal-shattering realm should be child's play. But the man opposite him, Brother Shen, seemed to disagree. I wouldn't be so sure. Seeing an opportunity, the stout man proposed a wager. All right, let's make this interesting. If this newcomer wins, I'll give you the divine jade maidens, I've been saving for years. But if the boy loses... You have to give me that flowing cloud pendant of yours. Brother Shen agreed without hesitation. Done. We have a bet. Just then, down below, the deacon had gathered his spiritual energy. He let out a mighty roar. Take this! But Qin Nan was no pushover. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward to meet the attack. 2 auras, one green and one gold, collided in a blinding explosion, creating an electrifying spectacle. The deacon's eyes widened in shock before he laughed aloud. Well now, little brat. To think you could withstand my attack! Back in the stands, the stout man slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Huh! That kid from the lower realm has also reached the first stage of the Demigod Realm. No wonder you were so confident, Brother Shen. But then he smirked. But don't forget, Brother Shen, Liu Wen is using a Divine Realm martial technique. That boy is merely using a technique from the lower realms. The outcome is already decided. The boy will lose. Brother Shen remained silent, elegantly sipping his drink with an air of perfect calm. Down on the field, the Deacon Liu Wen let out another furious roar. Allow me to show you a divine art. He unleashed a fist of blazing fury, the violent flame fist. Seeing this, Qin Nan remained perfectly calm, pulling out a vial of elixirs and downing them in one go. In an instant, he absorbed all of it. A flash of brilliant light erupted, and he broke through to the next level, ascending to the second stage of the Demigod Realm. Liu Wen was still stunned, unable to process how his opponent could just cheat in the middle of a battle. When Qin Nan seized him, he gripped Liu Wen's fist, making the man's heart stop. Cold sweat poured down his face. How was this possible? A devastating kick slammed into his jaw, the pain contorting his face as he was sent flying several meters. He began to vomit green bile endlessly. The surrounding crowd stared in absolute terror. This kid is on another level. We have to stay far away from him in the future. On the grandstand, Shenji smiled at the portly man. Well? The fatty bowed his head, scratching it nervously. I have lost. I'll go retrieve the Divine Realm's Jade Maiden for you. Brother, Shenji rose to his feet, placing a hand on his chest. I have no interest in your peculiar hobbies. With that, he produced a jade token. He pushed it towards the portly man. Realizing he had lost nothing and had even gained a treasure, the man burst into tears of joy. Thank you, Brother Shenji. Shenji turned away, his voice dropping to a cold whisper as he walked. The price you'll pay is crippling that boy for me. He paused, looking back. His gaze was ice. Those who break the rules cannot be allowed to remain. Hearing this, the man's face went pale, sweat pouring down his cheeks, but he still forced himself to shout. He then shot a glare at Qin Nan, thinking to himself, you broke the rules. You must die. At that moment, Qin Nan was walking away, looking at a black substance stuck to his hand. The technique that man used just now must have been a divine art. Its power seems quite high. I wonder if my Asura sword arts are even usable in this god realm. He clenched his fist. If they're no longer effective, I must find an opportunity to acquire a divine art for myself. As he turned, he was surprised to see a massive crowd gathered around a notice board. The air was buzzing with excited chatter. Look at this. Every one of these core disciples is a master in their own right. Exactly. And most of them hail from the god realm. Very few are from the lower realms. Qin Nan, curious, pushed his way through the crowd to see. The discussion continued around him. For us, from the lower realms, if we wish to defy the heavens and change our fate, we need far more cultivation resources. And this Dark Eminence board is the fastest way to get them. Of course. If you can secure one of the top ranks, you can become a core disciple. At that point, you'll have access to endless cultivation resources. How could you fail to forge a new destiny then? Qin Nan finally managed to push to the front. He looked at the ranking board. Third place was Wei Tu Hupo. Fourth place was Mo the Yu, a cultivator from the lower realms. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. This Mo Yu, despite hailing from the lower realms, she somehow claimed the fourth spot on the gold ranking. She's a force to be reckoned with. Behind him, two girls were whispering about that very same senior sister, Mo. They said she was a prodigy the moment she ascended to the divine realm as a new disciple. Her power skyrocketed in no time, completely overwhelming others of her generation. Soon after, a divine palace elder took notice and claimed her as a personal disciple. Then she went on to secure the 5th rank on the Shadowlight ranking. She's a true beacon of hope for all of us from the lower realms. Qin Nan overheard their whispers, stroking his chin in thought. So, it seems if I want to obtain cultivation resources and raise my power, then participating in the Shadowlight Rankings Grand Trial is the fastest way. But to earn a place on such a fiercely competitive ranking, I'll need to elevate my own cultivation realm first. And more importantly, I need to find a way to get my hands on essential resources and martial techniques from the Divine Realm. A smirk crossed his lips. The next trial is in 3 months. A competition among new disciples, where they will also establish a new silver ranking. It looks like I need to start training, and fast. A few days later, an official gathered the new disciples. To nurture your growth, tomorrow, the Divine Palace grants you a special opportunity. You may enter the martial arts pavilion to select a divine technique. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Incredible! I've heard Divine Realm techniques are leagues above what we have back home. I was just worrying about not having one. Of course, they are! Techniques in the lower realms are only graded as mortal, imperial, ando profundo, earth, and heaven. Just those 5 tiers. But here, even the weakest techniques are at the demigod level. Our strength will soar. A blonde disciple sneered, crossing his arms. Do these peasants from the lower realms really need to be so excited? For us, born in the Divine Realm, these techniques are nothing special. We've practiced them since childhood. The official spoke again. Don't celebrate too soon. The Martial Arts Pavilion is home to the Divine Soul Ladder, designed to test a cultivator's soul force. The greater your soul force, the better the technique you can obtain. But if your soul force is too weak, you will be disqualified from choosing a technique entirely. A disciple from the lower realms standing near the blonde youth gasped, "Heavens, there's a test. I thought this was a benefit for all new disciples. Don't we all get what? You lowly commoners are truly greedy." The blonde cultivator scoffed. The Divine Palace's resources are limited. If every single one of you took a scroll, double quotes, ... WOULD, on the entire martial arts pavilion be picked clean. Another disciple's eyes darted around. Finally, a chance to obtain a Divine Realm technique. ... But I have no idea how strong my soul force is. Standing at the back, Qin Nan simply smirked. As night descended, he walked back to his quarters. There, Qin Nan was surprised to see an elegant figure in purple, standing beneath a tree. He paused, asking, "You are?" The person waiting was none other than Mo, a woman with stunning purple hair and a delicate face. Seeing her, Qin Nan immediately clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "Senior Sister Moyeyu, 4th on the gold ranking. It is an honor." He stepped closer, speaking politely. "May I ask why Senior Sister has sought me out?" She was a woman of few words. She produced a golden stone and tossed it towards him. "This is a talisman that can temporarily amplify your soul force. I hope tomorrow you'll be able to choose ... a decent technique." Qin Nan caught the talisman effortlessly, examining it in his palm. A talisman, a novel item indeed. "This is the first I've seen since arriving in the Divine Realm." He looked up, puzzled. "If I'm not mistaken, this is our first meeting." "Why would you give me something so valuable?" She replied bluntly. "It's simple. We are both from the lower realms. Besides, you had the courage to put that Divine Palace steward in his place yesterday. That proves you're a new disciple worth knowing. Consider this a token of our acquaintance." Qin Nan raised an eyebrow. "Is Senior Sister trying to recruit me?" She closed her eyes and raised a hand slightly. "You could see it that way. Your little stunt yesterday has already angered some of the Divine Realm natives. They are most likely already plotting against you. I'd rather not see a fellow disciple from the lower realms with the courage to fight back be so easily crushed." Hearing this, Qin Nan grinned. Clenching the talisman, he said, "I appreciate the sentiment, Senior Sister. In that case, I accept." He thought to himself, "In the Divine Realm, one more friend. ... Single quotes. ... means one more source of strength. I'll accept for now." She then took out a blue stone. "Also, this is a talisman for measuring soul force. You can use it to test your own limits." She tossed it to him. "In this realm, the level of one's soul force ... double quotes ... will have a massive impact on a cultivator's true power. While its effects aren't obvious in the Demigod Realm," she reminded him with a grave tone. "But once you enter the quasi-god realm, the true power of one's soul force will fully manifest. That's why I'm telling you to start cultivating it early. It will be to your benefit. Qin Nan smiled and scratched his head. I see now. Thank you for the warning, Senior Sister Mo. Having said what she came to say, she turned to leave. If you face any trouble in the future, you can find me. Also, those Divine Realm natives will likely target you. Stay alive. Qin Nan bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister. And with that, she leaped into the air and vanished. He looked at the gem in his hand. Senior Sister Mo seems so cold. ... But she's surprisingly kind. He went inside his room and sat down, examining the gem. First, let's test my soul force. He closed his eyes tightly. The blue stone in his hand began to glow brilliantly, flooding his room with light. He opened his eyes and saw the stone levitating. Is this the level of my soul force? On the stone's surface, 2 words appeared. Level 28. Seeing this, he frowned awkwardly, a bead of sweat running down his face. I have no idea if level 28 is high or low. He then picked up the golden gem, resting his chin in his hand. As for this talisman that can temporarily boost my soul force, I'll save it for tomorrow. The next morning, the new disciples gathered at the trial pavilion. A long-haired man stepped forward to preside. New disciples, proceed to the first floor of the martial arts pavilion and face the trial of the Divine Soul Ladder. ... To select your technique, the crowd slowly moved forward. The elder explained. This first floor contains only demigod-level techniques, all suitable for new disciples to cultivate. He pointed to the center, and that is the Divine Soul Ladder, with a total of 30 steps. The question is, ... How many steps will you be able to climb? This will prove the true extent of your spiritual power. The elder stood before the steps and began his explanation. The higher you climb, the more powerful the martial arts you can choose. For every 3 steps, the grade of the techniques increases by 1 level. If you can reach the 31st step, you may enter the second floor to make your choice. Hearing this, a purple-haired disciple in the crowd buzzed with excitement. Getting to the second floor would be incredible. The second floor is an area only direct disciples can enter. The techniques there must be insanely powerful. But another orange-haired youth chimed in. Don't even dream about it. A warrior's spiritual power is incredibly difficult to train. Some direct disciples can't even reach the second floor, let alone new recruits like us. The proctor held up the list. The trial of the spirit staircase begins now. The first person. Yang Rung, from the lower realm. A young man with red hair stepped towards the stairs. The proctor announced his name. The red-haired youth lifted his foot and stepped onto the first stair. The moment he found his footing, an illusory blade materialized and plunged down from above. The blade pierced straight through him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of air. His legs trembled as he tried to take the second step, but he couldn't handle the pressure. He collapsed backward, sprawling onto the ground. The proctor declared, Young Rong, 2 steps. You are disqualified from choosing a martial art. The remaining disciples whispered amongst themselves, how pathetic. He couldn't even reach the 3rd step. I know. He was just 1 step away from choosing a first-grade, semi-divine technique. The trials continued with the next person. Lin Meng, from the lower realm, 3 steps. You may choose a first-grade, semi-divine technique. The proctor then glanced at his list. Cao Zirang, from the upper realm, a disciple with a dark expression, drenched in sweat, managed 16 steps. He could now select a 6th-grade, semi-divine art. One after another, they were tested. Wang Zhu, 8 steps. Down in the crowd, the fatty from yesterday was watching with his arms crossed and a smug grin. Humph! You lot from the lower realm are all trash. So many have tried already, and not a single one could even pass the 10th step. A disciple whispered to his friend, That's Wang Gui. He's the most anticipated new disciple at the 5th layer of the Demigod Realm. He's already reached the blood refining and essence forging stage. The proctor called the next name Qin Nan. From below, Qin Nan looked at his hand as blue spiritual energy gathered in his palm. He thought to himself, yesterday, the stone talisman measured my spiritual power at 28 steps. Does that mean I can reach the 28th step with ease? He clenched his fist tighter. And if I use the talisman Mo Yu gave me to temporarily boost my spiritual power, I should be able to reach the 31st step. The red-haired disciple in the crowd pointed at him. Isn't that Qin Nan? The guy who taught the Divine Palace's attendant a lesson yesterday? You think he can even reach the 10th step? A blue-haired disciple beside him laughed. I doubt it. People from the lower realm usually have weak spiritual power. Even if his combat strength is a bit higher, his spiritual foundation can't be that much stronger. The fatty strode forward again. With one hand on his hip, he pointed at Qin Nan. Hey kid, I heard you're quite the fighter. You even dared to strike a Divine Palace attendant? Qin Nan glanced at him sideways. This damn fatty... Qin Nan thought, sizing him up. That jade pendant is radiating an immense amount of water attribute spiritual energy. If I could just absorb it, my strength would definitely soar. The fatty crossed his arms, smirking. Let's make a wager. If you can reach the 10th step, I'll give you 20 Haoran pills. But if you fail to reach 10 steps, you'll hand over your entire month's worth of resources to me. A murmur went through the crowd. That's a huge bet. New disciples only get resources once every 10 days. Just 6 Haoran pills. That's only 18 pills a month. Wang Gui is putting up 20 pills in one go. The blue-haired disciple added, Qin Nan is from the lower realm. There's no way he can reach the 10th step. That must be why Wang Gui is so confident. Qin Nan crossed his arms. A bet like that is too boring. He pointed at the fatty. Why don't we bet on whether I can reach the 20th step? If I fail, I'll give you a whole year's worth of resources. If I succeed, you give me that jade pendant on your waist. Hearing this, the fatty threw his hands on his hips and roared with laughter. Fine. We'll do it your way. Let's begin. He sneered inwardly. This kid must be insane. Betting a full year of Haoran pills. As he watched Qin Nan walk toward the stairs, the fatty thought again. This lowlife will be exhausted just reaching the 10th step. There's absolutely no way he can make it to 20. Qin Nan stepped onto the staircase, and the instant his foot landed, countless illusions of sword aura rushed towards him. He scoffed. A mere sword assault like this could hurt me. He unleashed his own power, shattering the phantom blades. Looking at the fragments, he grinned. Too easy. Without a moment's hesitation, he sped up, leaping several steps at a time. The disciples below watched with their jaws on the floor. The 10th step. Qin Nan has reached the 10th step. He's just a worthless commoner from the lower realm. How did he reach the 10th step? Despite being on the verge of losing, the fatty forced a faint smile. HMP. The kid is just a bit impressive for someone from the lower realm. He added, most disciples from the divine realm can only manage around 15 steps. There's no way this kid is reaching the 20th. But the crowd watched in stunned silence as Qin Nan climbed higher and higher, one step at a time. Step 13, step 16, ... step 18. Then, finally, his pace began to slow. The fatty's face was now pale, sweat beading on his forehead as he clenched his fists. Good heavens, this kid's spiritual power is on par with a disciple from the divine realm. He forced another cruel smirk. Even so, he must be at his limit now. He absolutely cannot reach the 20th step. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Nan took another step. The crowd counted in unison. The 20th step. Everyone was completely floored. Qin Nan actually made it to the 20th step. Heavens, it's a miracle from the lower realm. Wang Gui was in shock. How is this possible? This brat is clearly just from the lower realm. How can his spiritual power surpass most of the disciples from the divine realm? Qin Nan turned and grinned down at him. You lose. Enraged, Wang Gui shouted, Humph, don't get so cocky. The 20th step is your absolute limit. You're still nothing compared to the elite disciples of the divine realm. They can all reach their late 20s. Some even get close to 30. Qin Nan crossed his arms and smiled. In that case, I'll just have to see how I measure up to these so-called superiors from the Divine Realm. The crowd pressed in, watching with bated breath. He began to climb again. 20-6... Then 27 steps. One more step, and Qin Nan was panting. Just as I thought. My spiritual power level is at 28 steps. I'm already feeling tired here, but I still have more left in me. He steadied his will and pushed himself in one final burst, all the way to the 31st step. Qin Nan wiped the sweat from his brow. I finally made it. He stood alone and proud at the very top, before the astonished eyes of everyone present. This kid, relying solely on the strength of a lower realm native, reached the highest step, 31. He has the right to choose a technique from the second floor, just like a direct disciple. But one disciple sneered. The tree that stands tallest in the forest will be the first to be felled by the wind. The elite disciples from the Divine Realm will never tolerate a lower realm disciple growing this strong. They will definitely make a move against this kid. His end will be a truly pathetic one. Wang Gui scowled and muttered, "That brat, Brother Xin, was right all along. We can't let him live. If we allow him to keep growing, he will surely challenge the authority of us God Realm disciples." Qin Nan's voice echoed from below. "Hey, Fatso, don't you dare forget the wager we made!" He fumed internally. This flowing cloud pendant was a gift from Brother Shen. How can I just hand it over to this punk? Noticing his hesitation, Qin Nan's voice boomed. "Fatso, you're not planning on going back on your word, are you? Not with so many people watching. Is this the so-called honor of the God Realm's disciples? To become a sore loser the moment you're defeated?" The crowd below erupted in whispers. That's right. Is this Turtle King really trying to back out of his own bet? He made the wager himself. Is he going to run from the consequences now? Just give the kid the pendant already. What's the holdup? Another disciple chimed in. Exactly. If you dare to bet, you dare to lose. Don't disgrace the name of the God Realm. The Turtle King's face burned with humiliation. In front of all these people, I really can't go back on my word. He resorted to threats. Kid, I can give you this pendant, but you have to be brave enough to take it. If you dare to accept it, don't blame me for accidentally targeting you in the future. Qin Nan just laughed. Are you trying to threaten me? Sorry. I, Qin Nan, fear threats the least. He thought to himself, from sword-seeking city to this God Realm, have I ever known a day without threats? He pointed an enraged finger. HMPH. Remember your words today. You will pay for this. As for the pendant, if you have the guts, come get it yourself. He then threw the jade pendant onto the ground. After that, he stormed away in a bitter rage. Qin Nan irritably snatched the pendant. Such a sore loser. And he dares call himself someone from the God Realm. What a joke. The spiritual energy flowing from it is incredibly rich. My instincts were right. The water attribute spiritual power circulating within this flowing cloud pendant is immense. With so many people around, I can't absorb it here. I'll wait until after I've chosen my martial technique. It won't be too late. A figure approached him and announced, Qin Nan, a cultivator from the lower realms, ranked 30. Proceed to the second floor of the martial arts pavilion to choose a first-grade quasi-god martial technique. Additionally, you may select any technique you wish from the first floor. The crowd below gasped in astonishment. I'm so jealous. He's just a new disciple, and yet he gets to choose a first-grade quasi-god technique. He's already won at the starting line. Another disciple scoffed dismissively. What's the big deal? I could do it too with a few more days of training. Someone immediately refuted his claim. Give me a break. Even direct disciples couldn't reach the 31st step, let alone an amateur like you. By now, Qin Nan had entered the second floor of the martial arts pavilion, which was filled with towering bookshelves. This place feels almost identical to the first floor, he mused. It even has an ascending god soul platform. Is that to reach the third floor? I wonder how powerful the techniques up there are. As he walked closer, he saw a bald old man sitting in a chair. The old man spoke up. Young man, to reach the second floor of this pavilion, with only a second layer half-god realm cultivation, It seems you have some skill. Qin Nan cupped his hands in respect. Senior, you flatter me. The old man enthusiastically pulled out several scrolls. I can see you have an extraordinary physique. Your innate talent surpasses ordinary people. I have a few recommended techniques here. I wonder if you might be interested. Qin Nan picked one and unrolled it. The first line burned into his eyes. To master this art, one must first castrate oneself. His face turned pale as he addressed the elder. Senior, are you certain these scrolls are reliable? The old man chuckled. Just a little joke. At your current cultivation realm, you can't practice overly powerful techniques. Although the names of these scrolls are a bit strange, they are perfectly suited for you. Qin Nan sensed something odd about the old man and feigned a cough before turning away. Thank you for the recommendation, Senior, but I think I'll look for myself. With that, he headed toward the bookshelves to begin his own search. The old man's expression soured, as the saying goes. The first technique one chooses upon entering the God Realm, ... determines a warrior's entire future. If this brat learns one of these trash techniques, he'll lose at the starting line. He'll never dream of surpassing a true God Realm disciple. A pity this kid isn't so easy to fool. After a while, Qin Nan sighed in frustration. I've been looking for so long, yet not a single scroll can improve my Asura martial arts. Suddenly, he noticed a nearby book, emitting a faint glow. Qin Nan was startled. What's this? He immediately approached the shelf and pulled out the scroll. The Extreme Inquiry Observation Method. The introduction was clear. A first-grade quasi-god tier technique, capable of observing and analyzing any martial art. It can rapidly increase the cultivation speed of martial arts and improve them to the highest level of creation. Qin Nan deduced that the golden light he saw proved it contained immense 5-element spiritual power. This is perfect. It can speed up my training and improve my techniques. It's exactly what I need. My Asura sword art is in desperate need of an upgrade. The old man, seeing the scroll in his hand, tried to stop him. Kid, you can't learn that technique. Put it down immediately. Oh, this is clearly a quasi-god tier technique. Why can't I learn it? The old man explained. The Extreme Inquiry Observation Method ... requires incredibly high spiritual talent and a special constitution to cultivate. Unfortunately, this kind of constitution and talent is a 1 in a trillion trait. Not even disciples born in the God Realm have mastered it, let alone someone from the lower realms like you. Qin Nan pressed further. May I ask, Senior, what exactly is this special constitution? The elder replied, this 1 in trillion body can perceive the 5-element spiritual key between heaven and earth and absorb it for its own use. This constitution can even enhance a warrior's innate spiritual power. The name of this special constitution is something like the 5 elements something body, the old man said impatiently. I've told you all this because even if you were reincarnated 1 trillion times, you would never have such luck. Give up. You can never master the Extreme Inquiry Observation Method. Qin Nan remained completely unshaken. Thank you for the warning, Senior, but I feel I must still try. He thought to himself, I hate to break it to you, but that 1 in a trillion special constitution is already inside my body. How frustrating for you. Seeing his persistence, the old man gave up. Fine, I won't try to persuade you anymore. You'll have to learn your lesson the hard way. Qin Nan cupped his hands again. Then I'll take my leave. Senior, the old man sneered. Humph. What was the point of you even coming to the 2nd floor? You just ended up choosing the most useless technique here. But, he thought, this still achieves my ultimate goal. The boy chose the worst possible scroll. It felt like he was crippled from the start. His cultivation was so far behind the God Realm disciples, he could never hope to surpass them. Back in the solitude of his room, Qin Nan finally retrieved it. The jade pendant he had won from Wang Gui. Just how much could this flowing cloud pendant increase his strength? With that single thought, he began absorbing the spiritual energy sealed within the jade. After absorbing every last drop of power, Qin Nan's eyes snapped open. He gasped in awe. The water attribute's spiritual energy within the pendant was unbelievably potent. It had pushed him directly to the peak of the second-level Demigod Realm. Just a little more, and he could break through to the third level. He then took out the manual to begin cultivating the Supreme Will Contemplation Art. But the moment he brought it out, the book was absorbed into his body. Qin Nan's face went deathly pale. Heavens, I didn't tell you to absorb this manual. Spit it out for me, right now. Suddenly, within the sea of his consciousness, countless ancient characters began to appear. Qin Nan realized, with a jolt, the entire text of the Supreme Will Contemplation Art had been imprinted directly into his mind. He leaped to his feet, ecstatic. So, that's how it worked. Once the Supreme Will Contemplation Art was absorbed by my 5 elements physique, I instantly mastered its every detail. If this art could truly refine martial techniques, then it was time to test it on his Asura sword art. Wasting no time, Qin Nan immediately went outside to test his new theory. In an instant, 4 consecutive sword forms flowed from his blade in a graceful, deadly dance, unleashing a wave of killing intent, the ephemeral life sword, the blade that scours the 8 desolations, and finally, the 4th form, a dazzling illusion of countless phantom swords filling the air. Qin Nan could feel it clearly. The Supreme Will Contemplation Art was upgrading his power. Each strike of the Asura sword art was being reborn, achieving a completely new realm of existence. The improved sword art now held a different philosophy. Every stance and every slash was infused with the heavenly Tao of tribulation, wielding the very power of reincarnation. Then, he unleashed a brand new technique, the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Art. Its power was devastating. A single slash, tearing a rift in the very fabric of space. Countless arcs of lightning crackled along the tier in reality. A grin spread across Qin Nan's face. Incredible! After evolving into the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Art, its might is this terrifying. This Heavenly Tribulation Sword Art has a total of 11 forms, each more powerful than the last. Once the 11th form is mastered, its power can rival a first-grade quasi-divine martial technique. And now, using the Supreme Will Contemplation Art, I have already cultivated it to the 4th form. The power of this 4th form alone is on par with a 4th-grade demigod technique. In the future, even if I face a warrior at the 4th-level Demigod Realm, I'll have nothing to fear. Now that I have the technique to achieve a high rank on the Dark Glow board, I must increase my cultivation level. The fastest way is to find heavenly treasures and absorb their 5-element spiritual key. It's rumored that among the new disciples, the strongest is that Fatso Wangui. He's the one who started trouble with me at the martial arts pavilion, and his cultivation is at the 6th level Demigod Realm. I must break through to the 6th level as quickly as possible. With his goal set, he once again dove into his sword training. But the peace was shattered by arrogant shouts echoing from outside, demanding protection money. As long as you're in the dorms, you have to pay a protection fee to us. Qin Nan turned around to see Wang Gui and his lackeys cornering a weaker disciple. They spewed vicious insults. You worthless trash from the lower realms. If you don't pay up, I'll beat you every single day, until you're nothing but a corpse. The poor victim was already bruised and his face swollen from their kicks. Wang Gui leaned in close, his voice a threatening growl. You should know, killing someone in this Dark Glow Divine Palace goes unpunished. Gripped by absolute terror, the young man begged for his life. I'll pay, right now. Please, don't kill me. But Wang Gui wasn't finished. Delivering another vicious kick, his voice dripped with contempt. HMPH. Now that's an obedient dog. The beaten disciple trembled as he took out 2 pills from a bottle. I only have 3 grand righteousness pills left. Take these 2 as the protection fee. I'll give them to you. He barely finished speaking before a heavy slap sent his head spinning. Wang Gui grabbed his collar and roared, Are you looking for death? You dare try to keep one for yourself. The terrified young man dropped to his knees. 3. You can have all 3. I don't want them. I don't want them anymore. After snatching the pills, the gang turned to leave with arrogant smirks. Wang Gui couldn't resist a final insult. People from the lower realms truly are trash. After finishing their extortion, the pack of hyenas continued on to find their next target. They stopped in front of room ding 302 and kicked the door violently. Shink 2. Open up. Time to pay your protection fee. Moments later, they had managed to collect a hefty stash of pills. A lackey spoke up, flattering Wang Gui. Brother Gui, today's harvest is not bad at all. We've already gathered several hundred grand righteousness pills. He laughed smugly. Brother Shen is close to breaking through to the 6th level Demigod Realm. He needs a massive amount of these pills. His cronies chimed in. Exactly. Once Brother Shen takes first place, we'll have a powerful backer. At that point, we'll be able to do whatever we want. Haha. We won't even need to collect fees from the lower realm disciples anymore. They'll just offer them up willingly. Ha ha ha. But their rampage wasn't over yet. Wang Gui led his gang straight to our main character's door. He kicked it with a thunderous bang. Room ding 306. Qin Nan, get out here and pay your protection fee. Hearing the name Qin Nan, a quick-witted lackey suddenly remembered. Qin Nan. Isn't that the kid who made a bet with you at the martial arts pavilion yesterday? A sinister smile spread across Wang Gui's face. Excellent. I couldn't teach him a lesson in front of everyone yesterday, but today, we're just here to collect a fee. No matter what happens, I'm going to crush him. When his shouts went unanswered, he lost his patience and kicked the door clean off its hinges. Qin Nan, get out here and face your death. Suddenly, a cold voice drifted down from the rooftop. Let me see which dog is barking so loudly. Oh, so it was you. You, mangy cur. Rage twisted Wang Gui's face. He tilted his head back and roared at the sky. Hand over all the resources you've gotten these past few days, and my flowing cloud pendant. Give them all to me now. Qin Nan just smirked mockingly. And what if I don't? Wang Gui's fury exploded. Then you can die for me. He then summoned a massive, spiked mace. Its immense weight instantly cracked the ground beneath him. The onlookers turned pale with fear. It's over. ... It's all over for him. That Qin Nan is a dead man for daring to provoke Wang Gui. Wang Gui is Shen Lai's right-hand man, with cultivation at the 6th level Demigod Realm among the new disciples. He is an absolute powerhouse. For Qin Nan to provoke him, the consequences will be tragic. Wang Gui has already killed at least 4 to 5 new disciples. It looks like today, another one will be added to the list. Just then, the stunning Mo Yu arrived on the scene. A fiery clash erupted between the two sides, as Qin Nan used his agile footwork to easily evade his opponent's colossal mace. He couldn't resist taunting, shouting, "I'm right behind you." Wang Gui roared in fury as he turned. Don't get cocky, you brat. He swung his mace again. But Qin Nan just scoffed. Is this all the power you have? And you want to collect protection fees from me? Realizing he couldn't win one-on-one, Wang Gui decided to play dirty, calling for his lackeys. This kid's footwork is too fast. Surround him for me. Don't let him get away. Though terrified and sweating bullets, his goons had no choice but to obey. And so, a 4-against-1 battle began. A smug grin spread across Wang Gui's face. Let's see where you run now. Qin Nan, I'm going to smash you into a meat paste. Qin Nan calmly raised his sword. In that case, I won't run anymore. Wang Gui bellowed. You arrogant brat, die for me? With that, he leaped into the air, unleashing his frigid heaven-earth shaking fist technique. But Qin Nan was more than ready. Perfect timing to test the might of my heavenly sword arts. He immediately channeled his spirit energy into his blade and unleashed a devastating sword strike. A world-shaking explosion erupted, the sheer impact shattering the very ground and blasting his spiritual pressure outwards, sending Wang Gui's lackeys flying like birds. All 3 were grievously injured, coughing up blood. Even Wang Gui was stunned. Incredible. He's clearly only at the 2nd level of the Demigod Realm. How can he unleash this much spiritual power? Qin Nan assessed inwardly. So, this is the power of a 6th level demigod. Why is it that my full-powered heavenly sword art only fought him to a standstill. After an inconclusive exchange of blows, both were thrown backward. Wang Gui, however, remained arrogant. Your sword technique has some skill, kid, but your cultivation realm is far too low. Whether it's a burst of power or a prolonged fight, you're no match for me. Watching from the sidelines, Mo Yu analyzed the fight. With that last attack, Qin Nan could probably defeat a third-level demigod and even face a fourth level without issue. But Wang Gui is a sixth-level demigod who has reached the blood refining and essence transformation stage. Qin Nan is still too green. Over on the battlefield, Wang Gui began to unleash his true power. Qin Nan, you little whelp, I'll let you witness the might of the blood refining and essence transformation stage. An absolutely overwhelming pressure erupted from his entire body. The crowd of spectators buzzed with excitement. Among the new disciples, you can count those who've reached that stage on one hand. Wang Gui truly is the elite of the elite. Qin Nan is good, but there's still a huge gap between them. Wang Gui swung his mace and roared, "Let me show you my true power." Faced with this ferocious display, Qin Nan remained utterly fearless. HEMPH. Insignificant. He took a deep breath, stabilizing his spirit energy. This time, he effortlessly blocked Wang Gui's mace without breaking a sweat. Wang Gui was shocked, gritting his teeth. What's with this kid? The power in that strike was double his last one. Qin Nan smirked, surprised. This is the true power of my sword arts. Mo Yu was impressed that Qin Nan could parry the blow. She thought to herself, unleashing the power of that stage consumes a massive amount of spirit, energy. This Wang Gui won't last much longer. It seems Qin Nan has won this round. Completely outclassed, Wang Gui grew desperate and lost his cool. He threw a kick, screaming, "Get lost, Qin Nan," before being left gasping for air. Qin Nan had to admit, the power of the blood refining and essence transformation stage was truly formidable. His own hand was now bleeding from the impact. Just then, a figure descended from above, radiating a brilliant aura. His voice dripped with superiority. I never expected someone from the lower realm ... to possess such a potent sword. This man was none other than Shen Lai, the true leader of this group. The crowd erupted. It's Shen Lai, the young master of the Shen clan from the Yu and Yang domain. Shen Lai, ranked second on the Dark Abyss gold list. I can't believe someone like him would show up here personally. Seeing his boss arrive, Wang Gui trembled like a leaf and hastily backed away. Shen, brother Shen. Shen Lai turned to him coldly. You couldn't even handle one person from the lower realm. Go back and receive your punishment. Wang Gui's face twisted in fear as he repeatedly I deserve death. I deserve death. With that settled, Shen Lai turned his gaze to Qin Nan. If your sword art is so impressive, then I'd like to test it with a single move. The pressure radiating from Shen Lai sent a chill down Qin Nan's spine. A wave of killing intent so powerful, it even made him tremble. Shen Lai produced a large, yellow stone that emanated immense spirit energy. The onlookers gasped in awe. That's a second-grade talisman stone. Shen Lai is strong enough to inscribe talismans and wield the power of talismans. He sneered wickedly. Talisman power. Sword. Finger. A potent stream of sword energy shot directly towards Qin Nan. The pressure from Shen Lai froze Qin Nan in place. For 5 whole seconds, forced to just watch the attack hurtle toward him. This is bad. In that critical, hazy moment, the great lady, Mo Yu appeared and deflected the beam of sword energy. The attack was redirected straight into some onlookers, before shattering several city walls. The unlucky few who were hit screamed in agony, while the crowd trembled in terror. Having narrowly escaped death, Qin Nan's heart pounded in his chest. That energy, it was terrifying. Mo Yu sheathed her sword and turned to Shen Lai with a sharp taunt. I never thought young Master Shen, who always belittles the character of those from the lower realm, would stoop to bullying the weak like this. So, tell me, is it the character of the God realm that's lacking? or the character of the lower realm? Young Master Shen, are your actions today meant to prove a point? He replied nonchalantly. So it's you, Lady Mo Yu. It seems you're still quite obsessed. Double quotes ... With the distinction between the lower and God realms. As the saying goes, what a person obsesses over is what they lack. You're so concerned with the character of lower realm people, which proves that your own character, and theirs, is truly lacking, isn't it? Hearing such a childish taunt, Yu Gu merely scoffed in disdain. The tension between the two became incredibly thick, the crowd whispered. The second and fourth ranked on the gold list. Neither one is someone to be trifled with. After a fiery staring contest, Shen Lai spoke first. Fine. I won't disturb you lowly lower realm dwellers huddling together for warmth anymore. Mo? Ye Yu, we'll meet again at the Dark Abyss Grand Trial. That fatty Wongui, who still hadn't left, turned back to threaten Qin Nan. Qin Nan, the Dark Abyss Grand Trial will be your doom. With that, he scrambled after Shen Lai, crying out, Young Master Shen, wait for me. Once they were gone, Qin Nan turned and cupped his fists, offering his sincere thanks to Mo Yu. She smiled warmly. We are both from the lower realm. We should look out for each other. There's no need for such formality. A moment later, they sat talking atop a peak in the Shadow God Palace. Mo Yu began. Qin Nan, those of us from the lower realm face endless prejudice and injustice. Here, in the God realm. You must have experienced it for yourself since arriving. Qin Nan acknowledged grimly. Yes, I've felt it down to my bones. They carry an unbearable sense of superiority when facing us. Yuju continued. It's more than that. This God realm is saturated with rich spiritual energy, giving its natives a heavenly advantage. From birth, their cultivation realms are far higher than ours. Even one of their average martial artists could be considered a powerhouse on our home continent. Qin Nan's brow furrowed. So it's because of that massive power gap that the people of the God realm act so high and mighty. ... And look down on us. Yuju stood up, her gaze distant, to shatter this oppressive reality. I have been searching for hidden talents among our people, gathering them together to fight back against those arrogant old masters. Qin Nan was curious. Old masters? Who do you mean? Yui replied. The 4 ruling shadow elders of the Shadow God Palace. The cosmic elders. Here, in this sect, the elders have the authority to accept direct disciples. All of the 4 shadow elders' disciples hail from the God realm, and their influence spreads like a web throughout the entire sect. They control every affair within the Shadow God Palace. You could say their eyes and ears reach the heavens. Qin Nan asked another question. If these 4 elders don't accept disciples from the lower realm, then Senior Sister Mo, how did you become a direct disciple? She explained. Besides the 4 elders, there is one other person in the Shadow God Palace with the authority to take direct disciples. That person is the Palace Master of the Shadow God Palace, Ren Tiansu. Qin Nan remembered him. Ah, so it was him, she said. It seems you've already met him. The Palace Master wishes to balance the power between the people of the God realm and the lower realm. But the 4 elders' influence is too great, leaving him with few options. He can only nurture his own forces in secret. So, what do you say? Will you join us? We will stand against the 4 elders and their disciples. Qin Nan's heart soared. An invitation from such a stunning senior sister, there was no way he could refuse. He immediately agreed. Yes, I'll join. Mo Yu looked pleased. Excellent. Come to the Talisman Stone Hall tomorrow. I will teach you how to cultivate your spiritual power and how to use talisman stones. Qin Nan cupped his fists in gratitude. The next day, he arrived promptly at the Talisman Stone Hall. He couldn't help but marvel. The Talisman Stone Hall is truly magnificent. As he stepped inside, he saw disciples gathered in small groups. Some were examining stones, others were just chatting. But of course, the age-old tradition of seniors bullying juniors was alive and well. One of them spotted Qin Nan and yelled, "A disciple from the lower realm dares to come here." Get him out. The group immediately surrounded Qin Nan. He simply crossed his arms and asked calmly, "What is the meaning of this?" One disciple sneered with open disgust, meaning, "Is the Talisman Stone Hall a place for someone like you from the lower realm? Brothers, let's cripple this kid and throw him out." Just then, Yu Yu's sharp voice cut through the air. "Zhao Jing, the Talisman Stone Hall is sacred ground for the sect, not your personal playground. And yes, Qin Nan is my friend. Now all of you, scatter." The crowd froze, stunned. He was a friend of Senior Sister Mo, HMPH, so the kid got lucky and caught Senior Sister Mo Zai. Fine, we'll let it slide. With that, everyone dispersed. She approached Qin Nan with a smile. "Qin Nan, welcome to the Talisman Stone Hall." She led him into a room filled with raw stones. "This is the talisman carving chamber." Qin Nan picked one up to inspect it. "Are all of these talisman stones?" she explained. "Right now, these are just inert stones. They serve no purpose. Only after a talisman script is carved into them can they be called true talisman stones." "Sit down! I'll teach you how to do it." Qin Nan sat beside her, and she began her first lesson. In the God Realm, there are martial artists who specialize in fighting with talisman magic. They're called Talisman Masters. The power a Talisman Master wields is beyond what ordinary warriors can compare to. If a Talisman Master unleashes a powerful talisman spell in battle, they can even defeat several martial artists of the same realm. Qin Nan was astonished. Talisman magic is that powerful? Yu Yu took out a small knife. This is a carving knife. A Talisman Master uses it to inscribe magic scripts onto a stone, turning it into a talisman. Furthermore, the more complex the inscribed script, the more devastating the spell it can unleash. The grade of the spell can be distinguished by the talisman's color. White is first, grade yellow is second, grade blue is third, grade purple is fourth, grade pink is 6th grade, and black is 7th grade. As for any grade beyond the 7th, I have never heard of one appearing in all my years. So for now, we can assume that a 7th grade talisman spell is the most powerful in the entire God Realm. Qin Nan nodded. So that's how it is. The path of a Talisman Master is just as clearly defined as the path of cultivation. She placed a book on the table. All right. This contains basic talisman scripts. Now, channel your spiritual power into the carving knife and try to inscribe the stone. Qin Nan immediately focused, channeling his power. He looked at the glowing knife in delight. It worked. Yu Yu praised him. "It seems your innate talent is quite impressive. Most of the disciples out there spend days just trying to channel their spiritual power into the knife. Some even take months." Qin Nan, following the book's guide, moved to the next step, carving the script. Suddenly, Mo Yu Yu reached around from behind him, taking his hand to guide it. Good heavens! The sudden closeness sent a crimson blush creeping up his face. She spoke softly when carving the script. "You must comprehend the essence of the inscription in your mind. That will make the process much more effective." Qin Nan repeated, "The essence of the inscription." She patiently guided him through each step. Soon, the first talisman script was complete. Mo Yu Yu then activated it, and the talisman stone instantly shattered, exploding into countless tiny ice shards. Qin Nan exclaimed, "How profound!" He then focused and tried it himself, pouring the essence of ice, the inscription's essence, into the raw stone. Qin Nan's face lit up. "I think I did it." Yu Yu smiled. "Congratulations! You've just carved the very first talisman of your life. Now, you can use it to unleash talisman magic. Just absorb this talisman stone, and the spell will be released." Qin Nan asked confidently, "Senior Sister Mo, are you sure I should unleash it in here?" "What if I shatter the walls?" She chuckled. "Rest assured, these walls are specially forged. A primary level talisman can't even scratch them." Hearing this, Qin Nan activated its power. The power of the Frost Talisman. A blast of frigid air erupted, cracking the wall instantly. Mo Yu was stunned. Qin Nan scratched his head in embarrassment. My apologies. I've damaged the wall. She quickly reassured him. No, it's fine. The wall will slowly repair itself. Internally, Yu was shocked. This boy's talent is incredible. His affinity for talismans is even greater than I imagined. What kind of secret is he hiding? Then Qin Nan remembered something. Oh, right. Senior sister, Mo. Yesterday you mentioned you would teach me a method to enhance my spiritual force. She asked in return, have you not sensed it? After you successfully inscribed the talisman, did your spiritual force not grow stronger along with it? He finally noticed. Level 20. And it had indeed increased. So, inscribing talismans is the very method to cultivate spiritual force, Yu explained. Now that you can inscribe a first-grade talisman, it proves you are now a first-grade talisman master. Take this book on 6 primary talismans. I hope you continue to strive for greatness. She then produced a token. Also, this is the token for the Talisman Hall. With this, you can freely use any of the raw talisman stones in the hall, along with other inscription tools. Consider it a small gift from me. Qin Nan was taken aback by this generous gift. These raw talisman stones and inscription tools, their value must be immense, right? And Senior Sister Mo can truly grant me unrestricted access. She assured him, don't worry. The Talisman Hall was personally founded by Palace Master Ren Tianqiu. For us from the lower realms, this grants us many privileges and conveniences. Qin Nan accepted it with joy. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Sister Mo. Yu then recalled, oh, that's right. In 1 month is the Dark Light Divine Palace's Autumn Grand Trial. It is the Divine Palace's annual competition. You must not miss it. If you can achieve a high rank in the Grand Trial, you will be rewarded with vast cultivation resources, spiritual herbs, and more. It is a fast track to increasing your power. He smiled and asked, the greater the reward, the greater the risk. Participating in the Dark Light Grand Trial must come at a steep price. Correct, she explained. The Grand Trial is judged by the number and difficulty of the spirit beasts you hunt. It's common for disciples to fight each other over their prey, which means many disciples end up dying as a result. Qin Nan was full of confidence. Death, what is there to fear? I will participate, he thought to himself. Besides martial skills, I desperately need cultivation resources. The foundation pills we are given aren't enough. To grow stronger and avoid being bullied, I must take part in this trial. Yu admired his determination. Very good. My faith in you was not misplaced. Then use this month to train well. If you lack any resources, you can come to me. Qin Nan suddenly felt something was off. Why do I get the feeling I'm being sponsored? In the days that followed, Qin Nan dove headfirst into practicing talisman inscription. The power of the Frost Talisman surged, a blast of cold energy erupting forth, completely freezing the wall before him. He gleefully checked his spiritual energy. Excellent! I can finally inscribe a second-grade talisman. Frost, blazing flame, and swiftness. I've mastered all 3 primary talismans to the 2nd grade level. This will be useful in tomorrow's hunt. And with a month of cultivation, my realm has broken through to the 3rd stratum of the Demigod Realm. I've also mastered the 6th move of the Calamity Sword Art. I should be able to protect myself in tomorrow's hunt. The next morning, the Grand Plaza was bustling like a festival in preparation for the Autumn Grand Trial. In the observation room, Ren Tianqiu asked, how has your cultivation progressed this past month? Are you confident in securing a spot in the gold rankings top 3? She replied, reporting to the Palace Master, after a month of training, my cultivation has broken through to the 10th stratum of the Demigod Realm, reaching the stage of bone forging. Taking a top 3 spot should not be a problem. The old man grinned. Excellent. Excellent. Very good. If you can secure a top 3 position, it will be a great encouragement for our disciples from the lower realms, and an even greater blow to those from the God realm. She cupped her hands. This disciple will do her best. He then asked, "By the way, how has that boy Qin Nan been progressing?" She smiled and replied, "His talent for talisman inscription is absolutely astonishing. His cultivation speed is also quite fast. He is a promising talent. Securing a top 5 spot on the silver ranking shouldn't be an issue for him." The old man seemed very pleased. From the moment that boy entered the God realm, I could see his extraordinary talent. If we nurture him well, he will become a powerful force in our fight against the oppression of the God realm. Yuju looked down below. He has arrived. Standing in the crowd, Qin Nan couldn't help but feel amazed. The Dark Light Grand Trial truly lives up to its reputation as the palace's grandest event. So many people have gathered. He then saw Yu waving at him, and flew up to join them. Upon arriving, he clasped his hands in greeting. Qin Nan pays his respects to the palace master and senior sister Mo. Ren Tunchu praised him immediately. Not bad. In just one short month, your strength has reached the 3rd stratum of the Demigod Realm. Your cultivation speed is truly exceptional. I was not mistaken about you, Qin Nan said humbly, among the new disciples. Some have already reached the 6th stratum of the Demigod Realm. My 3rd stratum is still far too low. The old man replied, "Those who have reached the 6th stratum are all disciples from the God Realm. They are born with a mountain of resources. As a disciple from the lower realms, to have reached such a level in a short time is already a great achievement. There is no need for disappointment." Suddenly, Qin Nan saw a group approaching. It was 2 old men, accompanied by Shen Lai and Wang Gui. The white-haired elder spoke with a sneer. "I never thought the palace master would still treasure a disciple from the lower realms. What a waste of effort." Ren Tianchu retorted, "In my eyes, all are born equal, regardless if they are from the God realm or the lower realms. Every disciple is worthy of being nurtured." The brown-haired elder scoffed with contempt. HMPH, nurturing trash. What a grand way to put it. "Oh, and you've found another little piece of trash. The palace master is truly benevolent." With that, he let out a loud, smug laugh and departed. Ren Tianchu didn't bother to argue. He thought to himself, "One day, you old fools will witness the terrifying power of a disciple from the lower realms." As Ji Xingli walked past, he shot Mo Yu a contemptuous smirk. "With me around, Mo Yu, you can forget about reaching the top 3. Wang Gui was just as arrogant. "Qin Nan, are you prepared to meet your end?" Yu coolly asked. "Nan, do you know how to handle taunts and provocations?" Qin Nan flashed a grin. "Of course." "You knock them flat." The time arrived, and the referee's voice boomed. "The grand hunt begins now. All disciples, move out." The rules this year are the same as always. The hunting ground is split in 2. Legacy disciples will enter the grounds on the left. New disciples will enter the grounds on the right. Each zone contains a total of 10,000 spirit beasts. The competition ends when every beast has been slain. Afterward, points will be tallied based on the beast cores. The stronger the spirit beast one obtains, the higher the score. The person with the highest score will qualify for the final martial contest. Wang Gui couldn't resist one last jab at Qin Nan before leaving. "Come on, let's settle this with our lives." But Qin Nan ignored him completely, leaping straight into the teleportation gate. In an instant, he arrived in the hunting forest. He quickly did the math. The grounds held only 10,000 spirit beasts, but there were 1,000 new disciples. That meant each person could only hunt about 10 beasts. To get a high score, you either had to hunt powerful spirit beasts or steal from others. After walking for a while, Qin Nan found his first prey. This was a first-level demigod realm, spirit beast, an armored coup. Though this type was weak, its shell was incredibly thick. Killing it would be a waste of time. He decided to pass on it and search for a higher-level beast. Continuing his search, he soon found his next target. Up ahead was a 4th-level Demigod Realm fire spirit sheep. Qin Nan smiled and pulled out a talisman. A 4th-level demigod beast. Now that's worth killing. He immediately activated the power of the ice rune, firing it straight at the fire spirit she. The beast, caught by the surprise attack, collapsed on the spot. Qin Nan swiftly used his sword to cut it open and retrieve the beast core. It was a large, shimmering golden core. He held it up happily. This is a beast core. With this, I've got my first points. Suddenly, a short dagger shot straight towards Qin Nan. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp enough to dodge aside. Ambushed. Qin Nan roared, "Show yourself!" The owner of the flying dagger was a young woman named Yin Luo. She made no effort to hide and stepped right out. "Seems you're quite vigilant." She landed in front of Qin Nan. "To think you could dodge my dagger at such close range." Qin Nan thought to himself, "She's at the 4th level of the Demigod Realm. No wonder she was after this 4th-level fire spirit sheep." She spoke bluntly. "The beast core in your hand belongs to me now." Qin Nan remained calm. "That depends on whether you have the skill to take it." Without another word, she immediately executed her swift wind dance. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Qin Nan was startled. "She's gone." 3 daggers suddenly flew at him from out of nowhere. Qin Nan quickly used his sword to block them all. At the same time, he pinpointed her location. "Over here." He swung his sword, but she vanished again right before his eyes, leaving behind a cloud of poison mist. Qin Nan quickly covered his nose and mouth. She laughed smugly and threw another dagger. "Hee, you fell for it." Qin Nan still managed to dodge, but he was stunned. Her movement technique was unbelievably fast. Yin Luo launched a relentless barrage of attacks, but Qin Nan's defense was solid, deflecting every single blow. He then pulled out a talisman and crushed it, activating a speed-enhancing rune. Yin Luo was shocked when she lost sight of Qin Nan. "He's gone." He suddenly appeared right behind her and launched ... a powerful kick straight into her back. Yin Luo was sent flying over 10 meters, landing face-first on the ground, battered and spitting blood. Qin Nan walked over and asked coldly, "Had enough?" Seeing his terrifying expression, Yin Luo suddenly burst into tears, acting as if she were the victim. Even Qin Nan was thrown off by this. "If you can't win, you can't win. What are you crying for?" Yin Luo just kept playing the victim. "You bullied me. You're a monster." He had no idea what her deal was. Is there something wrong with her? One moment she's a robber, the next she's crying foul. Seeing her pathetic display, Qin Nan sighed and stepped closer. Who knew this was just another trap? The girl switched faces faster than an exp. Hee. You took the bait. Men are always suckers. ... For a cute girl's tears. Qin Nan was still worried. "Are you okay?" Yin Luo reached her hand toward him. "Big brother, you're so kind," she thought to herself. "Once you help me up, I'll stab you with my dagger." But no. Instead of helping her up, Qin Nan snatched the beast core right off her body. "I'll be taking this 4th-level demigod beast core." Yin Luo was completely outplayed and flew into a rage. "You beast." After getting the core, Qin Nan didn't stick around to argue. Retreat was the best option. "Farewell," Yin Luo screamed after him in fury. "You just wait. This isn't over between us." A while later, an announcement echoed through the grounds. "The number of spirit beasts in the hunting zone ... has dropped below 3,000. All disciples, please hurry." Qin Nan calculated his odds. 3,000 beasts would be hunted down quickly. Right now, he only had 3 3rd-level cores. And 4 4th-level cores. Time was running out. To get a high score, he had to either steal cores from others ... or hunt a spirit beast above the 5th level. Suddenly, a pair of enormous eyes from deep within the forest stared right at him. A monstrous beast charged out. Qin Nan recognized it instantly. A 5th-level demigod beast, the Cold Flame Leopard. It turned out to be guarding a cold flame fruit. Far from being afraid, Qin Nan was ecstatic, as if he'd struck gold. According to the Divine Realm's record of wonders, this cold flame fruit was a treasure of the 5th level Demigod Realm. Whether absorbed directly or refined into a pill, it offered immense benefits to any martial artists below the 5th level of the Demigod Realm. This time, he'd truly hit the jackpot. Slaying this beast would not only grant him a 5th level core, but also a treasure of the same rank. 1 stone, 2 birds. The leopard pounced first, initiating the attack. Qin Nan dodged with ease. He immediately took out a talisman and activated it. A massive surge of spirit power formed an ice arrow that shot toward the beast. Unexpectedly, it didn't dodge, but opened its mouth and swallowed the attack whole. Qin Nan was stunned. So this leopard absorbs ice-based spirit energy to grow stronger. After absorbing it, the beast fired back a massive energy ball at Qin Nan, an incredibly huge orb of spirit energy. Qin Nan quickly leaped away. It was a cold flame infused with ice spirit energy. The attack struck a tree, ... causing it to freeze solid in an instant. Qin Nan smiled with interest. I wonder how this cold flame will react to my own fire rune. The leopard prepared to spit another ball of cold flame. Qin Nan immediately unleashed the power of his flame rune, striking the beast and knocking it down. He instantly realized its weakness. So, that's the cold flame, leopard's fatal flaw. If you're held back by fire, then prepare to die. With those words, he unleashed a strike from his heaven-shaking sword art, finishing the beast with ease. Qin Nan figured the new disciples were only around the 3rd level Demigod Realm. This 5th level Demigod Beast Core would surely earn him a massive amount of points. Next up was absorbing the cold flame fruit. He approached the tree. The icy aura was overwhelming. If his cultivation were any lower, his arm would have frozen solid. Without a second thought, Qin Nan absorbed it directly into his body, and his entire being erupted in flames. Qin Nan roared with excitement. 4th level Demigod, a breakthrough. Having just reached the 4th level Demigod Realm, Qin Nan thought to himself, with a powerful skill set, including the 6th form of the heaven-shattering sword art and 2nd-grade talismans, taking on a 5th level Demigod warrior was now a piece of cake. He could even challenge a 6th level Demigod and stand a chance. Just then, an announcement echoed through the air. The number of spirit beasts in the hunting grounds has dropped below 1,000. The final struggle is about to begin. Qin Nan knew the critical moment had arrived. The few remaining beasts would be wiped out in an instant. He had to seize this last chance. While soaring through the forest, he heard a massive explosion, followed by a shower of falling leaves. Qin Nan's curiosity was piqued, and he landed lightly on a nearby branch. An earth-shattering blast like that meant an intense battle was unfolding up ahead. He swiftly leaped from branch to branch, closing in on the chaos. Below, Wang Gui and 3 other disciples were struggling against a colossal bear. They shouted relentlessly, "Surround it!" Without another word, both sides clashed. Wang Gui unleashed his powerful earth-shaking heavenly hammer. But the bear suddenly went berserk. It let out a world-shaking roar, pushing the entire group back. Its eyes burned with rage, and with a single swipe, all 4 of them were sent flying like broken kites. Wang Gui could only curse through gritted teeth. Damn it! Perched high above, Qin Nan identified the beast, a sky-piercing bear at the 6th level Demigod Realm. Its power was no joke. Rumor had it that it took 3 warriors of the same level to defeat one. Although Wang Gui was a 6th level demigod, his 3 followers were only at the 3rd level. This monster was simply too much for them. Despite being thrashed by the bear, Wang Gui tried to act tough. He raised his hammer and roared, "Get up! We're killing this 6th level beast. My score will definitely be number 1. His 3 followers, pale with fear, stammered, "Brother Gui, we've used up all our healing medicine. If we keep this up, something terrible might happen." But Wang Gui was reckless, shouting back, "What's there to be scared of? Can't you see this beast is injured too? You just need to distract it. I'll find a chance to land a few hits, and it'll be finished. The logic seemed sound enough, so the three men mustered their courage and charged forward. Pushed to its limit, the bear roared in fury, its entire body transformed, sprouting thick scales and sharp spikes. Qin Nan watched with interest. Oh, a plot twist. So the sky-piercing bear has a second form. With a single slash of its claws, it sent Wang Gui's 3 disciples into oblivion. Wang Gui was terrified, stammering, "My 3 most trusted brothers, killed by this wretched beast. Now I have to fight it alone." He swung his hammer and screamed in despair, "You damned beast! I won't let you get away with this." Witnessing this pathetic scene, Qin Nan couldn't understand the guy's logic at all. The sky-piercing bear's second form had an incredibly tough defense. It would take 3 warriors of the same level to even attempt a fight. Yet Wang Gui was delusional enough to think he could win, wanting to take it on alone. He didn't even get a chance to charge. The bear sent him crashing to the ground with a devastating blow. The impact cracked the very earth beneath him. Wang Gui coughed up blood, only able to groan, "You damned beast." Analyzing the situation, Qin Nan realized a direct confrontation was suicide. He had to use his brain. And with that thought, he leaped down right in front of the sky-piercing bear. The move even startled the downed Wang Gui. Qin Nan turned back and grinned at him. "Sorry, but this sky-piercing bear is mine now." Seeing his prey stolen, Wang Gui could only seethe with fury and curse. "Qin Nan, attacking while I'm injured, ... You're shameless." The sky-piercing bear, seeing a new intruder, immediately lunged at him. Qin Nan gracefully leaped onto a branch to dodge. Impressive strength, he thought, but its speed is lacking. He immediately unleashed the power of an ice talisman. The moment the ice hit the bear's armor, it shattered into pieces. "Looks like the ice element is useless," Qin Nan noted. Even a second-grade talisman spell couldn't pierce this defense. He switched tactics, moving to the fire talisman's power. The bear charged through the sea of flames completely unscathed, rushing forward to bite him. Qin Nan quickly activated a speed talisman, narrowly dodging the fatal attack. After a long and grueling fight, Qin Nan finally found its weakness. So, it seems, the sky-piercing bear's only vulnerable spot is its eyes. He immediately jumped down, and the ice talisman instantly transformed into a massive arrow of ice. Qin Nan aimed straight for the bear's right eye and fired with a sickening thud. The bear lost an eye. He followed up with another shot, and the colossal sky-piercing bear crashed to the ground. Blood poured from its wounds as it lay motionless. Seeing his prize defeated, Wang Gui scrambled to his feet in a rage, pointing his hammer at Qin Nan and shouting, "Qin Nan, you despicable coward! You dare to ambush me and steal my prize." Qin Nan just shrugged and replied, "This is a competition. Everything is up for grabs. If you can't take it from me, it just means you're not strong enough." After retrieving the beast core, he brushed off his hands and told Wang Gui, "We'll meet again in the final tournament." Finally, a formal announcement rang out. "All spirit beasts in the hunting grounds have been slain. The hunting competition is over. All disciples, please exit the grounds." When the competition ended, everyone had gathered back at the arena. The referee announced loudly, "All disciples, turn in your beast course. We will now tally the points." Qin Nan thought to himself, today's harvest was pretty impressive. 3 third-level cores, 4 fourth-level cores, 1 fifth-level, and 1 sixth-level. With this, I should easily be in the top ranks. The tallying process was quick, and the referee began to announce the results for the new disciples' hunting competition. The top 10 on the silver ranking will qualify for the final martial tournament. 10th on the silver ranking, God Realm, Disciple Liu Zhao. 9th place, God Realm Disciple, Wumo. 4th place, God Realm Disciple, Wang Rishan. The prodigies from the God Realm, who dominated the top ranks, became unbearably arrogant. One laughed, mockingly. TSK, TSK. These people from the lower realm are utter trash. We're already at 4th place. and not a single one of them has made the list. Ha ha ha. How could pathetic dogs like them ever make it into the top 10? They were probably eliminated the moment they stepped into the hunting grounds. The white-haired elder beside him turned to taunt Ren Tian. You made the rule to give half the cultivation resources to the lower realm disciples. Look now. What good did it do? These disciples from the lower realm are naturally inferior to ours. They should remain as the lowest existence in the Divine Palace. Ren Tianchu remained calm and replied, the top 3 haven't been announced yet. What's the rush? The old man sneered internally. Humph! Still clinging to such foolish fantasies. How utterly ridiculous! Shen Lai was already boasting to the U. My Wangui is about to take first place on the silver board, and your Qin Nan. I doubt he even made it into the top 10. This proves you lower realm. Disciples can never surpass us from the divine realm. You should learn to accept reality. The Yu shot back coldly. The lower realm disciples will surely rise. It is you who needs to face reality. The referee then continued the announcements. Third place on the silver board from the divine realm, Wang Gui. Hearing this, he nearly coughed up blood from pure rage. That damned Qin Nan. I swear I'll kill you. Next up, second place. From the divine realm, Yin Luo. The disciples were stunned, as if struck by lightning. That humble-looking girl is even stronger than Wang Gui. One of them exclaimed, wow, and she's beautiful. 2. She's my goddess. Oh mother, I think I'm in love. Qin Nan broke into a cold sweat when he saw her. Heavens! It's that psycho who ambushed me in the hunting grounds. He realized they were both at the 4th level of the Demigod Realm. Yet she had secured second place. She was clearly no ordinary opponent. The moment Yin Luo saw Qin Nan, she recognized him instantly. She gritted her teeth, pointed directly at him, and made a chilling throat-slitting gesture. Her smitten admirers only swooned harder at the sight. Wow, she's so adorable, even when she's angry. Mother, I'm in love, again. But Qin Nan could only feel dread. I'm so dead. This girl is going to hold a grudge against me forever. The others began to gossip again. I have no idea who could be number 1. But I'm certain it's a dark horse. That's for sure. If even Wang Gui only took 3rd, and second place was a quiet girl like her, then first place must be completely unpredictable. They laughed with confidence. But it doesn't matter who it is. They're definitely from our divine realm. Huh, that's right. First place absolutely belongs to one of us. But then, a plot twist nobody saw coming. The referee's hand trembled as he announced, and now, for the moment you've all been waiting for. First place! He glanced at the name and froze, unable to believe his own eyes. First place on the silver board. From the lower realm, Qin Nan. The entire stadium fell into a dead silence. The Divine Realm disciples stood frozen for several seconds, before the entire crowd erupted. One of them growled through gritted teeth. What? A lower realm disciple took first place. How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible. How could a lower realm disciple ever achieve first place? No way. There must have been a mistake in the points. Or Qin Nan cheated. Yes, that must be it. Qin Nan cheated in the hunting grounds. Taking his cue, the pig Wang Gui jumped up and started screaming, that's right, he cheated. Qin Nan is a cheater. If Qin Nan hadn't stolen my 6th level demigod spirit beast, the number 1 spot would be mine right now. He pointed an accusing finger at him. I accuse him! Qin Nan cheated. He ambushed me in the hunting grounds, stole my spirit beast, and killed my 3 brothers. The mob mentality took over as the crowd roared in agreement. Wow, so he really did cheat. What a despicable lowlife from the lower realm. To do something so disgusting. Not a single one of them from the lower realm is a good person. Seeing him get ganged up on, Yin Luo felt a wave of satisfaction. She stuck her tongue out at him. Humph! Serves you right for stealing my things. The entire crowd was chanting, expel him from the Divine Palace. Get that disgusting lower armor out of here. Get out! Wang Gui, emboldened, roared shamelessly. Qin Nan, get the hell out of the Divine Palace. First place belongs to me. Facing a chorus of slander, Qin Nan suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. His laughter grew louder and more powerful. Wang Gui roared in fury. What are you laughing at? Qin Nan pointed right at their faces, his voice dripping with mockery. Every other word from your mouths is lower realm. Despicable. But now that your precious champion, Wang Gui, has been surpassed by this despicable person, you can't stand it, can you? As for the truth, the scoreboard is right in front of you. But not only do you ignore it, you instead claim that I cheated. Could it be that you're all even more pathetic than me, a mere lower realm? Looking at you now, despicable isn't the right word. You're simply ... pitiful. With that, he stared right into Wang Gui's eyes and grinned. He was so enraged, he was speechless. You ... you. The jeering crowd also fell silent, only able to curse him under their breath. That bastard! The two elders who had just been mocking Qin Nan now had faces as sour as lemons. Only one thought crossed their minds. This boy must be eliminated. Shen Lai's face was twisted in an ugly grimace, but he was powerless. The entire hall sank into silence. In sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere, Mo Yu was overjoyed. She praised him silently. Well said, Qin Nan. Those words are sharper than any sword, striking right at the heart of the Divine Realm's pride. Qin Nan then turned his attention back to Wang Gui and you. The hunting grounds were a competition. You were too weak, and I took your spirit beast. And you have the gall to announce it to everyone. You even tried to slap the label of cheater on me. Have you no shame? Hit right where it hurt. Wang Gui staggered back in a daze. Qin Nan smirked and said, but in a way, you truly are number one. You are the most shameless person in the entire Divine Realm. Wang Gui could only argue stubbornly. You still stole my spirit beast. Stop trying to twist my words. Seeing the chaos, Elder Wu finally stood up, his voice booming with anger. Enough. The disciples instantly fell silent in fear. He called out Wang Gui's name, making him tremble. How long will you continue to disgrace the people of the Divine Realm? He stammered. Disciple? Disciple wouldn't dare. The elder continued. The current hunting ground rankings ... are merely to select the 10 disciples for the final tournament. The upcoming tournament is what will test your true strength. The champion of the final tournament will be the one true champion. Hearing this, the Divine Realm disciples found their voices again. That's right. The final tournament's champion is the real winner. Even if Qin Nan got first in the hunt, he has no hope of winning the martial tournament. Humph. True strength, indeed. Qin Nan is only at the 4th level Demigod Realm. He only managed to steal Wang Gui's spirit beast through a sneak attack. In a head-on battle, he stands no chance against Wang Gui. Wang Gui's delusions of grandeur returned. Elder Wu is right. I should compose myself. The final tournament will decide who is truly number one. He stabbed a finger at Qin Nan's face, his voice a low growl. Qin Nan, just you wait. I will personally crush you with my bare hands. I will wash away the shame you brought me today. Qin Nan just stood there, arms crossed with a smirk. Wash away your shame. You can forget about it. Soon enough, the final day of the silver ranking tournament arrived. The first match was a clash between two beauties. They fought with fierce determination, neither given an inch. Qin Nan silently assessed their skills. The techniques they used were mostly 4th grade demigod level, but his Tribulation Heaven Sword Art had already reached the 6th form, equivalent to a 6th grade demigod technique. It seems victory won't be much of a problem. In a corner of the stands, Shen Lai and Wang Gui were meeting in secret. Wang Gui asked, Brother Shen, is there a reason you sought me out? Shen Li cursed in fury. HMPH. Your performance earlier was a disgrace to our God Realm cultivators. Elder Wu is absolutely furious. Terrified, Wang Gui immediately dropped to his knees. I deserve to die, he kowtowed. repeatedly. My crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths. In the next match, I will kill that Qin Nan and restore our honor. /Enlai took out a round object and handed it to him. For safety's sake, Elder Wu told me to give you this treasure, to help you teach that Qin Nan a lesson. Wang Gui eagerly accepted it, his eyes blazing with greed. This is a red sun fruit, /Enlai explained. Eating it can heal your injuries. And what's more, double quotes, ... for 1 hour. It'll raise your cultivation to the 7th level Demigod Realm. Wang Gui's jaw dropped in shock. The 7th level Demigod Realm. That's the level of forging bones into steel. With the strength of a 7th level demigod, killing that Qin Nan will be child's play. If I fail, I, Wang Gui, will offer you my head. He chuckled, a sinister poison lacing his voice. Qin Nan. My original 6th level demigod strength was already enough to kill you. Now with this red sun fruit, it's enough to kill you 100 times over. /N. Li nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Remember the words you just spoke. The referee's voice boomed. We will now begin the 4th round. Wang Gui versus Wang Rishan. The crowd immediately began to murmur. I heard this Wang Rishan is at the 5th level Demigod Realm, but he comes from a minor family, so his spiritual power is too weak. He's only cultivated a single 5th grade demigod technique. His luck has run out. Wang Gui is a 6th level demigod expert, and he's even mastered a 7th grade technique. Wang Gui sneered with absolute superiority, telling Wang Rishan, I'll give you one chance. Surrender now. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you where you stand. Wang Rishan, who had a long, ferocious-looking scar across his face, simply cracked his knuckles and replied with confidence. Wang Rishan, I'm not so easily intimidated. With that, he threw a lightning-fast punch toward Wang Gui, roaring, die. The audience gasped in amazement. There's lightning in his fist. He's cultivated the power of mystic thunder to the minor success stage. This Wang Rishan isn't half bad. Seeing his opponent charge, Wang Gui remained calm and just scoffed. Hayampiha, is that all you've got? He casually swung his warhammer once. Several of Wang Rishan's teeth were sent flying. His mouth, a bloody mess. He fell to his knees in agony, quickly shouting, I surrender. But Wang Gui had no intention of stopping. I gave you a chance to surrender, but you didn't take it. Trying to beg for mercy now. It's too late. With those words, he raised his warhammer high. Wang Rishan screamed in terror. Don't! Without a shred of hesitation, Wang Gui brought the hammer down with devastating force. The audience was stunned into silence. He's really dead. In just a single move, Wang Gui killed Wang Rishan. He's too powerful. The referee declared, 4th match. Wang Gui is the victor. Wang Gui shot a sharp glance down at Qin Nan, issuing a challenge. Qin Nan, your death will be a miserable one. The referee continued reading the list. Next, the 5th match. Qin Nan versus Yin Luo. Qin Nan found this rather amusing. To think he'd be fighting this girl who held a grudge against him. Interesting. Yin Luo was just as excited. She drew her flying dagger. You stole my beast core in the hunting grounds. Now, I'll make you pay a heavy price. Qin Nan cheerfully replied, All right, please, give it your all. Seeing his relaxed posture, Yin Luo thought to herself, HMPH. He won't even draw his weapon. Is he looking down on me? In the next instant, she vanished from Qin Nan's sight. He wasn't surprised at all. This invisibility trick again. The audience below, however, was stunned. She disappeared in a flash. So strong. I can't sense Yin Luo's presence at all. Qin Nan is finished for sure. Yin Luo now had complete control of the battle, able to strike whenever she pleased, though Qin Nan appeared calm. He remained on high alert. Suddenly, a flying dagger shot towards his face. With lightning reflexes, he dodged it by a hair's breadth. So fast. As he evaded, Qin Nan said with a smile, "You already tried these moves on me back in the hunting grounds. They were useless against me then, let alone now." Yin Luo reappeared, a mysterious smile on her face. "Look around you. You're already a fish in a barrel." Unbeknownst to him, a formation array had appeared beneath Qin Nan's feet. Yin Luo immediately began the incantation, Phoenix Flame Blade Formation. The array activated, creating a colossal vortex of fire that swallowed Qin Nan whole. Yin Luo crossed her arms confidently. HMPH. No one can escape my Phoenix Flame Blade Formation. Once again, the audience was filled with awe. Incredible. The Phoenix Flame Blade Formation is the Yin clan's signature technique in the Origin Sun region. No wonder Yin Luo could take second place in the hunting competition. The Yin clan is famous for its powerful fire attribute techniques and phantom-like movement arts. Seeing it today, it's truly formidable. By now, Qin Nan has probably been burned to ashes. Suddenly, from within the fiery vortex, a sword tip shot out. The blade flew straight for Yin Luo, forcing her to leap back to dodge. Qin Nan slowly walked out of the flames, absorbing the entire vortex as he went. He thought to himself, the fire attribute spiritual power released by this phoenix flame. Formation is immense. Unfortunately for her, my 5 elements body absorbs it perfectly. Yin Luo couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? The flames of my Phoenix Flame Blade Formation. He absorbed them all. Qin Nan calmly picked up the dagger from the ground, not forgetting to taunt her. Is this your ultimate move? He casually tossed the dagger back at her. Yin Luo scrambled to dodge, but the blade still grazed her cheek, leaving a thin scratch. Qin Nan nodded in approval. It seems flying daggers are quite the weapon. Fast, sharp, and they kill without a trace. I should get one for myself someday. Yin Luo finally touched the wound on her face in shock. Seeing the trickle of blood, she suddenly burst into tears, throwing a tantrum. Wah! My face is hurt. Qin Nan is bullying me. Qin Nan helplessly clutched his head. Young lady, this is a tournament. Why are you crying? She continued to wail. You bully! You're not supposed to hit the face! Down below, a few of her admirers took the chance to shout, Qin Nan, you'd better surrender now. How dare you make our goddess cry? You made her weep. Qin Nan, and for that, I will kill you. Qin Nan sighed, exhausted. This girl was clearly a spoiled brat. A life-or-death duel, and she was treating it like a joke. He raised his hands in surrender, a wry smile on his face. Get up. I can even give you a few free moves. Yin Luo's eyes sparkled. Really? She joyfully leaped up and threw her arms around Qin Nan. Thank you, big brother. But hidden from view, a dagger was clutched in her hand. Her eyes suddenly turned ice-cold. Now, die. But as the blade plunged down, she froze in shock. Where did he go? Qin Nan was already standing behind her, a knowing smile on his face. I knew you were up to no good. Yin Luo spotted the speed talisman in his hand. This is my last one, Qin Nan thought to himself. She shrieked in frustration. You're despicable. Using a talisman is cheating. Besides, why did you run? My little stab wouldn't have killed you. I was just getting a little revenge for how you bullied me. Qin Nan shot her a glare. A little stab that wouldn't kill me, huh? If I hadn't been careful, that little dagger of yours would have pierced my heart. But Yin Luo simply resorted to childish arguments. So what? You're a man. Can't you just let me win? Qin Nan stared back, his eyes showing no mercy. Let's say this fist of mine lands on your face. ... Would you cry even louder? Yin Luo was stunned for a moment. What? Qin Nan wasted no more words, sending a punch straight to her jaw, knocking a tooth clean out. Yin Luo was sent flying from the arena floor. She scrambled to pick up her broken tooth in horror. My tooth. Then she burst into hysterical sobs. My tooth. The referee quickly announced, 5th match, Qin Nan is the winner. Qin Nan felt he might have gone too far and felt a twinge of guilt. He jumped down to help Yin Luo up. Get up. I'm sorry about your tooth. She just pointed at his face and screamed, Qin Nan, you just wait. With that, she ran off, humiliated and in tears. Qin Nan turned back, his gaze falling coldly on the disciples from the Divine Realm. What? None of you are satisfied with the result. If you have a problem, you can come up here and face me too. The cowards quickly waved their hands, their hair standing on end. No. We're convinced. Utterly convinced. Qin Nan turned his back and walked away, filled with contempt. The people of the Divine Realm. So this was the character of the so-called high and mighty. The crowd immediately started whispering again. That kid is getting more and more arrogant. He won't be arrogant for long. Next up, he faces Wang Gui. With Wang Gui's strength, he's more than enough to kill that brat. To die at the hands of Wang Gui is an honor for this lowly commoner from the lower realm. A moment later, the referee's voice boomed once more. Next, we will begin the final showdown. Qin Nan versus Wang Gui. The first place winner of the silver ranking will receive 100 How Ran pills. ... and the 9th grade Demigod stage martial skill. The primordial chaos sword. Qin Nan's attention was immediately captured by the rewards. How Ran pills. 10 of them can help me break through from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the Demigod Realm. ... So, with 100 of them, couldn't I advance from my current 4th level Demigod Realm to at least the 5th level? The audience, however, was buzzing about the primordial chaos sword. I heard that the primordial chaos sword is a legendary technique ... that uses the finger as a blade. After mastering it, one can supposedly cut through anything with a mere gesture, killing with invisible, lightning-fast strikes. Isn't that the perfect martial art for assassins and thieves? Hearing this, Qin Nan's interest was piqued. The effect of an invisible kill was indeed appealing. If I use my extreme gaze visualization art to comprehend and evolve this primordial chaos sword, it might become even more powerful. Wang Gui had already leaped onto the stage. He arrogantly called out to Qin Nan, "Are you ever coming up? Or are you scared?" He smirked inwardly, thinking of the red sun pill he had taken. My power has been temporarily boosted to the 7th level Demigod Realm. Even 10 Qin Nans would be no match for me. Qin Nan didn't hesitate. Leaping onto the stage, he said, "Every second I'm late is another second you get to live. Isn't that a good thing?" Wang Gui laughed with confidence. "Humph! Don't be so smug. You'll know what death is when I smash your head to a pulp." Convinced of Wang Gui's victory, Shenlai turned to challenge the Yuan. "Shall we to make a little wager?" she asked coldly. "What's the bet?" he replied. "Let's bet 10 3rd-grade blue argent stones. I bet on Wang Gui. You bet on Qin Nan." "How about it?" she replied immediately. "The value of 1 3rd-grade origin stone is equal to 100 2nd-grade yellow origin stones. Young Master Shen is truly generous," he sneered. "Consider it a way to add a little color to this final match." The Yu had absolute faith in Qin Nan, and agreed instantly. "Fine, I'll take that bet. But 10 stones is too little. I propose we raise it to 20 / Shenlai burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. The Yu. You certainly have spirit. 20 stones. It is, then," he thought smugly. "You're bound to lose." The match officially began. Wang Gui roared, "Get ready to be flattened!" A colossal warhammer crashed down towards Qin Nan, but he showed no intention of dodging. The hammer slammed directly into his body. The audience gasped in horror. How is this possible? Is this kid even human? Qin Nan had somehow managed to effortlessly block the massive hammer. He calmly remarked, "That's not nearly enough force." The youth thought to herself, "That sword in Qin Nan's hand is quite interesting. It appears to be a divine-grade weapon." After the opening attack, Wang Gui shrank his hammer and said, "Not bad, kid. You actually blocked a strike with 3/10 of my power. You haven't disappointed me too much. If I had killed you with one blow, it wouldn't have been any challenge at all." Qin Nan ignored him, looking bored. Cut the nonsense! Just use your strongest move. I'm in a hurry? All he could think was, I need to win first place, quickly. Using those 100 Haoran pills to level up is what's most important. Wang Gui's face flushed with anger at his words. He ignited his hammer with flames. Fine, I'll show you that a disciple of the Divine Realm, is not someone a lowly peasant from the lower realm like you can provoke? He charged forward, his flaming hammer held high, determined to turn Qin Nan into a scorched pancake. But Qin Nan remained perfectly still, waiting with his arms crossed. At the very last second, just as the hammer was about to fall, he leaped effortlessly into the air. The force of the blow shattered the entire arena floor, the shock wave sending spectators flying. Qin Nan hovered in the air, looking down coldly. My turn. He produced an ice talisman. The talisman transformed into an arrow of pure ice, shooting straight towards Wang Gui. The crowd below gasped in amazement once again. Is that a second-grade talisman spell? No wonder he was so confident against Wang Gui. He had an ace, like this up his sleeve. Cultivating talismans requires incredible spiritual talent. I can't believe this Qin Nan learned how to use talisman magic. One spectator scoffed. HMPH. So what if he has talisman magic? Wang Gui's cultivation is at the 6th level Demigod Realm. Qin Nan is only at the 4th level, no matter how hard he tries. Model. But it couldn't overcome the chasm between their cultivation levels. Wang Gui wasn't afraid at all, standing still as the ice arrow approached. With a single flick, he shattered it into 100 pieces. Wang Gui scoffed at Qin Nan. So what if you know talisman magic? You can't even scratch me! Qin Nan said nothing, simply unleashing another volley of ice arrows. If one had no effect, then perhaps more would do the trick. The power of the ice cone talisman. But Wang Gui crushed every single arrow without mercy. He spoke with utter disdain. Useless trash. You can't hurt me. Qin Nan thought. I'm finally out of ice talismans. Wang Gui laughed smugly. What's wrong? Run out of toys. Ha ha ha. You worthless peasant. But our hero drew another type of talisman, took aim, and spoke with a chilling tone, standing on death's door without knowing it, still spouting such arrogant nonsense. You truly are courting death. He immediately activated the power of the blazing flame talisman. A colossal fireball hurtled towards him, but Wang Gui remained overconfident. It's useless. A grade 2 talisman's power can't harm me. He swung his hammer again, cleaving the fireball in two. Jaya! You turned to Shenlai with a faint smile. It seems the winner has been decided. The entire arena was now shrouded in a thick cloud of mist. The crowd grew restless. What's happening on the stage? The steam is so thick, we can't see anything anymore. When intense fire meets extreme cold, a massive amount of vapor is created. Another spectator scoffed. Is this steam supposed to be a joke? With Wang Gui's reaction speed, he can still defeat Qin Nan easily, even with the steam as a distraction. As the vapor finally dissipated, Wang Gui was still standing there, completely unharmed. He let out a menacing grin. Child's play. My current strength is at the 7th level of the Demigod Realm. I'm not someone you can trifle with. He instantly leaped high into the air, bringing his hammer down with a mighty swing that shattered the stage, sending debris flying toward the audience below. He slammed his hammer down, sneering at Qin Nan. Did you really think a little steam could obscure my vision? How incredibly naive. But Qin Nan had already appeared right behind him. Disturbing you for just a moment was all I needed. Now, taste the might of my 6th technique. He unleashed a fatal slash from the Heavenly Tribulation sword style, aiming straight for the pig Wang Gui. The razor-sharp sword key tore through the air, shocking him to his core. How can a lowly peasant from the lower realms release such powerful sword key? Wang Gui roared. I refuse to believe my 7th level demigod power can't block this attack of yours. But Qin Nan's sword key sliced his hammer clean in two. He screamed in terror. Impossible. His entire body was cleaved in half by the sword strike, his agonizing screams echoing through the arena. Seeing the sword key was about to level the entire divine palace, Elder Yu urgently shouted for Shen Lai to stop it. He immediately flew forward, blocking the path of the devastating attack. Shen Lai calmly raised a hand, speaking with disdain. Just a trivial wisp of sword key. With a single hand, he effortlessly stopped it dead in its tracks. The disciples from the God Realm witnessed his incredible display of power and were filled with admiration. Shen Lai is truly the role model for all of us, God Realm disciples. Qin Nan's all-out attack was stopped with just one hand. Exactly. Even if this Qin Nan is the #1 new disciple, he's still no match for the geniuses of our God Realm. Despite his calm facade, Shen Lai had to grit his teeth, his palm slightly scratched. He thought to himself, this sword key packs some serious power. Wang Gui lost because of his arrogance and recklessness. After defeating his opponent, Qin Nan leaped down to the referee. Startling the old man, he asked, aren't you going to announce the results of the match? Or is there still some doubt? The old man frantically waved his hands. No, not at all. He then raised his hand and declared, the winner of the silver division of the dark ranking is Qin Nan from the lower realms. A female disciple brought the prize forward. Here is your reward. Qin Nan smiled to himself. With this prize, my strength will improve significantly. Ren Tanchu turned to mock the other two elders. A disciple from the lower realms defeated Wang Gui. So, do you have anything to say now? Elder Yu sneered. Humph! Don't get too smug. Many lower realm disciples hit a bottleneck and never advance past the 10th level of the Demigod Realm. Just you watch. This Qin Nan will undoubtedly end up just like Mo Yu Yu next to you, unable to break through the restriction of the 10th level Demigod Realm for his entire life. Hearing this, Mo Yuju frowned slightly but remained silent. Ren Tianchu laughed in response. Yu Yu has only just reached the 10th level of the Demigod Realm. Whether he can break through to the Quasi-God Realm is still unknown. When that day comes and he succeeds, you'd better watch out, or he'll make you eat your words. The other elder snorted resentfully. We'll just wait and see, the referee announced loudly. Next, we will proceed with the Golden Division of the Dark Ranking. Qin Nan thought to himself. The Golden Division has nothing to do with me. The most important thing now is to improve my own strength. A few days later, in the Palace Master's main hall, Qin Nan bowed. Palace Master, you summoned me, the old man said, for you to achieve first place in the Silver Division in such a short time. Truly exceeded my expectations. It also proves that my decision to recruit you was the correct one. Qin Nan replied humbly, I must still thank you, Palace Master. If you hadn't brought me into the Dark God Palace, I might still be wandering the God Realm all alone. The old man laughed. Ha ha ha. This is the result of your own hard work. I've merely provided you with a place. Then, his expression turned serious. Young man, would you like to become my direct disciple? Qin Nan was taken aback for a moment. A direct disciple? That's right. As my direct disciple, like the others, you will receive the best resources the palace has to offer. Combined with your cultivation speed, Qin Nan asked skeptically. In your eyes, I'm nothing more than a mortal from a third-rate continent. Why would you suddenly offer me such incredible treatment? What is it you want me to do for you? Hearing this, Ren Tanchu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're a sharp one, kid. This kind of treatment is indeed not something one gets so easily. But what I need your help with is not for my own sake, but for the sake of the entire Dark God Palace, and even for all the lower realm disciples of the Yuanyang domain. Qin Nan was confused. The entire Yuanyang domain, he thought. Could this be related to that old domain master who cursed me with the cold poison? Ren Tianchu continued, to be honest with you, I also ascended from a lower continent to the God Realm. In their eyes, I am also a lowly existence. Even though I am now the master of the Dark God Palace, those 4 elders still look down on me. The old man gritted his teeth as he began to reveal the deep-rooted discrimination, cruelty, is the law in this place. Those from the God realm utterly despised ascenders from the lower realms. If it's this bad in our humble Dark Abyss Divine Palace, imagine the prejudice in the other major powers. There, disciples from the lower realms are treated as nothing more than slaves, forced to serve the whims of God realm disciples. And the true source of all this suffering is that old tyrant, the Domain Lord himself. Hearing the name of the mastermind, Qin Nan was stunned. He asked, in disbelief, "The Domain Lord, what did he do?" The old man didn't hesitate to reveal the truth. He personally issued the decree. He commanded that ascenders receive fewer cultivation resources, and even severely restricted the very path of ascension from the lower realms, where once a cultivator could ascend every 1,000 years. Now, it takes 10,000. Hearing this, Qin Nan's fists tightened, pure hatred boiling in his heart. That tyrannical domain lord severed the celestial bridge from my home, the Tianyan continent. My loved ones have lost their path to godhood, trapped forever in the mortal realm. My grudge against him is one that cannot be shared under the same sky. Seeing the flames of vengeance ignite in Qin Nan's eyes, Ren Tianchu made a tempting offer. I can help them grow stronger, but you must join us. Together, we will overthrow the 4 great elders of the Dark Abyss Divine Palace, then attend the grand assembly of 10,000 sects and change our people's fate. Without a moment of hesitation, Qin Nan agreed. Fine. I'm in. A cold, calculated plan for vengeance was already taking shape in his mind. Domain Lord ... just. You wait. But then, a thought struck him. You said us. Who else is part of this alliance? The old man gave a cryptic smile. Someone just like you. Of course. Mo Yu is also an ascender from the lower realms. Qin Nan's mind started racing. So, that icy and aloof senior sister secretly harbored a fire for rebellion. She was more impressive than he thought. Just then, Ren Tianchu presented a generous gift. This is a treasure of the 8th level Demigod Realm, the Divine Fire Spirit Pond. A single one holds the power of several hundred grand righteousness pills. Consider this a token of our new partnership. Seeing such a priceless treasure, Qin Nan's eyes lit up. In that case, I humbly accept. Inside, he was already celebrating. This was incredible! With the Divine Fire Spirit Pond and the 100 grand righteousness pills. From his silver list reward, his power could soar to the 6th level Demigod Realm. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Dark Abyss Divine Palace, Qin Nan remained in seclusion, deep in his cultivation. Soon, a satisfied smile graced his lips. After 10 days of intense cultivation, the 100 pills and the spirit pond had been completely devoured by his 5 elements physique. His cultivation had soared from the 4th level of the Demigod Realm all the way to the 6th level. With his current power, he could now obliterate the Olwangui with a single strike. And that wasn't all. His primordial chaos sword technique had evolved into the lawless sword, a 10th grade demigod technique. The very name reeked of overwhelming power. Time to test out my new toy. Qin Nan strode calmly into the courtyard. He began to chant the incantation, "With finger as my sword, I kill without a trace." As the words left his lips, Qin Nan leaped into the air. A razor-sharp wave of sword energy shot towards a nearby boulder, instantly cleaving it in two. The rock then shattered into countless fragments. He landed softly, a look of satisfaction on his face. To think, a divine metal iron stone was completely obliterated by a single sword intent of mine, while the lawless sword's raw power isn't on par with the heaven-sundering sword art. Its flexibility makes it perfect for assassinations. Just then, a knock echoed from his door. Qin Nan opened the door, surprised to find Yin Luo standing there. A slight blush was on her cheeks as she spoke shyly. "I was knocking for a while. I thought you weren't here." He scratched his head. "Ah, I must have been too absorbed in my training to notice." A playful glint appeared in her eyes. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Qin Nan quickly stepped aside. "Of course. Please, come in." Once they were both seated, he finally asked. 2. What do I owe the pleasure of Lady Yinluo's visit? Yinluo was direct. After our fight on the Silver List, I realized the vast gap in power between us. Therefore, I wish to train with you in order to improve. Qin Nan was frozen for a moment. Train together. He thought to himself, what kind of scheme is she cooking up? She was certainly full of surprises. Seeing his hesitation, she puffed out her cheeks in a pout. What's so bad about having a beautiful lady train with you? Qin Nan tried to refuse politely. You misunderstand. I've always preferred to train in solitude. If someone else is nearby, I find it very distracting, and it could even hinder my cultivation speed. Of course, he had a hidden reason. The secret of his 5 elements physique. It could absorb all kinds of heavenly treasures and elemental energies. If a heaven-defying ability like that were exposed, the only thing awaiting him would be a swift death. Yinluo cut straight to the point. So, is that a no? Qin Nan didn't sugarcoat it. Yes, Lady Yinluo. Your request to train together, ... I am afraid I cannot accept. Her face turned red with fury as she pointed a finger at him. Qin Nan, don't be so ungrateful. This lady comes from a great clan of the God Realm. For me to stoop so low as to offer to train with you is a great honor. Yet you dare to refuse me. Qin Nan's expression remained perfectly calm as he took a sip of his tea. My mind is made up. Lady Yinluo, you should go. Seething with rage, she stormed away, throwing one last thread over her shoulder. Qin Nan, you will regret this. Qin Nan could only chuckle. Such a spoiled little princess. The moment she was gone, his voice turned cold, directed towards a nearby thicket. Senor Sister Mo, how long do you intend to hide? Mo Yu descended gracefully from the trees, a hint of surprise in her eyes. I concealed my presence completely. ... And yet, you still found me. Qin Nan simply gave a humble reply. You flatter me, Senior Sister. A moment later, after she took a seat, she got straight to the point. It seems that Yinluo has taken a liking to you. Aren't you afraid you'll break her heart by being so cold? He sat down calmly, analyzing the situation like an expert. I believe she only wants to use me to further her own cultivation. The moment her power surpasses my own, she undoubtedly casts me aside for someone else. His cold, logical assessment took Mo Yu by surprise. But a moment later, she laughed in amusement. You really do think things through, don't you? She quickly changed the subject. I came here to inform you of something important. In a domain managed by our Dark Divine Palace, the ruins of a powerful ancient expert have just been discovered. These ruins were left by a master at the peak of the quasi-god realm. Rumor has it they're filled with heavenly treasures, a perfect proving ground for all the direct disciples. Hearing this, Qin Nan's curiosity was piqued. The 4 great elders and the palace master, aren't they going? Mo Yu calmly explained the situation. Those masters are already at the quasi-god realm. These ruins are beneath their notice. But for disciples like us, at the demigod and early quasi-god stages, this is a priceless opportunity. After understanding the full picture, Qin Nan couldn't hide his excitement. Excellent! Then we set out tomorrow. A plan was already forming in his mind. If he could find heavenly treasures in the ruins and absorb them with his unique physique, his power would take a massive leap forward. Suddenly, Mo Yu slid something toward him. One more thing. I made a bet with Shen Lai, and he lost 10 grade 3 blue origin stones to me. They are a gift for you. Qin Nan accepted them, but couldn't help but ask, why aren't you keeping them? Senior Sister Mo, I won that bet because of you, so these rightfully belong to you. Besides, I have plenty of grade 3 stones, like these. I'm not lacking for them at all. She then added with a knowing smile. On the other hand, you must have discovered that many complex runes can't be carved onto grade 2 stones, right? Her question hit the nail on the head. Qin Nan had no choice but to admit it. You're right. I've tried countless times. The Elementary Inscription Arts, Volume 6, contains so many complex runes that simply won't work on Grade 2 origin stones. Mo Yuhu then offered a crucial piece of advice. Those complex runes, they can all be carved onto Grade 3 stones. Before we head to the ruins, you should craft some Grade 3 talismans. You never know when you might need them. Her suggestion was a revelation for Qin Nan. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Senior Sister Mo. Feeling there was nothing left to say, Mo Yuyu stood up. All right, I've said what I needed to. I must report back now. But before she left, she turned back, her voice filled with sincerity. Qin Nan, your talent is extraordinary. I hope we can fight together to earn the respect that all disciples from the lower realm deserve. Her words of encouragement solidified Qin Nan's resolve. He nodded. I understand. But his own plan was already in motion. First, he'd deal with the 4 Great Elders' task and seize control of the Dark Gleam Divine Palace. Then, I'll eliminate that domain lord. A few days later, the disciples from both the lower and divine realms gathered, ready to enter the ancient ruins. Leading the group, Shenlai began to grandstand, his voice booming over the crowd. Listen up, direct disciples. Our mission today is simple. Find the treasures within the ruins. Any disciple who finds a treasure must immediately bring it to me at the rear of the ruins. Afterward, rewards will be distributed based on the number of treasures each of you has found. He finished his speech with a flourish. Then, with an air of absolute authority, he asked, Does anyone have any objections? Over on the lower realm's side, one disciple couldn't help but whisper to his peer, Rewards by merit, my foot. Once we hand over the treasures, the divine realm disciples will snatch them all. And when it's time for our reward, it'll just be the sexed, standard Vasky pills. The treasures in these ruins are worth far more than a few dozen, or even a few hundred of those pills. But in the midst of it all, Mo Yu simply turned and answered coldly, No objections. Let's move out. Seeing no one else speak up, Shenlai smirked and shouted, Excellent. Move out. A young, indignant disciple turned to Mo Yu and whispered, Senior Sister Mo, why didn't you object? Handing them over to the 4 elders is just an excuse. It's obvious the Divine Realm disciples want to take everything for themselves. Another disciple nudged him, calming him down. What's the rush? Senior Sister Mo is surely thinking of a way to protect our interests. They're using the 4 Great Elders' name to justify their actions. If she had objected right then and there, wouldn't she be accused of disrespecting the 4 Great Elders? The young disciple heard this and replied sheepishly, Oh, I see. I wasn't thinking clearly. A short while later, the group arrived before a colossal boulder believed to be the entrance to the ruins. Shenlai turned and announced, All right, halt, we've arrived. Wang Yun looked around, confused. Brother Shen, where's the entrance to the ruins? I don't see anything. Shenlai gestured toward the boulder ahead and explained. Ruins like these are usually sealed by a magical formation. If you can find the formations, Singo, quotes, ... You can break the seal, and the ruins will reveal themselves. He flashed a wicked grin. And this very rock in front of us, ... is the formations. Everyone followed his gaze to an ordinary-looking, sharp-edged boulder. There was nothing special about it. Not letting them wait long, Shenlai quickly channeled his spiritual power. With a single palm strike, he shattered the boulder, activating the mechanism. Instantly, a shimmering spatial gate began to open in mid-air. Shenlai quickly turned to Wang Yun and whispered, Once we're inside the ruins, find a chance to get rid of Qin Nan. Wang Yun sneered. Killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. Consider the job done. With their sinister plan set, Shenlai turned back to the group and bellowed, The entrance to the ruins is open. Everyone, follow me inside. Soon, the entire group was within the ruins. Shenlai immediately began issuing commands. All disciples, spread out and search these structures for treasure. If you encounter any danger, use your spiritual sense to communicate and alert everyone. The Divine Realm disciples responded in unison. Understood. They quickly scattered, rushing into the various buildings. A disciple from the lower realm asked nervously, "Senior Sister Mo, what should we do?" Mo Yu calmly instructed them. "Focus on finding treasures. First, be ready to adapt. If any Divine Realm disciple provokes you, ... single quotes ... fight back without hesitation." The lower realm disciples quickly affirmed, understood. They too began their search, moving toward a more secluded corner. Meanwhile, Shenlai was giving a far more sinister order. "Listen up, all Divine Realm disciples. Treasures in these ruins can be fought over freely. You can also just take them from the lower realm disciples. If necessary, you can kill them." Wang Yun was taken aback by this. "Seriously? Won't the 4 great elders and the palace master punish us for that?" Shenlai let out a malicious laugh and confirmed. "This order came directly from the 4 great elders. The whole rewards, by merit speech, goat ... was just a lie to fool those worthless peasants. The real order is to seize all their treasures," he added with a smug look. "As for the palace master, everyone in the Divine Palace knows he's on his deathbed anyway. If anyone still follows him, the Dark Abyss Divine Palace will belong to the 4 great elders." Hearing this, Wang Yun let out a wicked laugh. "I understand. Show no mercy to the disciples from the lower realm," Shenlai added with cruel intent. "But be subtle about it. Leave a few alive, as a small gesture of respect for the palace master." Unable to hide his eagerness, Wang Yun immediately set off to do his bidding. Meanwhile, Shenlai's thoughts were filled with nothing but contempt for Qin Nan and Mo Yu. None of the disciples from the lower realm deserved to live in the God realm. At that moment, in another part of the ruins, a lower realm disciple was overcome with joy. He had found an incredible treasure. Shouting with glee, a divine fire spirit mushroom at the 8th level of the Demigod Realm. "This is worth 300 Haoran pills." But his joy was short-lived. The sound of footsteps echoed as Wang Yun and his cronies entered, giving a shameless order, "Hand over that divine fire spirit mushroom." The lower realm disciple immediately shot back. "Aren't we supposed to turn in treasures after leaving the ruins? Why are you demanding it now?" Wang Yun roared in fury. "Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Give it to me now." But this disciple was no pushover. He stood his ground. "Are you sure you want to take this by force?" "I will never give it to you." A contemptuous smile spread across Wang Yun's face. "Looks like you have a death wish. Fine, then, I'll grant it." As he spoke, a giant python formed from his spiritual energy. He lunged forward, pointing his blade straight at the disciple. The disciple could only let out a horrified gasp. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yun's blade pierced through him, and he collapsed on the spot. After the murder, Wang Yun casually picked up the spirit mushroom. He took a bite, scoffing with disdain. An 8th level demigod divine fire spirit mushroom is barely enough to clean my teeth. Yet these lower realm trash treat it like a priceless treasure. How pathetic. Finishing it off, he turned and ordered his underlings to find the next target. As for Qin Nan, after scouting the area, he discovered a place where the spirit energy was incredibly dense. A treasure was definitely nearby. His gaze locked onto a spirit pearl embedded in the head of a stone statue. The aura radiating from this pearl was chillingly cold, and he slowly approached it. He deduced that it contained water attribute spirit energy. He decided to keep this spirit pill for himself. If he handed it to Shenlai after leaving the ruins, it would certainly be stolen from him. Rather than give it to them, I should absorb it myself. But just at that moment, Wang Yun's voice echoed from behind him. "So, it looks like you plan on swallowing it yourself." He aimed a spear directly at Qin Nan, arrogantly declaring, "This first-grade quasi-god realm, frostburst, pearl, is not something a wretch like you deserves to hold." The sudden appearance startled Qin Nan. He called out, "Who are you?" Wang Yun didn't bother to answer, only glaring at him with murderous intent. he snarled. Who I am doesn't matter. But I know that you are Qin Nan. He then aimed his spear at our hero and smirked. And today, you will not leave these ruins alive. Facing this arrogant foe, Qin Nan didn't flinch. Instead, he shot back. What? Planning to silence me for good? The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Yun roared in confirmation. You're absolutely right. He didn't just charge, he unleashed a flourish of techniques, showing off his serpent power. Seeing this, Qin Nan swiftly dodged the attack, silently assessing his opponent, judging by the aura of that spear strike. This man's strength is no less than Wang Gui's. He's at least at the 8th level of the Demigod Realm. Seeing Qin Nan effortlessly evade his attack, Wang Yun laughed with amusement. Such agile movements. To be able to dodge my spear strike. This is getting interesting. Instantly, his spiritual energy erupted. Flames engulfed his body and his spear. He launched a devastating, sky-rending strike at Qin Nan, but our hero managed to block it with his saber. The impact was so powerful, it sent them both staggering back. It was then that Qin Nan was shocked to see a venomous flame spreading across his hand. Wang Yun wiped a trickle of blood from his lips and laughed with glee. My poison is no joke. Qin Nan stared at the venom on his hand and cursed. Damn it. But then, he remembered who could create such a poison. It could only be the poison spear. Wang Yun ranked 8th on the Dark Abyss Golden List. Seeing the recognition in Qin Nan's eyes, Wang Yun smirked smugly. So, you finally remember who I am. In that case, drop your weapon, hand over the treasure, and accept your fate. I might consider giving you a painless death, even against a powerful opponent. Qin Nan remained calm and searched for a solution. There was only one way. He quickly took out the spirit pearl. Deciding to absorb the water attribute treasure, he would use its pure spiritual energy to forcibly purge the poison from his body. Without hesitation, he began to absorb the spirit pearl, and its power surged outwards, enveloping his entire body. Seeing this, Wang Yun roared in fury. How dare you? You lower realm scum! You despicable rat! You dare to absorb the frost-burst pearl yourself! After finishing the absorption, Qin Nan, now surging with power, retorted smugly. Not only did I neutralize your poison, my strength has also reached the peak of the 6th-level Demigod Realm. Just one step from the 7th. Wang Yun wasn't afraid in the slightest. He charged forward, bellowing, You arrogant brat, die for me. Knowing his strength was no longer inferior, Qin Nan met him head-on without fear. Then try this. As he spoke, crimson flames erupted from his hand. He swiftly launched a counterattack toward Wang Yun. Weiless sword. Qin Nan's single strike was completely overwhelming. It sent Wang Yun flying in. More than that, it ended his life in an instant. After taking the blow, he collapsed against a wall. Seeing his enemy was down for the count, Qin Nan quickly went to search him, surprised to find quite a few treasures on his body. Looking at the pile of loot, he couldn't help but worry. If he obtained all this through murder, then countless lower realm disciples must have already been killed. After a moment of thought, he decided to absorb these treasures first, raising his own cultivation level before searching for the other disciples. Moments later, he was deep in a state of cultivation. Feeling the immense power surging through his body, he exclaimed with joy, I've now reached the 7th level of the Demigod Realm. Just then, Mo Yu suddenly appeared, asking with concern, Qin Nan, are you all right? She then saw Wang Yun's corpse and said, It seems you've already killed him. Hearing this, Qin Nan just smiled teasingly. Senior Sister Mo, why are you in such a hurry? Mo Yu explained with a serious face. I just received word that Shen Lai sent Wang Yun to kill many of the lower realm disciples. According to one who escaped, Wang Yun was trying to find your location. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I came. Her explanation drew a soft, reassuring laugh from him. Thank you for your concern. Senior Sister Mo, I'm fine. That arrogant fool, Wang Yun, has already been dealt with by my hand. However, Wang Yun's death only sparked a deeper worry. She warned. Now, Only a handful of us from the lower realms are left. If Shenlai discovers Wang Yun is dead, he will undoubtedly hunt us down to silence us. Fearing his retribution, Mo Yuyu made her decision. Shenlai's power is at the peak 10th level of the Demigod Realm. If we face him, I can protect myself, but the rest of you stand no chance against him. To ensure your survival, I must get you out of these ruins immediately. But a lower realm disciple instantly protested, Senior Sister Mo, are we just going to leave like this? Wouldn't it be like gifting all the remaining treasures to those from the God Realm? Another disciple chimed in, he's right, Senior Sister Mo. None of us are cowards who cling to life and fear death. If Shenlai wants our lives, we won't let them claim the treasures of these ruins, so Seeing their fighting spirit ignite, Qin Nan added his voice to the fire. I won't hide it. My power just broke through to the 7th level of the Demigod Realm. If Senior Sister Mo and I join forces, we might just be able to take down Shenlai. Everyone's fierce determination swayed Mo. But she still analyzed the situation with a clear head. Shenlai still has more than 10 God Realm disciples under his command. Though they aren't as strong as Wang Jun, their power averages at the 6th level of the Demigod Realm. It would be the 4 of us against all of them. Hearing this, Qin Nan immediately laid out a detailed battle plan. The terrain here is complex, full of structures. We can operate from the shadows, just like Wang Yun did, and eliminate them one by one. When only Shenlai remains, we will strike together. We will avenge our fallen comrades from the lower realms. The plan was met with fiery support from the other 2 disciples. Let's do it. Seeing them united as one, Qin Nan turned and gave the command, move out. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, Shenlai sat like an emperor, admiring a high-grade pill in his hand. The effects of this chaos sky pill were several times more potent than a vast righteousness pill. He chuckled with delight. I never expected ... that a pitiful quasi-god realm ruin would hide a treasure like this. A moment later, 3 of his underlings hauled over a chest brimming with treasures. Fawning, Brother Shen, there's a whole other chest of pills just like this over here. We must not let those worthless mortals from the lower realms. See this? We absolutely cannot share these pills with them. These words brought a smug grin to Shenlai's face. He sneered. It's not even certain they're still alive. Why would we need to share? His lackeys laughed along. Brother Shen is right. Wang Jun has probably taken care of them already. Brother Shen, you're amazing. With this chest of chaos, sky pills. ... Our strength will increase tremendously. Just then, Yin Luo appeared. She spoke up, Brother Shen ... Isn't doing this a bit wrong? Shenlai gave a cold laugh. Oh, and how is it wrong? Yin Luo quickly explained. No matter what, the lower realm disciples are still a part of our Dark Radiance Divine Palace. Even if they are insignificant, we shouldn't go so far as to kill them. Their deaths will only damage the overall strength of our Dark Radiance Divine Palace. The moment she finished, a mocking laugh echoed from behind her. Lady Yin Luo, you're still so naive about the ways of the world. So young and foolish. The others began to chime in with contempt. Those pathetic mortals only live to snatch resources from us, the disciples of the God Realm. If they could actually use those resources to become powerful, we wouldn't have an issue. But even when they have resources, they remain complete trash. They are nothing but a waste of our precious resources. Shenlai looked extremely pleased. He added, Did you hear that, Sister Yin Lu? Even with all the resources in the world, mortals will always be trash. That is precisely why mortals don't deserve resources, and don't deserve to live in the God Realm. But these scornful words didn't faze Yin Luo in the slightest. She smiled brightly and retorted, and yet, Qin Nan, a disciple from the lower realms, defeated every single God Realm disciple in the silver ranking martial tournament. He took first place in that tournament. Surely Brother Shen hasn't forgotten that. Seeing her stand up for another enraged Shenlai, he shot to his feet. It seems Sister Yin Luo has quite the soft spot for this worthless mortal, doesn't she? Are you trying to speak for him? Not backing down an inch, she shot back immediately. I'm not speaking for any single disciple. I am simply stating that there are powerful individuals among the lower realms who are anything but a waste of resources. The truth is, all of you are simply terrified that a disciple from the lower realms will one day stand above you. That's why you want to silence them and steal everything they have. These words sent Shen Lai into a fit of wild laughter. Then, his face twisted into a furious snarl. Me? Afraid of them? How absurd! In the God Realm, the weak are meant to be culled. The weak are meant to die, he then declared with absolute confidence. This is the truth spoken from the mouth of the Domain Lord himself, the master of the entire Yuan Yang domain. He extended the ascension time for those from the lower continent. From 5,000 years to 10,000 years. Is that not a clear step towards eliminating the mortals? Do you wish to oppose the will of the Domain Lord? His words left Yin Luo speechless. She could only hesitate. Shen Lai let out a cold snort and continued, "This is the way of the world. You cannot reverse this tide. Sister Yin Luo, you can either join us, or you can die. You still have time to choose. You are of the God Realm. Do not degrade yourself by siding with mortals." With that, he issued a chilling command. All of you, continue searching the ruins for treasures. If you encounter anyone from the lower realms, kill them without mercy. His subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. At this, Yin Luo could only turn and walk away. Helpless, behind her, she could hear the scornful whispers of her peers, speaking up for mortals. Again, she's a disgrace to the God Realm. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Why? There are clearly powerful experts, like Qin Nan, among the mortals. Signor Sistomo, Ivonaron Palislo, ascended from the lower realms. Why must the people of the God Realm target them like this? At that very moment, in a small courtyard, two God Realm disciples were voicing their contempt. These mortals deserve to die. If they hadn't come to the ruins demanding a share, we would have already left with an entire chest of chaos sky pills. We wouldn't need to be wasting our time hunting them down. The other agreed. That's right. Having to kill them personally just dirties our hands. But they had no idea. That, on the roof above, two lower realm disciples were listening to every word. One couldn't help but whisper, "These God Realm bastards are the ones who deserve to die. They find treasure and want to swallow it all themselves. Shameless, disgusting pigs." The other advised, "Cut the chatter. Let's kill them." Instantly, the two drew their weapons and shot down like arrows, roaring, "Die!" The two God Realm disciples jumped in shock. "Who's there?" There was no answer. Only the flash of a blade as a lower realm disciple ended their lives. His partner knelt to check the bodies, scoffing. Pathetic God Realm chickens. With such pathetic strength, his followers actually dared to look down on us from the lower realm. What gives them the right? Another disciple ordered, "All right, enough talk. Search their bodies for treasure." But before they could move, Shen Lai appeared out of nowhere, his voice laced with contempt. How utterly disgusting. People from the lower realm, scavenging corpses like filthy insects. The disciple looting the body instantly sprang up, taking a defensive stance. "What do we do now?" he whispered nervously. His companion's eyes blazed with resolve. "What choice is there? We either kneel and let them slaughter us, or we fight them to the death." Hearing this, his comrade roared with courage. "I choose to die fighting! Kill! Kill!" Seeing the two weaklings still resisting, Shen Lai sneered. "Hiampiha! Ha! Two insects with an impressive death wish. Not bad!" He then bellowed his command. "Kill them! Avenge our disciples from the God Realm." His followers surged forward instantly, while the two lower realm disciples met their charge without an ounce of fear. A moment later, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the area. Both Qin Nan and Mo Yuhu froze, horrified by the scene before them. It was the bodies of their two sect brothers, each pierced by a fatal blade. Mo Yu's voice trembled with sorrow. How? How could this have happened? Qin Nan scanned the surroundings, his expression grim. They must have run into Shen Lai. At the mention of that name, Mo Yu gritted her teeth, a furious growl escaping her lips. Shen Lai. Sensing the dangerous situation, Qin Nan quickly tried to calm her. We're the only two from the lower realm left in these ruins. Shen Lai will be hunting us next. We have to leave now. But before they could escape, Shen Lai's mocking voice rang out from a rooftop above. Thinking of leaving now. It's far too late. As he spoke, dozens of God Realm disciples emerged from the shadows. They were completely surrounded. Shen Lai landed gracefully before them and said, I've been waiting here a long time for you. I knew you'd come. Utterly fearless, Qin Nan stepped in front of Mo Yu. You plan to surround and kill us? Shen Lai let out a wicked smirk and admitted, That's right. I'm going to slaughter you like pigs. Qin Nan wasted no more words, charging forward with his sword drawn as he roared. Excellent! My sword has been thirsting for blood. Fighting at his side, Mo Yu managed a faint smile. It's a pity you're a man. If we make it out of this alive... I would have made you my sworn sister. He didn't hesitate to reply. The feeling is mutual. Witnessing this bond, Shen Lai cackled like a petty fool. He gave the order. You're about to die, and you have time for sentimental chats. Go kill them. At his command, his minions all charged forward. But suddenly, a clear voice cut through the air, stopping them. Wait a moment. Yin Luo appeared as if from thin air, shielding Qin Nan and Mo Yu. She tried to reason with Shen Lai. Elite disciples like Qin Nan and senior sister Mo are invaluable. Their deaths would be a huge blow to the Divine Palace's strength. Our Divine Palace is already ranked dead last in the entire Yuanyang domain. So why must you kill them? But Shen Lai was completely unhinged. Now, he retorted, letting them live. Double quotes, will only divert the cultivation resources that rightfully belong to us. The God Realm disciples. Don't you want to use those resources to become stronger? Or do you want to remain a weakling forever? Seeing how desperate the situation was, Qin Nan urged Yin Luo, you need to leave now. He added, in their eyes, there is only profit. They don't care about anyone else's life. If you keep trying to help us, they'll kill you too. But Yin Luo stood her ground, continuing to appeal to Shen Lai's logic. The disciples of the Divine Palace should be united, working to raise our rank and obtain more resources, not fighting amongst ourselves. We should be working together to make the pie bigger so everyone can eat, not tearing each other apart over the tiny piece we have now, dividing what little we possess. Her words seemed to strike a chord with a few of the God Realm disciples. If this continues, double quotes, all of us will be wiped out by the other powers. Shen Lai just laughed scornfully. The cultivation resources in the Divine Palace are limited. There's only enough to train a select few, and these lower realm disciples are nothing but useless trash. Once the God Realm disciples grow stronger, we can seize all the resources we need from other factions. He then turned to the crowd and roared, for the rise of the Divine Palace. Kill these wastes of resources. These words left Yin Luo utterly hopeless. You people are truly beyond saving. She thought to herself that these people were completely deaf to reason. Incited by Shen Lai's madness, the God Realm disciples began to chant in unison, demanding Yin Luo's death as well. Ah, this Yin Luo speaks for the lower realm trash. She is a disgrace to the God Realm. Let's just kill her along with the rest of them. Kill the trash. They raised their weapons, their voices a single bloodthirsty roar. Kill the trash. Facing this mob, Yin Luo, Qin Nan, and Mo Yui stood firm, ready for the coming battle. Qin Nan ground his teeth in fury and declared, double quotes, Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being ruthless. As the words left his lips, he unleashed a world-ending attack. Tribulation, Heaven's Sword Art, with a single strike, he incinerated and annihilated the entire mob of arrogant disciples. A thought flashed through his mind. The power of the sixth form of my tribulation, Heaven's Sword Art, is more than enough for these lackeys. Witnessing this, Yin Luo couldn't help but gasp in awe. Qin Nan is even more powerful than I ever imagined. A fire ignited within her. I can't afford to drag them down without another word. Yin Luo opened the feast by unleashing a storm of razor-sharp flying knives, shouting her tech storm of pear blossoms. It instantly wiped out a wave of God Realm disciples before they knew what hit them. Joining her comrade, Mo Yui, unleashed her own spiritual power, weak water, 3000. A brilliant wave of light washed over the enemy. It sent them to the afterlife in an instant, leaving only their fading screams behind. After they had swiftly cleared the battlefield, only the three of them and Shen Lai remained, who was still standing there with a smug look on his face. Mo Yuhu jeered. Give up and accept your fate. Yin Luo added, Shen Lai, You are all alone now. Qin Nan pointed his blade directly at his face, his voice dripping with irony. When you planned our demise, did you ever imagine this pathetic outcome, where you're the only one left standing? Mo Yui shook her head like a disappointed elder. Shen Lai, if you had known it would come to this, why did you have to go so far? And yet, Shen Lai showed no fear. Instead, he burst into wild, manic laughter. He then produced an ancient zither and declared with supreme arrogance, to deal with 3 pieces of trash like you, I alone am enough. This display gave Qin Nan pause. To witness a zither wielded as a sword was a first. Mo Yugi saw this and frantically warned him, be careful. His zither is a fearsome weapon. I've fought him many times in the Golden Rankin tournament, and he defeated me every single time. But Yin Luo was brimming with confidence. So what if he's strong? The 3 of us combined can't take him down. Ignoring the 3 before him, Shen Lai calmly began to play a melody that could shatter a man's soul. He muttered, to kill an enemy, you must first conquer their heart. This music is designed to drive you all insane. As the bewitching melody rang out, Qin Nan was instantly transported to another dimension. Before him, a terrifyingly familiar old man appeared. The elder spoke with grave authority. Qin Nan, for 10,000 years, none of your friends or family will ascend to the God Realm, and you can never return. Faced with his former master, Qin Nan lost all composure, snarling, Old Domain Lord, the God Realm is vast. Do you think your word is law? Unable to control his rage, he charged forward in a frenzy. Die for me. At the same time, in another illusion, Yin Luo was also trapped. She roared in fury at an unseen figure. Why did you abandon my mother and me? Why did you steal the love that was rightfully mine? The zither psalm continued its haunting tune, and Shen Lai whispered a single, bitter sentence. But I was the true-born son. The cruel Sharia was revealed. Qin Nan, Mo Yuyu, and Yin Luo were all attacking each other. Realizing his plan had worked to perfection, Shen Lai let out a triumphant laugh. He thought, with vile delight, yes, fight! Kill! When you finally awaken, you'll discover you died at the hands of your most trusted allies. The look of despair on your faces as you die will surely be a sight to behold. In his mind, Qin Nan was still locked in a fierce battle with the old Domain Lord. The old man was calm. Stop struggling. It's useless. He dodged Qin Nan's attack with ease before taunting him. Are you really so weak you can't even scratch me? A storm of fury erupted within Qin Nan as he raised his sword and roared. Enough talk! Just die! The Domain Lord arrogantly declared, in this place, I am the god. Do you truly believe you can slay a god with your own power? Hearing this only fueled Qin Nan's rage. He surged forward, bellowing, "When a god is unjust, why can't I kill him?" Witnessing this determination, and the strange new aura emanating from Qin Nan, the domain lord's expression suddenly changed. He frowned. "This aura, it's impossible." Qin Nan's heavenly sword erupted with a blinding golden power, shooting straight for the old man. He had no time to react. He could only stammer in disbelief. "Impossible. This power is too terrifying." His body couldn't resist and slowly dissolved into nothingness. The moment he broke the illusion, Qin Nan felt a murderous intent from behind. His face paled as he whipped around. He saw Yin Luo, charging at him like a maniac, screaming, "I must kill you!" She had completely lost control, her eyes devoid of reason. Putting all her strength into her dagger strike towards Qin Nan, she kept screaming, "Die for me!" Luckily, his reflexes were fast enough to block the fatal stab with his sword. "You stole the love that was mine. You deserve to die," Yin Luo shrieked, before leaping high into the air, plunging her dagger downward. "Snap out of it!" Qin Nan yelled, delivering a thunderous slap across her face. The blow stunned Yin Luo, sending the dagger flying from her hand. It was as if Yin Luo's entire system had just rebooted. She woke up, holding her cheek with a dazed expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" But just as he dealt with her, Mo Yuju charged from out of nowhere. "I'll kill you!" A sword strike came straight for him. Qin Nan easily parried it and roared, "Sister Mo Yuyu, wake up." She, too, snapped out of it. She looked around, utterly confused by what had just happened. Shen Lai, still lost in his performance, was shocked to see Qin Nan break his illusion, he was astonished. "This kid's spiritual force is this powerful?" He shattered my zither sound illusion realm with such ease. Mo Yuyu was now exhausted, needing to lean on her sword just to stand. She panted heavily. "Every time I'm caught in his illusion, it takes a great deal of effort to break free." She then looked at Qin Nan with admiration. "I never imagined you could do it so effortlessly. Qin Nan, your spiritual power is truly immense." The three of them once again faced Shen Lai. Qin Nan spoke, "Now, it's our turn to attack." But Shen Lai remained composed, calmly strumming his zither. He let out a sneer, as if victory was already his. With a sharp pluck of the strings, countless razor-sharp daggers flew towards the trio as he laughed. "Don't think you can fight me just because you escaped my illusion. The real show is just beginning." Qin Nan planted his feet wide, swinging his hand to create a fiery vortex that blocked the attack. Seeing this, Shen Lai began to play furiously, summoning a giant purple serpent. Witnessing this, the trio was momentarily shaken but quickly regained their composure. Qin Nan took charge! "I'll stop his attacks. You defined an opening to strike, right?" Yin Luo agreed. He charged directly at the serpent as it opened its massive jaws. He swung his heavenly sword sideways, blocking its mouth and roaring, "Block this!" Qin Nan used all his might, flinging the colossal serpent into the center of the field. Yin Luo and Mo Yuyu seized the opportunity and immediately unleashed their techniques. Mo Yuyu shouted, "Sword dance!" A stream of blue sword energy flew towards Shen Lai, but he was protected by a powerful defensive barrier. It was as solid as a mountain of the half-god realm's 7th level. He squinted and sneered. "Child's play." Yin Luo's sword was instantly repelled the moment it touched the shield. He calmly continued to play as Mo Yu rushed in, slashing repeatedly to no effect. At that moment, Qin Nan leaped into the air, roaring, "Die for me!" He poured all his power into the heavenly sword, an earth-shattering slash, colliding with the defensive barrier. The two immense forces locked in a stalemate. Mo Yuju and Yin Luo had to shield their eyes from the blinding light. She gasped in awe. Qin Nan possesses such immense spiritual energy. Shen Lai just smiled sinisterly. His fingers flew across the zither faster and faster, his voice dripping with contempt. "It's useless. With the power of a 7th-level half-god realm, you could never break my protective aura. This is the culmination of my power." "Begone!" he shouted, reinforcing the shield and blasting Qin Nan backwards. In that very instant, an idea ignited in his mind. He turned to Mo Yu. Could the power of a 3-star talisman shatter that man's protective shield? She hesitated for a moment. It could ... but Shen Lai overheard them and burst into laughter. Qin Nan, with the pathetic spiritual power of a lower realm, mortal, you could never hope to craft, let alone use, a 3-star talisman. Your empty threats are wasted on me. A confident smirk played on Qin Nan's lips as he casually tossed a 3-star talisman stone into the air. At that sight, Shen Lai's arrogance vanished, his jaw hanging open. That azure glow, a 3-star talisman stone. Impossible. Even Mo Yu's face paled in disbelief. Did he actually craft a 3-star talisman himself? Yin Luo was completely stunned. Qin Nan's spiritual power. It surpasses even mine. Someone born in the divine realm. I can't even manage to craft a 1-star stone. Qin Nan wasted no more words. He raised the stone high, shouting, "Talisman, art." Shattering glacial force, 1,000 swords of ice materialized, screaming through the air towards Shen Lai. But he just calmly stroomed his futile. His fingers danced across the strings with elegant ease. His voice dripped with contempt. A single 3-star talisman spell could never dream of harming me. Razor-sharp blades of sound erupted from his defensive barrier. They effortlessly obliterated Qin Nan's ice swords. He clenched his fists, rage burning in his eyes. He couldn't even touch the man's shield. Shen Lai's triumphant laughter echoed through the air as he pointed. Qin Nan, your talent for spiritual power may be impressive, ... but with your current reserves, unleashing one 3-star talisman must have pushed you to your absolute limit, hasn't it? Mo Yu's face tensed as she analyzed the situation. A cultivator's spiritual reserves are finite. Even a 3-star master can typically only cast a spell of that magnitude / once, maybe twice, in quick succession. Qin Nan only just became a 3-star master. Casting it even once should have been his ultimate limit. A victorious smirk spread across Shen Lai's face. If you're out of tricks, then prepare to die. He poured his energy into the summoning a colossal dragon that dwarfed his previous serpent. It roared towards Qin Nan, yet he remained perfectly still. A panicked voice screamed out, "Qin Nan, get out of there! Do you have a death wish?" Yin Luo desperately scrambled towards him. Shen Lai laughed. "Are you frozen in fear, Qin Nan?" But Qin Nan simply spread his arms wide and roared, "Talisman art!" Jade Mountain Barrier? A colossal mountain of solid rock erupted from the earth, shielding him. The energy dragon slammed into it, an earth-shattering collision of unstoppable force and an immovable object. The shockwave was so immense, it threw Yin Luo backward. This power is insane. Mo Yu shielded her face, her eyes wide with shock. A second 3-star talisman spell. Don't tell me his spiritual power hasn't hit its limit yet. Shen Lai couldn't believe his eyes. He actually managed to cast a second one. Let's see what else you have. Shen Lai gripped his zither tightly. If this is all you've got. Qin Nan simply opened his palm, pouring even more spiritual energy into the stone mountain. Qin Nan scoffed. Then I'm rather disappointed. Shen Lai tried to maintain his composure. HMPH. So you can cast a 3-star spell twice. I admit, that was a small surprise. But surely your spiritual power is completely drained now. Without it, you're nothing more than an insect. A look of pure resolve crossed Qin Nan's face. And what would you say if I told you I could cast a 3rd time, or even a 4th? Shen Lai shrieked in desperation. Impossible. Even the renowned Elder Hong of the Divine Palace, double quotes, ... with his legendary spiritual power, can only cast a 3-star spell 5 times in rapid succession. How could a lowly mortal from the lower realm ... possibly compare to the great Elder Hong? Qin Nan simply crossed his arms, an unwavering calm on his face.